I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Obajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol.
We get everyone in Nigeria with a suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again. No. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, moving from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
And now you have tuned in to the breakfast show on Business Day Television. It's a beautiful, beautiful Thursday morning, and we have enough packed up to keep you going. Thank you for joining us. I am Destiny Mama, and with me on the breakfast show this morning is
Onyeka Ballantyne.
Good morning. Fine, and I can see that you came out well.
Most definitely. It's a fantastic Thursday morning.
Right.
And like they say, Thursdays come with a lot of expectation to go down before Friday. So let's keep the body.
Wow, that's nice. Well, to tell you what to expect on the show this morning, as always, we'll always tell you what's happening around town this morning. And after that, we will move swiftly into our newspaper review segment. And from the newspaper review segment, don't forget that we'll head straight to the business morning segment where we talk on businesses, talk about, different business ideas that you might not even be able to find them. And from there, we move straight to our big story. And from the big story, as always, we will move straight into the social listening where we churn out events as it is trending on the social space. And these and much more what we have for you this morning on the breakfast show. And right about now, it's our headlines moment. And before we go into the headlines this morning, Valentine, what is happening around town?
Well, for those of us who live in Lagos City, you cannot dispel the fact that traffic is here to stay with you.
Oh, you just hit the nail on the head.
Yes, traffic is your go-to partner that you cannot divorce.
Yeah.
Fortunately, you learn to live with, and it shouldn't be that way. But then again, what can we say? A lot of things, like we know, happening right now contributes to this traffic around Lagos City. For those who live within the concrete jungle called Lagos. Yes, it's a great commercial city. Yes, you can come here as nobody and become somebody. Yes, you can. Your dreams can be realized.
Once you put the work to it.
But then again, it comes with its own, misgivings. Some certain areas of Lagos, those who live in riverine areas, where, like we know, roads have not really turned properly to those areas there, and they walk somewhere on the island. They have to commute.
Commute.
But
talking about that, Lagos is actually a small town. But then, everywhere is far from everywhere. And so there's bound to be traffic. And why is there traffic? A lot of link roads have not been developed.
Right.
Now, if you check the plan of Lagos, right, originally there should be enough space, to just play around link roads. Like if the government of the day are ready for this, it can happen. And take for instance, someone like me, I do not function well in traffic. And so because of that, I try to maneuver a lot, and this affects your shocks, affect a lot of things in your car, because when you try to want to cut corners and not passing the major road that has been, overused, so to speak, you definitely have to pay the price and the maintenance of your vehicle.
I know what they say. If you take shortcut, you are cut short.
But then you cannot help it. As a broadcaster, you do not want to ever try to be late.
Most definitely.
You know the importance of timing, and so because of that, you try to maneuver to keep things going. Now, talking about still traffic in the dirty December season. A lot of expectation.
Most definitely.
People want to just move without any hassles. They want to move and get to their destination. They want to celebrate with their loved ones. A lot of people are coming in from the diaspora because don't forget, Lagos is one of the major tourist cities in Nigeria.
It is a melting point. I mean, no doubt,
to
that particular one. But again, as much as a melting point, let's don't dispel, again, like I always say, let's don't rub up the fact that this thing will say insecurity that is ravaging the north. It's not a far cry from Lagos.
It is not.
We'll just keep our eyes open. For those of us who are watching at home, I think there's a point where everyone should be a security
conscious person.
Exactly. You should be able to see, if you see something, say something.
True.
Right? And that's why the traffic issue is a big issue, because then if you want to save your fuel and you're in traffic, you don't use your AC, you want to wind down, you stand a chance of being, mobbed and all that stuff. So I think this time around, since December is here and Christmas is around the corner, I think our security personnel and the government should begin to put some things in place where all those area boys who are planning on creating mayhem, get them engaged in other things so they don't think about coming to rob people in traffic.
Exactly. And another thing that we want to bring your attention to this morning is the area of people wanting to travel in this day to December. We know that not just our brothers from the East, every other person, take this time out to want to travel within states, interstate travel. And they were seeing the whole insecurity thing, and they were saying, please, rethink it, rejig, your thoughts about wanting to travel because of the speed of kidnappings that, has gone to the top. There's an increase, if you ask me. And then, the ransoms are too heavy to hear. So why don't we just save our loved ones the stress of trying to get those monies by just staying where we are, at least for those periods.
So I will say this, it's easier said than done.
Sure.
There are some people who have worked 365 days of the year, so 360, say 60 days of the year. And to them, they have worked so hard, put money together. What will give them that
enabling
joy would be the
satisfaction.
They will travel home, spend time with family and friends, move around,
home food,
enjoy what we call cultural activities.
Exactly.
Like where I'm from, right? There are a series of cultural activities that will remind you and make you feel truly that you come from a certain place. Let me tell you, don't take it for granted. Our friends of mine who live in America, most of them are born there. Most of them have decided to say, look, for what it is, they're Americans, their fathers or their cousins are Nigerians, but they don't even know their lineage, they don't even know their roots, where they're from. And so this is a big issue. So for some people who have constantly and succeeded in convincing their family members to come travel towards the end of the year, right? Look at it. They have a choice. Okay, let me go and watch and see what's happening in my village, my supposed village on TV, or travel and go and have that experience. Again, traveling now means exposing yourself to bandits, exposing yourself to criminal elements. So again, you cannot say there is nowhere in the world that doesn't have insecurity. But can we mitigate our own? This is where I say, thanks at least for the fact that now we have someone who understands the theater of war that has now moved in as defense minister.
Oh wow! I also tell you congratulations on that. Because,
all of us, congratulations.
It was you for me when I saw that development. Because you were like, you even said it on the show last week that this was going to be your choice candidate, for that position, provided the other person resigned, and then you said the only replacement fit for that position was Christopher Musa. And indeed,
just like that, I didn't even know he was going to be nominated.
It just happened. And then I was like, oh my God, Valentine said this. Valentine said this. I'm sure, it would have put so much joy in your heart.
It did.
All right. Now, let's see what's happening on the headlines this morning. It says a 2026 budget, the federal government targets 2.06 million barrels per day and $64 crude oil at 1,512 naira, $1 exchange. Whoa. You see what I see there? Talking about the 2026 budget, the federal government targets 2.06 million barrels per day at $64 crude oil at 1,512 naira per dollar exchange rate.
So it says the federal government.
Yes.
Are they also speaking for Dangote, who's a private sector person? That's another question.
Whoa, and it's not just Dangote's refinery now that we'll be looking at in 2026, because amazingly, I hear that refineries are coming from Aradel Holdings and
the other modular refineries.
And other modular refineries that are just trying to come with a strong competition for the already existing ones, and Dangote is also part of, who they want to compete with. And I'm sure that if this development comes through, the story might change for the federal government and 2026 budget plan.
Healthy competition, they say, is good for business. But healthy competition that comes with lack of standard, that is where the problem comes in. So I don't think Nigerians should be worried about monopoly. Give it space to grow. I think if the more modern refiners that we get, the better. But let them also have a cohesive agreement, one unified agreement to elevate Nigerians from poverty, from the state of, like Bismarck Rwanda would say, state of confusion in the midst.
That's very, very loud. Okay, now moving on, it says that NEC approves 100 billion naira for rehabilitation of security agencies, training institutions. It says that NEC approves 100 billion naira for rehabilitation of security agencies and training institutions. I just hope this flies, as they've said. It's not just about announcing these monies and then those monies have to go into those good use, because most of the time they come up with, very reasonable reasons why this money ought to be used. Like trainings and retraining is very essential, I agree for the security agencies. But is it going to be, feasible? Is it going to be sustainable? Is it going to be used for this, reason?
Big question that everyone's asking, really, and those at home and diaspora are itching to get answers. And one of the ways we can help them get answers is to direct them to, what's going on. If they go to the website, they will see exactly what the Executive Council is laying out. And it's good enough that we can see that they are now laying this amount of money out for, the upgrade of security agents, as the case may be. This is coming amid the fact that, or rather the statement, of course, and has taken into effect, when the President of Nigeria, which is Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, said police personnel will be withdrawn from VIPs. Yeah, exactly. So it has now created room for
them to go for retraining. Because especially those ones that have been with the VIPs, they would have lost a thing or two on off the field, so they should, have a revitalization, a renewal, in their training so they can be more effective on the field again.
Also, apart from also being, as part of it, but in being well effective, they should also have what we call, psychological approach towards dealing with criminals, right? Yeah. Stereotyping is a big problem in this country. You see a young man with dreadlocks, you assume he's a criminal. Meanwhile, it could just be the one who is pastoring the church.
Exactly.
The other way around, you could see someone with suit and tie like me, I think he's a saint. Meanwhile, he's the one perpetrating all the crime.
That's the truth. People hide on that,
Exactly. So they should have that proper training to know how to identify someone who's a suspect, know that body language. And the police force, they have those courses that they do in police college to teach you, how to unveil if this person is a criminal, how to know if this person, is even if it's a suspect,
could it be how to decipher things.
So give you that professional training. Know how to police.
Well, wow. And then the next says the U.S. announces visa restriction for Nigerians linked with religious rights abuses. U.S. announces visa restriction for Nigerians linked with religious rights abuses. Oh, wow. And then the next says South Africa business confidence rebounds after mid-year slowdown. South Africa businesses confidence rebounds after media slowdown. Now, those are the headlines that we have making the rounds. Today doesn't mean that more will not be unveiled. Now, before we move on to our next segment, we've not spoken about the Coastal Road.
Yes, I mean...
why is the Coastal Road here in Lagos, Nigeria, still closed? Right, when of course I understand the fact that the rehabilitation going on the roads, the major road has been put on hold. So, but before that, people were wondering why was the Coastal Road still closed when those major effects were happening. Now, I took a dive past that way 3 days ago, and I made it clear to them that I have the right to go through this road. And then someone restricted, and he was like, I like the fact that you're educated. And I was like, education has nothing to do with me taking a route that will be easy for, that my taxpayer money has been used to develop. And then the man was like, I appreciate the fact that you're educated again. I said, sir, that is not the case. Why can I not pass this road? Because I see other people passing the road. And then he says, no, they're casting. But the people passing the road are cars like mine. So how come they have the privilege and I do not have it?
So unfortunately,
they really do not have anything to say about it.
Unfortunately, there are two things, because I personally had to pass through that road to experience firsthand. So before we go on TV, we know have a fact. And I'm glad that you mentioned it, because like I said, unfortunately, when there is a new development or there's a new, construction, or there's something new in the nation, as much as those who have great intentions are out there to make sure it benefits Nigerians, some people who have other ulterior motives will cash in to see how they can use it as an opportunity to frustrate Nigerians.
It's true.
Now, having said so, is the road even complete all the way to Calabar? That's another question mark for a different day. Right? But the road so far, can it ease up traffic and connect people who are going towards Lekki? I think yes already.
Yes already.
Now, why do they close and open it sometimes? Is it an order from above? I'm trying to be more objective now in this conversation. As someone said, don't open the road for regular passerbys, or don't open the road for people who are not VIPs. Because whenever we go through there, you see long queues. And they'll choose which car to pass
and which car not to pass. They'll direct you this way and just flip it open for others.
So there are two things now. We need to find out who is giving these orders. It could be that no one is giving orders. It could just be the discretion of those who are there.
Yeah, I put it to you. The other day, I wanted to do a report on that. And that was when, issues were making the rounds, about the amount spent on the road. As broadcasters, we do not tell stories by just telling it. We tell stories with pictures, with facts. We tell our stories with the pictures of these places. So I wanted to give, that robust report. And so I took my cameras there, and then I saw the military personnel in their uniforms, and I deemed it necessary to take permission. And as a patriotic Nigerian, and as a Nigerian that knows what to do, knows the right move to take. And then I went, and then I asked for permission from the gentleman on the military uniform. And then he was like, he appreciates the fact that we want to do the story, but we're not permitted to video the environment. And then I was like, thank you very much. I didn't argue, right? Because he said it clearly, and then we left the place, right? So then again, I don't know who is giving orders, right? But then the road has gotten to a place that Lagosians can use. Now, even if it has not gotten to Calabar, Lagosians can use it. It's a good road. Yes, and it's a very, it was well made. It's a road that has class, that you can see that, yes, money actually went in. And just like some people actually said, that they don't want to know how much went into the road.
Can the road be used to access
their way home? To
reduce and mitigate the stress? I mean, already the bottleneck from those coming from, Civic Center, using that Usman Badiwe Road, those coming from Ikoyi, using Ikoyi Bridge Link Road.
Exactly.
It's not enough.
It's not enough.
So I think authorities, if you're listening, if you're there, those who are supposed to be the ones,
making the decisions.
Please remember, we have a lot of people living in that Lekki axis towards Ajah. That's where you live.
Exactly.
Right?
So you want to ease off. Exactly. You want to ease off, make it easy for you after a hard day's job.
The pressure is much. So,
exactly.
And now that it's December, I think that road, for what it is, should be opened and open well so people can use it. Even if it's not the part that links directly to, Calabar. I know so far you can use that road from Eko Hotel.
I'm talking about for Lagos. Lagos users right now.
Lagos.
Exactly. So that's all we have for you on our headlines banter this morning. When we are back, we will be doing our newspaper review segment where we'll bring you trending issues on the front pages of a newspaper. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Monica, financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
You're welcome back. Now, this is still the newspaper review segment of the Business Day television breakfast show, where we explore top headlines on the front page of our dailies. I'm your host, Destiny Momo. Joining me in the studio for more insight this morning is Onyeka.
Valentine.
I like that, your name, Onyeka. I like it, truth be told. Now, good to have you as always. You know, you always make it real. You always make it, worth the while.
Well, that's what we're broadcasters and anchors. Let's do it.
Now let's go straight to the conversations. Now we're starting with a Business Day newspaper. From the Business Day newspaper, showing here on the big story, it says that the federal government set $64 oil benchmark, 2.06 MBPD output for 2026 budget. And LC says that the federal government set $64 oil benchmark and 2.06 MBPD output for the 2026 budget. Still on our Business Day newspaper this morning, says here that Nigeria rolls out new strategies to tame terrorists. Nigeria rolls out new strategies to tame terrorists. And we also have here, says that Nigeria risks missing out on $15 billion AI boom over skill gap. Nigeria risks missing out on $15 billion artificial intelligence boom over skill gap. Whoa, when we see things like this on our Business Day newspaper, it just tells that, wow, a lot is happening, right? A lot is happening. Wow. And from this first story that says that the federal government set $64 oil benchmark, 2.06 MBPD output for 2026 budget, it just goes to show a lot that after months of uncertainty, the Federal Executive Council FEC on Wednesday approved the 2026-2028 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper for transmission to the National Assembly. Now, the document is actually outlining key macroeconomic assumptions, revenue projections, and the fiscal direction for the next 3 years. And under the framework, the federal government has set a crude oil production target of 2.06 million barrels per day, with a conservative 1.8 million barrels per day adopted for budget planning. Wow. Now, if you want to catch more of this information, you'll find it on page 31 from the Business Day newspaper. And then, we still spoke about that Nigeria risk missing out on $15 billion artificial intelligence boom over skills gap. Now this is very worrisome, because I overheard somebody talking about how Japan, how Asians are actually, molding their young ones, catching them young on artificial intelligence, making them wild in this thing that, before long, they will still be the leaders in this. And I don't understand why here in Nigeria, we do not take advantage of this. You hear some children say they're doing coding, they're teaching some artificial intelligence, but why won't our educational sector actually delve deep into this? We know that these are the skills that are very important to have right now. So I believe that even if we do not know how to steal anything from the Asian countries, we should steal the fact that they know how to catch them young. When they catch them young, you see their young ones doing a lot with their hands, doing a lot, learning a lot, doing things that gives them so much innovation. And at the end of the day, they become masters in these things.
So, it's good that at least now we can be able to say that there is a big tendency that we're going to lose out when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI.
Yeah.
So our eyes will open. What this means is, can we now understand the effect of this algorithm when it comes to social media?
Yeah.
Do you know the same algorithm that we as Africans experience when we use social media, whether using what's called Instagram or TikTok?
Yeah.
In China, the algorithm is set such a way that when you go and see what they're doing, it's all about invention, all about innovation. Meanwhile, for us, it's all about people dancing, making fun, doing things that ordinarily will not even take you there.
It won't take you there.
And the algorithm is showing terrorism, showing things that is, one way or the other.
We need to channel these things well. We need to take our time.
What that does is that it is, instead of uplifting us, it is spoiling the reputation of our country.
Yeah.
However, having said so, that's social media.
Yeah.
If we must key into this AI boom, we must begin to make sure that in the curriculum in our schools,
nursery, primary,
it's important that we infuse it.
It has to be there.
We must say, look,
the children are too emboldened with things that do not really matter. Exactly. Now, it's not to say they don't need this thing, but weighing it over the time, how has it really helped? Can't the systems be changed? Can't we emulate, Japan, China, how they, catch their young ones young and make them useful not to just themselves and useful to the environment? That way, crime reduces.
So I will tell you, and for a fact, I would not say that they're not putting their best so far. We have Minister for
Education.
We also have for, technology and, all that. We do have it. I know Dr. Bosun has been doing a lot. Also Tijani, right? Carrying out a lot of seminars, carrying out a lot of workshops, so people can learn how to be more communication savvy using technology.
Yeah, you just said something. Yeah, you said something. Go ahead. Yeah.
The truth of the matter is that if we can jig and rework that algorithm in such a way that it can have more technology that we, even though we kind of, you can call it elementary, in the space. We might not be able to compete with Japan or China.
No. We're not even talking about competing with them. We're talking about drawing a cue from what they are doing.
Yes, so now, the truth of the matter is, every country has its values, and we have that AI up our values. We're a cultural nation. We're a nation with diverse cultures. Now we begin to say, how can AI improve the love they have for our culture? Because they love our music, they love our Afrobeat, right? And already music is putting us out there on the map. If we can now channel the growth of our music, the stuff that they already welcome over there, if we can channel it and power it with AI, I bet you we'll win that space.
We will win it. I trust Nigerians. When we want to do something, we go all out for it. Now, if you go to tech events, right, you will see what young minds are doing. You will see what they are creating. You will see what they have been able to use AI, to do. And these are things that are solving problems. I know that in Nigeria, we still have lots of problems to solve.
Every nation has that.
Yeah, but here in Nigeria, we still have lots of problems to solve. So if the young mind, channel their minds into these things, or if they get trainings, that will solve a lot of problems that we're having, trust me, before long, things will change. Before long, things will change. Hearing your young ones, saying some very, developmental truths that you do not even know about, expands your horizon, and then you just can't help but wonder, whoa,
maybe we should make you the Minister of Technology.
No. So much will change. But it's not enough to just come out and talk. When you do things, that's when people really believe, that you're doing so much. We need to really catch our young ones, into doing artificial intelligence, into doing a lot of tech, into, taking advantage of the social media space and solving a lot of problems, happening right there. Let's see what's happening on the Punch newspaper.
On the Punch newspaper, although it's far from tech, but tech they say rule the world.
Of course.
Here it says FG unveils 54 trillion naira budget as debt service gulp 16 trillion already.
Oh wow.
There. See that? We are saying 54 trillion naira budget, is what we're looking out for. But have in mind, Nigerians, that 16 trillion of that money
is going in for debt.
Service debt. And it's not as if it's servicing the debt itself. It might be servicing the interest. So the debt is just there. The debt is just there waiting for us year in, year out. Wow. You can see that one in page 13, page 35, I beg your pardon, right, of the Punch newspaper. Then page 34 there says voters register review begins as INEC closes registration. So voters register review begins as INEC closes registration. I mean, I would say this. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
So far, the INEC chairman is trying so hard for him not to be, called a toll gap for what the former INEC chairman did. So he's working very hard, trying to close all gaps, mitigate any issue, try to be on time. Hence, they succeeded with having a, hitch-free election during Anambra election at the time. So let's see how this turns out as we move ahead. It's testing his resolve.
So has the new INEC chairman, has he started to work already?
Oh yes, I mean,
but this man is not really media friendly, because if he were media friendly, so we hear what he's doing. But there are people like that. They just want to, silently, do very strong things, and then you get to just talk about them.
In this country, can you be silent while you work for this country?
I don't think so.
Pull you out one way or the other.
I don't think so, but I want to give him his flowers already, because if this is happening in just less than how many months of him assuming office, I want to say that, because he's from my alma mater, right, University of Jos. I'm actually proud of him, true. Now, if he's from there and he's doing this, I want to encourage him to do more. If he's listening, I want to encourage him to do more, because, so much is expected to whom much is given.
Right. Much expected to whom much is given.
Yeah.
Over here, reverse might be the case, by the way. It says U.S. company withdraws Nigeria's presidential jet from sale.
Wow.
U.S. company withdraws Nigeria's presidential jet from sale. You see, I keep saying this thing, and if you find out on page 34, the Republic of Nigeria, Nigeria, that's us.
Yeah.
We are not an extension of the United States. I
No,
keep
we're
saying it and saying it and saying it over and over again.
So why the loyalty?
We have unfortunately positioned ourselves out of greed to in the point where when they sneeze, we catch a cold. Right? I understand that maybe we have put up our jet there for sale or so. For them to withdraw it is part of all those antics and tricks of the US to muscle us to do their biddings. It has always been the case to bully, countries who don't have military might the way they do. And the whole world has seen it. You see what's happening in Venezuela. How do you move? I mean, Trump says he's a president of peace, but yet you cook up a propaganda that Venezuela is responsible for transporting, or put this way, they are responsible for allowing drug dealers shipping drugs to the US. And so you're moving your troops at the border, at the waterways close to Venezuela. You're seeking for war. Try to bully another country.
That's not good enough.
Anyways, although that's not in our story, I only put that in to qualify what I'm trying to say.
What
so it says, page 34, US company withdraws Nigeria's presidential jet from sale. I think we want to sell the old one or something like that.
Okay.
So you can see more of it in page 34 there. Then very quickly it says, US MO's visa bans over alleged Christian killings in Nigeria. I think we spoke about that already.
Yeah, we said it on the headlines.
They're looking at placing a ban on those who are responsible and involved in this
religious abuses.
You see that one in page 3. And probably you see Donald Trump's face looking the way he used to look as usual, in his usual fashion. Abduction crisis, NAS asks FG to name terrorism financiers. NAS, that's NASS, asks FG to name terrorism financiers. You see that on page 2.
But what's causing delay on that? That should be out already. So, why are they protecting those interests?
There are some fake lists that have been circulating around social media.
And is it denting the images of some innocent ones?
Well, I will say this for sure. Whether or not it's denting, can we start somewhere? But let's have fact check.
Okay.
That fact check will enable anyone who is, going through it not have the idea of they trying to victimize someone else. Because, like I said, anytime something comes up, there are some people who just have an office. Their job is to turn the narrative and use that to cause confusion. I think those people should be sniffed out and charged with treason because the country is trying to move forward. Some people are out there using, I don't know if I'll call them the seventh arm of the government hidden somewhere, trying to frustrate the government. I want Nigeria to succeed. Remember, as much as we have these challenges, we talk about it almost as if we want to celebrate challenges. Every country has their challenges. But can we put forth our patriotic sense and more so be able to market our country well? If we all say Nigeria is bad, Nigeria is bad, if you don't have a country, you will suffer. You will suffer. What we're going through right now, look, it will be 10 times more. So the one we have,
we should manage
protect it.
Protect it. That's the word.
It, so
that's the word.
So that's it. Down here it says miners reject governor's 6-month mining ban plan.
Okay.
See down on page 36.
All right.
It says miners reject governor's 6-month mining ban plan. We know that most of those miners, I don't know if you have something to say about it.
The mining thing, right? It's happening down in the north a lot.
Of course.
There are a lot of there are a lot of Joe miners that are doing so much there. But the thing is, they're allowing the expatriates to come infiltrate these things and take advantage of them. And a lot is happening there. A lot of evil is happening there. I got wind of an information that is happening somewhere around Nasarawa, if I'm not mistaken.
Private airstrip.
Yes. And then they say as they are doing this mining, the villagers are complaining, in the course of it, as it is falling down, the molds or whatever it's called, it's burying people alive. And then this community do not have the voice, to put it out there. And then if the government knows about it and then they pay them so much money and they don't do so much about it, it's bad. It's affecting the people that do not have the voice.
Again, speaking about voice, I think we're now the voice for the voiceless.
Yeah.
That's why we are broadcasters.
Yeah.
So if you see something, you know something, send to us, right? Go to our social media page, take a good picture, make sure if you're carrying out your own eye report that it is valid and not just a cooked up story. Send to us, and then Destiny and I, and of course Elizabeth and Debbie will talk about it. Right?
Analyze it.
Give them a voice.
Exactly.
Right. All right. So down here it says APCON repays 3.6 trillion naira loan to CBN. Oh,
Wow.
finally, APCON, they made a lot of money.
Wow.
Right? It appears they borrowed money from them before now.
Okay.
And so it says APCON repays 3.6 trillion naira loan to CBN. You can see that one on page 35 over there. It's on TV. What else do we have here? Do we have time? Maybe we should go to your next papers.
Okay, from the Vanguard newspaper this morning, starting from the top, from page 19, it said CBN removes limits on cash deposits, raises weekly withdrawal limits. CBN removes limits on cash deposits, raises weekly withdrawal limits. We do not know what's happening again. Okay, here says that Niger abductees will be rescued soon, and this is according to Governor Bago. He says that Niger abductees will be rescued soon. Whatever they have to do, they should do sooner, so these people can get to their loved ones. And from here, I said the U.S. issues visa ban on Nigerians involved in anti-Christian violence. U.S. issues visa ban on Nigerians involved in anti-Christian violence. I just wonder how they will know the people that are involved. Okay, now fact, okay, it's 2026 to 2028 MTEF project, having 34.33 trillion naira revenue. You find that on page 8 of the Vanguard newspaper. And right here it says that the 14th Practical Nigerian Content Forum in Yenagoa Bayelsa State will see faces. Really? Okay, now says now no more negotiations or ransom payment
now we're talking
to terrorists. And this is according to the Defense Minister, General Musa. Wow, General Christopher Musa has assumed office already. I thought he was only just nominated.
Yes. Okay, so
it was an immediate thing.
So as soon as they screened him, there was no opposition. Everyone just said, good to go.
Wow.
Just let him know
yeah, it's good to have this good records.
I will say this very quickly.
It is good to be productive. It is good to be result oriented. You know, because as a defense minister, as the head of defense, right? He was able to do much.
I mean, as the CDS.
Yes, as the CDS, right? He was able to do so much, and so he was passed unopposed, and then he assumed office, and already things have started happening. No more negotiations or ransom payment to terrorists.
I would enlighten us a little bit.
Yes.
About General Christopher Musa retired and now made the defense minister. People don't know this.
Yeah.
But he has been in the theater of war, right?
Yeah.
Prior to him becoming a far senior officer, he has been in and out of war. He has engaged, the enemy, and he was a recipient of Colin Powell Award for best, military man at the time.
Oh wow!
A lot of awards to his name.
Well, I've been opportune to interview him one-on-one as a defense correspondent at NAFRIC. NAFRIC, where retirees go for training at Oshodi, and he seemed a very humble person, and he seemed somebody that has a passion to do more. And his wife, the way she guards the women, you will know that she's a very humble woman as well. So it's a humble background, but he is core.
He's a fine gentleman.
Yes, he's a fine gentleman. Yes, very disciplined. But congratulations to General Musa. We hope you do more, and able to take away terrorism, from our spaces. And that'll be a good one. And here says Shetima to governors, overcome challenges and not explain them. And here says the 4 trillion naira debt, angry contractors besiege finance ministry, demand 760 billion naira payment. And government attack Abia governor's team in Imo. That's not a very good one right there. But under the no more negotiations ransom payment to terrorists by Defense Minister General Musa, I don't know, has he been retired as a military man?
Christopher Musa?
Yes.
Oh, yes, most definitely.
Okay, all right. He was retired before.
As soon as
now
we have a new CDS.
Okay, that's a good one. Yes. I know that we have a new CDS. Now he says that the reps seek transparent prosecution of terrorism-related cases. Senate backs death penalty for kidnappers, financiers, informants, and others. An open trial of terrorists won't change anything, according to lawyers. And before we go, let's take the cartoon of the day. Very
controversial one, by the way.
Oh yeah, we look forward to the cartoon of the day as always. It's very controversial.
So there we have it. As much as some might agree, others might disagree. I will just be on the fence. If we look at it, we'll see the image right there.
Ambassador.
And there's a list that says, and there's a paper that says ambassador nominee list.
Yeah.
So what are they telling us now? That the ambassadorial list is more important than the lives of that particular country in which the map is on fire.
Yeah.
Again,
anyways,
or
what I can even see from it is he's turning his back, right? And he's facing the country, raging with blazing fire. I think that the least he gave is final, and there's no, there's no going back on it, right? And that's what I can perceive. That's what I can perceive. Whether Nigerians like it or not, the least is final.
Also on the flip side, right? It's important that all parastatals work efficiently.
Yeah.
You see, even when you have ambassadors, one way or the other, right, it will help to even mitigate certain issues when it comes to diplomatic core, diplomatic conversation and relationships. So I think it's also a good thing to have those ambassadors put in place, even though we're undergoing some security issues.
Well, truth be told, that's just the way you have said it, right? And we hope that the ambassadors, will start, doing their job soon, so that some of these things that are happening, will actually be reduced. I want to thank you for joining us in the studio this morning. This is all we can take for the newspaper and review segment. You're still watching the Business Day television breakfast show. And coming up next is Business Morning, which will be anchored by yours truly. I still remain Destiny Momo, and with me is
Onyeka Valentine.
And together we say thank you for joining us. Stay tuned.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you, we go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was plenty of demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays. Just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Attention business, want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Ensure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. But AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Welcome back. You're still watching Business Morning. Let's now move to our first conversation for this morning. The Central Bank of Nigeria has again held its benchmark interest rate at 27%, maintaining a tight monetary stance aimed at tackling inflation and stabilizing the economy. The Apex Bank also adjusted the standing facility corridor to plus 50 and minus 450 basis points, a move expected to influence liquidity conditions and banks' lending behavior. As businesses and investors assess the implications of this decision, we're joined by Samuel Oyekomi, is the research and insight lead at Nuremberger Financial Group, to help us unpack what this means for broader economic outlook, credit conditions, and market performance. Good morning, Samuel. It's good to have you on The Big Story on Business Morning.
Hi, good morning, Deborah. Thanks for having me.
Very well. Samuel, let's start with the big headline. What do you make of CBN's decision to retain the MPR at 27%?
Yeah, I thought it was a shock. The market had priced in some significant rate cuts for the last meeting of the year, at least on the back of the fact that inflation had significantly dropped. Was around 18.02%, and it fell to 16.05%. So the expectation was that the CBN was also going to follow through with that and then cut interest rate. The market was seeing around the 100 or 150 basis point cut, but again, came as a shock. And but then again, we also get a sense of what the CBN is trying to do, right? We're getting to the festive period. If you look at one of the reasons why you want to reduce interest rates is to be able to drive expansionary activities. But beyond, even as we currently have such high interest rate environment, the economy has remained resilient, has grown within the region of 3.7 to 4% on a quarterly basis so far this year. And that shows that the economy is thriving even with tighter monetary policy. And I think the CBN also understanding that we're getting to the end of the year, prices could surge. We need foreign portfolio investors to still be around. So keeping that sense of high interest rate environment can help to manage that foreseen inflation that we might experience towards the end of the year. And then again, in line with what is happening in the global market, the US Fed, there's still no assurance around what might be the position later on this month in terms of interest rate movement. I guess that's the sense from the CBN with that decision.
A research perspective, what key signals do you think the CBN is trying to send with this latest move?
Yeah, so the fact that we saw a hold stance but an adjustment in the asymmetric corridor.
Samuel, you were trying to explain to us how the significant move is how is significant to move to plus 50 to minus 450 basis points for liquidity and banks lending behavior. But let's move past that. Do you think we should expect tighter or looser credit condition for businesses in the coming weeks?
Yeah, so for banks, right, the chances that they would continue to maintain their current levels in terms of lending rates to businesses and individuals. But again, as we move into the new year, we expect that the CBN will start loosening more in terms of the rates, because of course, a number of things are pretty much primed, right, for the CBN to start adopting a more expansionary monetary policy. But for the short term, from the point of the banks, of course, you'd expect that they would maintain current conditions in terms of interest rate for businesses and individuals.
All right. Inflation actually remains a key concern. Do you believe this rate stance will meaningfully influence inflation in the near term?
Yes. Yes, I believe so, right? Inflation has dropped from the post-rebasing era from 24% to a little over 16%. And of course, as you go towards the end of the year, like I mentioned earlier, there are a number of factors that could drive inflationary pressure. One of them is FX, right? And it's a huge part of that. And while we have things around food, increased demand that typically comes with the festivities. And from the FPI spot, from the FX side, most importantly side of things is that when you have pressures of FPIs trying to take away their funds just because interest rates in the US or other developed economies are more incentivized or gives better returns, real returns now compared to the Nigerian market, you start seeing FBI trying to take away their funds. So of course, leaving the interest rate at that current level is a way to keep some of these portfolio investors in the system in order to be able to drive, again, maintain supply to be able to meet demands. As you would see, our external reserves are a little over $44 billion right now. You see the CBN continues to drive that momentum to enable accretion for the external reserves. So I think, yeah, it has a significant impact in ensuring that there is still a tight leash on inflation before we start seeing some more expansionary activities or more expansionary monetary policy going forward in the new year.
What sector of the economy are likely to feel the most immediate impact of this CBN decision?
I believe it will be most industries that have continued to get those impacts, right? And again, it's two ways. So we have some who would face it as a form of liability, and others who would enjoy it as a form of asset. So for those in the financial services sector, particularly banks, right, they would have some gains. They will continue to have those gains because, of course, a huge part of their revenue comes from interest income. But on the other side, businesses that rely on borrowings to be able to meet with their either working capital or capex, things around manufacturing, consumer goods, industrial goods, telecommunications, oil and gas, these sectors rely heavily. Things around construction, real estate, they rely heavily on borrowings to be able to meet up with their obligations. And of course, when interest rates are high, you will find that many of these businesses will find it hard to be able to pay down loans and then take in loans. So if you look at numbers from the likes of FMDQ, you see a number of companies have desisted from, they've resisted the urge to borrow bonds. What you find them typically doing now is commercial paper because of course it's short time, so they will be able to take on that responsibility or that obligation of 1 year high interest rate environment, but none of them would be willing to go long. And that's the implication of having high interest rate environments such as we have now.
All right, let's now move our focus to investor sentiment and the market. So how are fixed income and equities investors likely to react to this rate ode?
Yeah, again, it's a combination of several factors. From a local standpoint, if you look at it from the equities market, I think the market had relatively stabilized from the huge dip that we saw in mid and towards the end of November. Of course, that had other factors around taxation, CGT and whatnot that impacted the market. But then also there were a lot of profit taking. But what you see is that the fact that interest rates still remains high, relatively high again in the fixed income market as a result of the hold stance, a number of investors will want to start positioning long term. Of course, I think they've been doing that already before now, positioning long term to be able to enjoy this high interest rate at the long end, while on the short term, you might start seeing a number of investors trying to reduce their exposure towards that and moving in towards high yielding instrument for long term. Other than that, you could see also funds moving into the equities market, of course, as yield drop in the fixed income.
All right, for foreign investors monitoring Nigeria, does this decision help or hurt confidence in the medium term? Do we still have you, Samuel? All right, I think we lost Samuel. Samuel was about to speak to us about, the foreign investors who are monitoring Nigeria, for us to know if the decision might actually help or hurt the confidence in the medium term. Thank you so much. We just had Samuel Oyekomi. He's a research and insight lead at Normbedra Financial Group. Still to come after the break, leveraging satellite data for national development in Nigeria. Just stay with us. Welcome back. This is still Business Morning. we turn our attention to a critical but often overlooked driver of national development, which is the satellite data. From agriculture to climate resilience, water management, coastal monitoring, public health, and even urban planning, satellite technology is rapidly shaping decision-making across the world. In Nigeria, the Cooperative Information Network at the Advanced Space Technology Application Laboratory Southwest under NASDA has been at the forefront of this transformation. And joining us to unpack the growing impact and the possibilities ahead is Dr. Ayorinde Kapo. He's the Chief Scientific Officer, Geospatial Data Analyst, and Nigeria's representative within several international space networks, including the Copernicus Academy and UNESCO International Oceanographic Commission. Good morning, Mr. Ayorinde. It's good to have you on the show.
Good morning. It's good to be here on the show.
All right. Let's now go straight into it. How would you describe the current state of satellite data adoption in Nigeria, especially among government agencies and also the private sector players?
Well, the current adoption rate is at its infancy, but the rate is also going well because for the government rate, you can see that most of the state governments have set up what you call geographical information system, which are basically space data. And they use it for land planning, they use it for allocation of land. And this data, they also use it for the fiscal planning, for revenue and what have you. For the private sector area, some big industries and corporations have also incorporated space data. Like for the government side, the National Communication already has space data that monitors the spread of global broadband and GSM network over the country. So they're able to, with this data, know the areas where there are gaps in deliveries and are able to tell the respective service providers on where they have to fill the gap. For the private sector, especially with the energy sector, some of the distribution companies like the Kija distribution and the co-distribution have embraced the space technology data with GIS mapping of all infrastructure. In fact, for the Kija distribution, the space data forms one of the major sectors for decision making, because that they are able to map their assets, their electrical assets, and have an up-to-date. So it's still at the infancy fundamental, but we are making steady progress into it.
All right, if you don't mind, Dr. Kapo, can you move back a bit so we can actually get to see your full form well? Okay. Yes, thank you very much. So Nigeria's yield remains below global averages. So how can satellite-based land cover mapping and soil suitability analysis, how can it improve agricultural planning and also productivity?
Yes, Nigerian breed is below average, global average. And satellite planning can help because one, the satellite gives you a synoptic view of the whole area. And two, it gives you consistent spatial and temporal. What I mean by spatial is that the same area is covered by satellite and temporal at the same time. And so with this, you can plan to monitor your crops, have a better site suitability when you integrate it with the soil data. You can know the best place in which soil is most suitable for the crop, and also help you for things like moisture, which crop moisture will be available, so that we can save resources for irrigation and better application of fertilizer. So all this integrated together can help us to have a better monitoring. But we have an index in satellites called the vegetation index, which is to monitor the health and growth of the crop. And with that monitoring in place, we can even predict the possible yield that can come from it. So all this put into action integrated together can help us improve our agricultural productivity to meet up to the global standard.
With the issues of rising flooding and extreme weather events, how can satellite remote sensing help Nigerians build early warning systems and also improve climate resilience planning?
Yes, the rising flood usually occurs during the rainy season, and with satellite information, you can get pre-forecast information about the strength of the rain between 3 to 7 days ahead, so that you can plan ahead of it. And you can also have with the satellite information what will monitor the depth, the height of the water at the different reservoirs, the lakes and the dams we have, so that we can have advanced system when the water is rising beyond a particular level. All this integrated with the rainfall data forecast can help identify the communities that are most vulnerable, so that they can be advised, they can be advanced from the system. So before disaster comes into place, they are placed for relocation from it. And even apart from even the disaster coming into place, satellite information can help us in things like our response system, in quantifying the extent of the property and farmlands that are affected by this disaster, so that we can have a more robust and fair compensation plan for the communities who are affected by it.
All right, your work actually covers urban heat island analysis. So what are the implications for city planning, and how can Nigerian cities use satellite data to reduce heat risk? So take us through the implications for heat planning, and also how you think Nigerian cities can use this satellite data to reduce heat risk.
The urban heat island is simply the high intensity of heat that occurs within the urban area in comparison to the rural areas, because the rural areas have more vegetation in which they can absorb this heat. But in the urban areas, you have concrete lands, you have impervious lands. So there's a lot of heat generated from it. And the challenges with this is that it increases the need for energy, because when the heat is much, people need more energy for cooling system. And apart from even that, it also increases the exposure to disease, heat-related diseases that thrive more when there is heat. So with the satellite data, it can help us to plan out where we need to have a green space area, because part of one of the SDG goals, SDG Sustainable City, SDG 11 says that the green areas, because these green areas serve as a buffer for the intense heat that comes into play. And so when we have this satellite data, we can map out the area that these areas are the ones that are having the hotspots of the urban heat. And so we can map out where we need to set up green spaces for them, and also encourage things like green planning and sustain, and things like roofs, heat-resistant roofs planning, so that this heat can be absorbed, so that the spread, the magnitude of the urban heat island can be mitigated to the lowest barest minimum.
All right, so what role does satellite monitoring play in assessing water quality, fisheries, and inland water system? And why is this critical for local communities?
Yeah, it's very critical, because the satellite monitors the trend of the water, the surface of the water, and due to increased industrial activities like sand mining, gold mining, all these bring up sediments and pollute the water surface. And so not only does it affect water potability and domestic use for the communities that are there, but also it also affects the natural productivity of the water itself, because the fishes rely on a sort of photosynthesis, that is, the green light makes the productivity of the water. So when the water is turbid, the light cannot penetrate, and the necessary algae that boost this plant productivity and ensure the sustenance of the ecosystem, whereby other plantains and other things are grown to the final food for the fisheries, are hampered. And this leads to distortion in biodiversity. And because the fisheries are migratory most of the time, they move to other clear areas, thereby affecting the livelihood of the communities who depend on the fisheries within that area. So with satellite data, we can monitor the pollution trend beforehand and inform the regular authorities on what measures they need to take into play, so as to improve the fisheries. And also with a new trend, especially in climate change, where we're having increase in invasive aquatic plants such as water hyacinths. Now this clogs the natural navigation, natural way, clogs the fish nets, and also affects the engine of the boat. But with satellite data, we can map the trend, we can map the spread, and this can help into curbing and combating this menace before it becomes a major crisis in the water.
As a member of the International Ocean Expert Network, how can satellite tools enhance Nigeria's coastal monitoring, the marine resource management, and also the blue economy planning?
Well, satellite tools can help enhance it by leveraging on the collaboration and partnerships with international organizations such as the Ocean Marine. It can give us information about coastal health indicators in terms of the productivities, in terms of temperature, because the mixture of the temperature in the sea there leads to what you call uprising, upwelling, and this helps productivity of the fish. And they can also use to monitor the spread, the rate of coastal erosion, because the waves are increasing and tides are increasing, their sedimentation flow, they are washing away the land and making communities who are there more at risk. So with this partnership and integrated information, we can have an early warning system whereby communities are alerted beforehand on the spread of the ocean and the state of the ocean itself. In fact, there's a project going on that helps provide information to fishermen about the states of the ocean so that they don't go there when the ocean is turbid, when there is storm. So they see the information and tell them that it is good to, the seas are calm, they can go fishing. And when it's turbid, they are told no, they cannot go fishing like that. So it helps to predict the rate of fluctuation because there's a community in Ondo Ilaje that where they are presently, where they are supposed to be now, where originally in 1970 is about 5 kilometers inside the Atlantic Ocean. So, but with information like this, we can help prevent such things so that the communities will not be affected beforehand.
All right, public health geoinformatics is gaining attention. So how do you think satellite-derived data can support disease surveillance or help the health sector improve decision-making?
Yes, satellite data came into play only in the health sector during the COVID period, when terminologies like contact tracing were brought into the health sector. And these were not known things or were not common things in the commercial health sector. So with satellite data, we're able to trace the location, the movement of those who are infected. Things like malaria disease, it's able to integrate what we call the environment with satellite data to predict the environments that are suitable for vector-borne disease like malaria, where you have the stagnant water, temperature, vegetation that enhance growth. So when this information, we can have an early warning system and a preview measure whereby resources can be targeted to clearing out the stagnant water and even fumigating the areas there so that it has an integration. And satellite data also helps in public health campaigns, especially for vaccination campaigns, where we can integrate satellite graded population data to enhance our conventional census data so that we're able to know more, have a more robust population that we can pick out, allocate more resources for them, and get better health outcomes in the long run.
All right, so let's look at the national policy and funding. What policy gaps currently limit Nigeria's ability to fully leverage satellite data, and what should governments prioritize going forward?
The policy gap we have there is what we call the geospatial data infrastructure. There's no uniformity of the space data, geospatial data, that can be shared across different ministries, departments, and agencies. Let me give you an example of how the satellite data is actually supposed to work. We have it already being collected for the land information system, the geographical information systems used for example. But that information should also be spread on to the Ministry of Environment so that they can prepare for the drainage, how the waste will be evacuated from the new environment, because as government is allocating new land, developments are supposed to build on it. So that information too can also be spread to those in charge of energy so that they can make provision for electricity distribution, because as new lands are settling up, there will be need for increased energy. That information too can also be passed on to security, because as people are developing, they need to secure that area too. And the local government too has to also be involved because they are in charge of the municipal waste disposal and even setting up of farmland, setting up of stores, because as communities developing, naturally commercial activities, because they need to purchase goods and services. So there will be set up. So this is the ecosystem in which the whole satellite data is. So it's not just a one-stop thing that ends just at land allocation, but everybody has to be integrated in it. And so we'll have a policy that takes in charge of this geospatial data infrastructure that allows seamless communication and usage of data from different ministries and agencies together. We'll have a more robust and better efficient use of satellite data to improve our national development.
All right, talk to us about the technical bottlenecks that these Nigerian institutions face when they're trying to integrate satellite data into their existing workflows. What are these bottlenecks that they face?
The bottlenecks they face is one, limited capacity. Some of the staffs there are not known, they are not trained in using of this satellite data. But the beauty of the satellite data is that technology is advancing just as we move from the 2G and the 2G pocket phones to the Android phones where everybody can use. Similar thing to the satellite data. We're now having what you call graphical user interface. Data that you can just visualize and analyze with it. We have what you call analytical ready data. And which of the analytical data is that this data can be turned to actionable information. So once they have this on their system with limited training, we're not talking about them going through the whole gamut of university, getting degrees or degrees, but just short skills training, 1 week, 2 weeks training, matter one shape, they can be able to integrate this data and utilize it for themselves. And the problem they're having is that some of the institutions that have what we call the space network, space technology, the GIS unit, are not fully integrated into the whole system. The GIS unit stands more like just a standalone unit, and they use it basically limited to just mapping. Whereas the space technology goes beyond mapping. You can carry out so many analyses that can help us make better informed decisions, to make us forecast better and have a better result at the end. So until this information unit, this space technology is integrated in the whole workflow of the mandate of the different ministries, departments, and agencies, we will still be lagging behind in efficiently utilizing this satellite data. I explained earlier.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you believe that increased satellite data adoption could significantly boost Nigeria's GDP, in sector like economic returns to be the highest? Do you believe in that?
Yes, if properly harnessed. Like I explained, the ecosystem that works within development and land, all this brings about more settlement. That means increase in production because goods and services will be consumed. Even in terms of agriculture too, more production because there are more people requiring the products, and all this will boost other small-scale industries that can ultimately improve our GDP. And also with this information, it can help for better planning so that we can have better efficient energy usage. Because one of the problems that affects production in Nigeria is the energy cost, energy availability. But when all the satellite data are integrated together and we can plan ahead of the energy needs that we require, all this can automatically help in boosting production. Just as seen in the GSM sector, whereby the telecommunication that moved from the analog became digital and brought a lot about, a whole lot of new industries like the creative industries were empowered. Similar things can also be replicated with the satellite data in all aspects. And the future of satellite data cuts across every sector, namely from arts, agriculture, food security, environment, security as a whole, urban planning, just name any sector. Anything that has a location on the earth surface can utilize spatial. Satellite data simply eyes in the sky to the ground. And it helps us, once we see above, it can help us improve what is below, help us to plan.
Yeah, let's take a look at international collaboration. You work closely with European and global satellite networks like Copernicus. How can Nigeria deepen such partnerships to accelerate national development goals?
Yes, we can deepen such partnership because with Copernicus, we have what we call readily available analytical data that are freely available that we can utilize, because the satellite, no one country has monopoly of the space technology. I mentioned something about the spatial and the temporal. When your satellite is moving, moves in particular area. Other satellites too also move. Like this was activated during the Allow Dam in 2022, where the breakage in dam, and the UN Charter called the United Space Federation Satellites demonstrated where the West Africa one demonstrated in the National Space Research Development Agency in Abuja. So what this charter does is that once it's activated, every satellite that took information prior before the disaster and during the disaster gives information freely to the organization or the country that initiated the charter. And this can be used to better plan how to monitor the disaster, how to put the relief plan in place, and how to even mitigate such things into it. So with Copernicus, we have really available MOCs, mass classes that you can just apply online and feature into it. And you don't have programs that even help, scholarships that helps for other people, other interested participants who are interested in furthering where they can apply to such things. And with the integration of this data with our own data too, we can populate the Nigerian data field, thereby we'll reduce the gap, mitigate the latency period that is available between the satellite information which we have from our own satellites and other places, so that we can have near real-time information to deal with any issues that we have regarding disaster, and even help us in our monitoring and management of the agricultural and environmental sector.
So which emerging satellite technologies or application do you believe will have the biggest impact on Nigeria in the next decade?
The biggest impacts are the small pulse satellites that have higher resolutions, that gives you more consistent releasing time, such that you shorten your releasing time from 3 to 5 days to almost like every 6 hours per day about. And the AI, generative spatial AI, that allows you just with little or no knowledge about space technology, just give your prompts and it analyzes the data for you and you're able to get your information without having to learn the technical rudiments of it. So with all these technologies in play, Nigeria keen into it with various global partnerships and collaborations with other space agencies and enhancement, expanding the geospatial network and space network will have a better utilization and more efficient returns on satellite space development.
All right, if you could advise the president on one satellite-related priority, what would it be and why?
The priority I would advise the president is for him to make a policy that allows for integration of the satellite data with all relevant sectors, not just having it in one house, warehouse, whereby it's just related to only land administration, tax administration.
Insights and the stories driving Nigeria.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the poles of national economic policy. This is where business perspective with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines. Where business meets perspective with expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it, and I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. 2 of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on BusinessDay Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with BusinessDay Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a BusinessDay mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why BusinessDay Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, BusinessDay Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Welcome back. This is the Big Story segment on the Breakfast Show right here on Business Day Television. My name is Deborah Eze. Today we turn our attention to one of Nigeria's most promising but still underdeveloped natural resources, gold. Nigeria is estimated to have significant gold deposits across several states, yet the country has not fully unlocked the economic value of these resources. With ongoing conversations about diversification, job creation, export earnings, and responsible mining, the gold industry stands out as a potential game changer for national development. And joining us is a key player in the sector, Nera Emiko. She's the vice chairman of Kian Smith Refinery with operational based in Ogun State, southwest Nigeria. Today we explore the prospects, the challenges, the opportunities for private sector investment, and what stronger partnerships with government could mean for the future of Nigeria's gold industry. Good morning, Nera. It's good to have you join us this morning.
Good morning. Good to be here.
All right, now let's have a broader view of the gold industry. So how would you assess the current state of gold in Nigeria? And I'm talking about from exploration down to refining.
That's a good one. I think I would say in terms of exploration, we're not doing very well. If you're giving us a scorecard, we're not doing as much exploration on gold as we should. I think we could do a lot better, but this is not just a Nigerian thing, it's an African thing. Our minerals are underexplored, but in general, in terms of gold exploration across Africa, not much exploration is being done. In terms of production, what I would say our real strength in Nigeria is the market. We are one of the few countries, I think, in Africa that have gone very far in the value chain. We're one of the first to have our own gold sourcing program, even a national program with the Ministry of Mines and Steel, having the PAGMI, Presidential Artisanal Gold Mining Initiative, the Solid Mineral Development Fund. Our government program was one of the first in Africa to do that. We, Kian Smith, also private sector, having an OECD compliant gold sourcing program, one of the first to do a full big formalization plan. I think as early back as 2016, we formalized more than 1,000 artisanal miners. Now we have a lot more, including them having bank accounts. And to go further, I would say even now, in terms of digitizing gold, tokenizing gold, refining the full value chain, retail, connecting with banking sector, no one has gone as far like Nigeria in that full value chain for gold. However, in terms of gold production, our numbers are not as significant compared to our neighbors like Burkina Faso, of course, Ghana, the big brother for gold. So for production, I would say our numbers are low. Part of that we could accredit it to not much exploration. However, as a market, showing that Nigeria, especially Kano, could be the Dubai of Africa, having that gold market, looking at what London, Singapore, and Hong Kong are, those places that don't produce gold but are significant players in the market. I think that's for sure. Nigeria has established that it has a place in the marketplace for gold.
So Nigeria is often described as a country that has potential for gold. So in your experience, where are all these goods deposits located, and also how what makes them commercially significant?
Okay, so to enter a little geology, the known location for gold are when you follow the schist belt. So it kind of, if I'm going to wave, if you're looking at the map of Nigeria, going from Osun State here, we're waving like this, going towards north central, like Kogi, Kwara. Then we're waving this way, left, going towards Kebbi, Zamfara. So this is our schist belt. Our schist belt goes from, let's say, northwest Nigeria, curving into north central, curving down to southwest, south, having a bit like Akwa Ibom areas that's going towards Cameroon. But our schist belt is that curve.
All right. So Kian Smith has a gold refinery operational in Ogun State. Can you walk us through how the refinery works and what role it plays in Nigeria's domestic value chain?
So we started off with our refinery being built in Ogun State. It's there, built, but not occupied. we reopened in the free trade zone of Lagos. So we're actually at the airport. We're here in Lagos State at the international airport in the free trade zone. We opened, I would say now, this was November 7th. I'm not sure how many weeks ago this is. Okay. So yeah, so the time in November 7th. How does it operate? Perfect. We're in the free trade zone. And why we did this is also to work with the region, to be able to aggregate gold from the region. Liberia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Burkina Faso, that we could be a refining hub here in West Africa as well. So that's how it's working. Ogun State, we will come back to it and probably do something else there. Okay. But part of the reason why we moved is, the long and short is, we needed to be a free trade zone. That was the only way to really unlock the potential. In the end, we're not able to get what we needed in terms of a free trade zone permit in Ogun State. So we just went to where there was already available free trade zone at the international airport to take advantage of the Africa continental free trade. Yes.
So walk us through the major obstacles that is preventing Nigeria from fully maximizing its gold deposits.
Exploration. I think the first thing and most important thing is exploration. Exploration funds are the risk funds. Most of the time across the world, governments are involved in exploration. The government of Nigeria has other priorities presently than exploring. However, something we're doing now, again, like a partnership we're involved in a project in Kaduna State. We've started using technology in exploration. And I think that's been a game changer. So technology now is really reducing the amount of time and funds initially. So instead of spending maybe 7 years on an exploration project, maybe spending 7 years and $7 million, you could spend maybe a year and a half, and a fraction of $7 million. So right now we're part of a full JV called Gemar Resource Project in Kaduna State. It made a significant announcement several weeks ago, and we start drilling this week, exploration. So we're looking at that as, let's see how this goes. We believe that if the results are verified with what the technology has shown, we believe the story of Nigeria being underexplored will change. But for now, exploration is one problem. Another problem, I think, is policy. Policy, for example, the oil and gas sector, the aviation industry, the hospitality industry have FX windows and allowances. But you can imagine, gold is money. It's a tier 1 asset. It's traded as a commodity and treated as currency. But in Nigeria, we don't have those. You can imagine, we don't have those same benefits as oil and gas or hospitality or aviation industries. So we believe that if the Ministry of Finance, Central Bank are serious about developing the gold sector, they are going to have to look at gold as a financial asset and address its policies and give us the same window as oil and gas. So I think those are the two real big things. If there's more exploration, if the policy addresses, looking at gold as as a mineral of interest, national strategic interest, those would change. And I think finally, the last one's already happening. We're finding out now with more sensitization, the banks are partnering. We're having banks that are partnering even with our digitization and our platform. They have alternative bank that's coming to gold now. So with more banks like Alternative Bank, FCMB coming into gold, we think that narrative will change.
All right. So illegal mining continues to remain a very strong issue when it comes to gold. So how does this affect legitimate, producers like yourself, operators like yourself?
We don't think it affects us.
Okay.
It doesn't. If you're legitimate, you have your papers. Your work speaks for itself. You have your mining document. You have your mining licenses. You have all your production numbers. So illegal mining does not affect us. It affects the government. It's the government that's losing revenue. It's not us. If that makes sense. So what we would say more is illegal mining is an issue because it's revenue loss for the government. For us, the operators who are mining, and like I said, we have a refinery, we're working value chain. Illegal mining is not our problem. It's a national problem. It's a government problem. It's a loss of revenue.
All right, let's look at the investment or partnership that you would like to see to be able to accelerate development in gold value chain.
Definitely, just as we were saying, we need more investment in exploration. Exploration, so for example, you could, if you have a big mine, you look at the likes of what you have the barracks and all those in Mali and co. These are mines that are producing, let's say, 1,000 ounces a month. These kinds of mines probably took $50, $100, $200 million investments. You can imagine how much, and the operations, it's even more. Of course, they're making a lot of money. So Nigeria, I think the biggest game for us where we need funding is exploration. We need more funds in exploration, more strategies to tackle exploration. I think the other areas I would say, of course, now is a commodity exchange. The pension funds now, they've modified their act. They can now buy gold. I think if you also have more demand from the market, if you have the pension funds getting into gold, and you have the financial sector, the financial institutions coming into gold as well, like more banks joining alternative bank, I think that also, as you can imagine, is a domino effect. With more demand, they would also see the interest now to go and diversify some risk funds in exploration as well. So that's what I think.
All right, you mentioned government policy when it comes to exploration. So how do you think the government can do better in their policies for it to actually benefit, the gold sector? I'm talking about transparency and also sustainability.
So to clarify, I don't think there's any government policy issue in exploration. The policy issue would be that what's affecting the market. So when you've mined your gold and you want to export it or you want to sell it, it's those dynamics, because gold is money. So that's where the policy issues are. The policy issues are not on the exploration side. However, back to government, in a lot of countries, Saudi Arabia and really across Africa, if a government feels that something is a strategic interest, they invest in that sector. I think what we're saying is we would like to see the government invest in exploration. The government, just like infrastructure, is the one who can put in those funds. And they don't have to put in everything. We think that there's more the government can do in terms of data, making the initial data more accessible and giving people more incentives to put in money in exploration. So for example, similar to the way you have these investment incentives, we believe that there are incentives they could give for those in private sector if you want them to put their funds in exploration. What incentives do you give a company if they're going to take the risk of putting $10 million in, at the end, potentially getting really nothing out of it, but enriching the national data? So that's the way we look at it. Whatever information comes out enriches our national data. It does not necessarily enrich the investor.
So how do you think Nigeria can position itself in the global market? Because gold is a global mineral. So how do you think we can position ourselves in the global market where we can actually, compete with the other, countries?
I think the first thing that I would say is the central bank needs to start buying gold for its reserves, increase its gold portfolio. Across the world, since LBMA gold became a tier 1 asset about 3 years ago, you're having central banks across buying. You're even seeing now in Africa about 16, last I counted, central banks who are now saying, who are buying gold, like they're diversifying. We're not seeing Nigeria making those moves. So I think that's one. The other way is for Nigeria to, let me use digital banking. Nigeria leads in Africa, for sure. I would say in Africa, but one of the leaders in the world for digital banking. If you look at even the e-Naira, I think we were the second central bank to create a central bank digital currency after the Bahamas. If you think about this, 2 black nations. So Nigeria already leads. Look at OPay, what OPay is doing, Money Point. M-Pesa came from Kenya. But the point is, a big market like Nigeria that is bullish on digital banking and bullish on financial innovation really has the place to lead for gold. So right now you're looking more and more the World Gold Council. There's a lot of push across the world of trying to digitize gold and how do they use gold to back things. My point is we've already done this in Nigeria. And I think it's time for the Nigerian government, the central bank, to look at this and realize that they already have solutions in their hands and they can lead. So We're right there.
Yes.
Yes.
So what role is Ken Smith actually taking to ensure that, global best practices in quality, traceability, and also responsible sourcing of gold?
Oh, of course. So what we do, there's OECD, the World Gold Council, even so I'm using initials, but I think everyone knows what OECD is, but I would like to use another one, RJC, Responsible Jewelry Council. They're not as known. There's different organizations in the world that create, or should I say push, sometimes set the standards and sometimes push the standards. So our role really is in, should we say, advocating for more and more people to join this. So for example, our gold sourcing program is OECD compliant. It's also following the World Gold Council's best practices. So we do that. And by the time you're getting your suppliers and your artisanal miners to comply with that, you're advocating for standards. The other things that we do, we're a big advocate for the Africa Gold Council that right now is underway. We believe that what's a big gap for Africa, Nigeria's problem as well, is this thing you're seeing about standards. The world is setting standards and we're not on the table when those standards are being set. How do we implement them? Or do we think some of those standards, or should we create our own standards? Either way, so the Africa Gold Council is also something that we are also advocating and supporting because, as we say, people like to always think that all Africa does is illegal mining. They don't want to look at the signal in the noise of what Africa is producing. We produce more than a third of the third gold production in the world. If Africa stops, so the truth is there's a lot of things in the policies and structure of gaps. So for us, what we want to do is advocate for better standards in Africa, advocate for the adoption of standards, advocate for the market. We believe that there's a gold market here in Africa, Nigeria especially.
So what's your outlook for the Nigeria gold industry over the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years? And what milestone do you think Nigeria should actually climb?
So right now we have a refinery that's operational. We believe that next year you will hear high production numbers from our refinery. This is already a milestone that Nigeria has crossed, because across West Africa, you could research this, there's not many operating refineries. That's one huge milestone. We believe that our gold production will increase. We alluded to more technology-driven exploration that's happening in Kaduna and in other places. So we believe that in the next 2-3 years, there'll be more gold production. However, what I can tell you for sure, within a year, we believe that you'll see that Nigeria becomes a very big gold market. In Africa, a significant market, just as we alluded to with the SANU digitized gold backed by physical gold that you could pick up in the banks. So if the banking sector and the financial industry and the pension funds and the commodity exchange, like I said, Nigeria's commodity exchange is the first in Africa to list gold. So Nigeria is already showing you its trajectory for the next few years. So we believe that the marketplace for gold in Nigeria in the next 2-3 years will be huge. Nigeria will be on the map for Africa as a market, like London is on the market for Europe. I think Nigeria will be on the market for gold in Africa. In terms of production exploration, we are hopeful that our exploration efforts pave way towards more significant production in Africa.
All right, finally, before I let you go, in the oil and gas, we have Nigerian crude described as, street gold. So in terms of quality, do you think the quality of Nigerian gold is different from others, from other country? Do you think the quality is different? And do you think the quality is essentially the same globally? Is it different or the same globally?
So I like what you say when we think of our Bonny Light, for example, I'm from the Niger Delta. But I would say, let me speak for Osun, where our mines are. Osun gold is beautiful, as we say. It's amazing that you look at it, you haven't processed it. Just when you pan it, it's 96-97% gold. It's beautiful. That yellow, like what? Exactly. So what's amazing about Nigeria, it's not just our gold sector. This is even our other minerals. We say this about Nigerian lead. Our lead is always high grade. Our gold is high grade. before you even process and refine it. So we're seeing a lot of that. But again, that's not the end game, because no matter what, when it comes to a financial instrument, you still have to refine the gold. Right. So yes, I think what I'm getting at is it takes less energy to refine our gold. So yes, our gold is high quality, but it doesn't really matter the quality of your gold. At the end, the sector, the industry wants your gold to be 4 nines for it to be a financial instrument.
All right. Thank you very much, Nere. It was really good to have you on The Big Story.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We're on to Nere Emiko. She's the Vice Chairman of Kian Smith Refinery. The Breakfast Show continues with the social listening segment after this break. Just stay with us. They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Morning.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. 2 of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this depth anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then Subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
For many years, we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So, the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. By eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you'll enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere.
Good day and welcome to Social Listening on Business Day Television. I am Destiny Mama. I'm here with my co-host,
Almost went to pause and then look again, but let's
Of course, but you're still watching Social Listening, where we bring you trending issues around our social space. Very quickly, the Nigerian Senate is pushing a new bill that will be introduced, the death penalty for anyone involved in kidnapping. And lawmakers say the crime has become too organized, too violent, and too profitable, and they believe that only the harshest punishment will send a message. Now, the bill passed its second reading on Wednesday, and it's now heading to 4 committees for review. Now, they have 2 weeks to submit their report. Now, if the bill becomes law, anyone who kidnaps, plans a kidnap, helps a kidnap suspect, or even provides information or even logistics could face the death penalty. And senators say families now lose loved ones even after paying ransom, and the country needs a firm response. Now, this push follows fresh abductions in states like Kwara, Kebbi, and Niger that have kept security at the top of national debate. But the bill isn't law yet. It still needs a third reading and a harmonization with the House of Reps and even presidential assent. Wow. Before we see tweets to this effect, I want to give kudos to the Senate for this very, very, strong points that they just made here. Of course, everything I heard is just on point because, the profit these kidnappers are making, the moves. And I like the fact that they're not just going to give this harsh punishment, to the kidnappers themselves. Everyone that made it possible, from the logistics to the people that gave information to everyone involved are going to be held.
share of it.
Yeah, they're gonna enjoy the punishment together. It's not just about who did it. Now the thing is not just about bringing these laws. It is not just about bringing these laws. If these laws actually affected or maybe a relative of the senator, is it still going to hold water?
Sacred cow. Okay, so I like the fact that you mentioned that, which is why I said sacred cow. If this is passed, and first and foremost, I would like to congratulate the Senate really for looking at this as a major priority.
It is actually.
But before I even jump into it, other countries have placed the death penalty
already,
and they have moved ahead to carry it out for matters even less than that.
Okay,
Malaysia,
how much more?
In Malaysia and some other Asian countries, drug dealings and drug trafficking attract the death penalty. In some other countries, corruption attracts the death penalty. So I think that it was about time. They should have done this like yesterday to make moves to make sure that this kind of crime, right, attract the death penalty. Having said so, if this gets into effect, what this means is that, yes, on the good side, it will reduce the level of kidnapping going on. And then people who are quite in line with unnecessary friendship, not understanding or doing your due diligence about who you call a friend or friends, will be very careful. But this is the bad part now. What I say on the flip side, not the bad part. The flip side is this, is that you have to be very careful who you give your phone to operate.
Okay.
Remember this, you have to be very careful where you hang around, who you hang around with.
Yeah.
And then also hoping that our law enforcement agents, right, will not victimize people. I'll give you a good example. Imagine you giving somebody a lift, for instance, in your car, right? Not knowing if the person has been involved in a kidnap case, not knowing what person has in his bag. So you can easily,
a lot of people.
one can easily be roped into
things like that.
So this is where we are now saying our security personnel, our security agents,
intelligence,
the police force,
should apply
right?
intelligence.
Also the court, the
court of law.
The court of law, be able to interpret this thing properly so that innocent people don't get roped into it. And this is also another part again we should think about. Look, it shouldn't be used as a point of, blackmail. Oh, I saw you, a friend of social person. If you don't do something, I'll report
call
you
your name
that
and
you are
all
part
that.
of it.
Well, these things, every point you've made here is quite valid, and I would just love to see a scapegoat already. So I'll take them serious.
People like
really, I'll take them serious. By the time I hear that, yeah, this person is, when people hear it, they're going to take a cue. Yeah. It will push them to give them.
Is still in detention.
Yes, people are not, and that is why this whole thing is even escalating, if you ask me, because someone like that guy was a bit notorious in that act, and right now,
notorious.
Yeah, and right now, they're making case for him on some leniency and all, and that's what these people are saying and still taking advantage of it. Let's see tweets to this effect very quickly. Okoli Peter said it will work when Igbo man or person will be arrested, not when Fulani or Northern man or person get arrested. We know the game before you start it. I don't understand the tribal influence that is interjecting in here. Well, from the caller said that they should also declare the supporters and negotiators as terrorists. You can't support or be at the forefront with the terrorists and claim not to be one. Their sympathizers are also terrorists. Those kidnappers are inhumane. There is no need to spare the life of a kidnapper. Whoa. And from Eddie says, the strong laws are fine, but if the system can't even find the kidnappers, what exactly are we enforcing? We need action, not announcements.
So speaking of, we have more tweets.
Okay, now this tweet from Nora said that which one is death penalty? I say we shoot on sight, not be person where they alive, they go court. Their victims are not allowed to defend themselves in court. Nigeria that we know, someone will slip their names on the presidential pardon list, and before you know it, they are freed.
So
that's the point here.
So I think that we need to begin to address this.
That's what I'm saying. If they don't enforce this thing, and if we do not see scapegoats to this effect, if we do not hear that somebody has been sentenced to death and actually, the needful, done already, and Nigerians are seeing that, yes, this thing is actually the way that they have said it, it will not hold water, trust me. And the person, this last tweet, the last tweet said something about, people's names escaping, and entering presidential pardon list, and then it's supposed to be head on, shoot at sight when you see this kind of things happen. Now it doesn't work that way. A lot of jungle justice would have outplayed there and all of that one. But then again, strong measures have to be taken to make this work effectively.
I'll respond to that guy's contribution or what he has said there. Look, so most Nigerians allow their emotions to drive very quickly. They don't understand how the rule of law works. Law works.
Yeah.
They have no idea that there are some due processes. You can't just say shoot aside. Anyone could be found, any innocent person could be found in the wrong place at the wrong time.
True.
And if that happens, it will end up becoming a state of anarchy where, it will not be free for all. We're trying to avoid a point where we get to and now begin to experience and entertain what we call jungle justice. Remember this, a lot of innocent people are in jail today because of poor investigative, layout. So, but I haven't said so, right? Also, the guy who mentioned who came from the angle of tribalism, I don't think that is a very clear-cut thing to be able to say in this regard. Because truth be told, right, this is affecting everyone in the country, and I think that is good enough that we can be able to say death penalty for this thing and make it happen.
That's true. And let's move to Akwa Ibom, where a masquerade performer has found himself in court for ignoring a statewide ban. The man identified as David Effiong was arrested after residents in Uyo complained he was causing disturbance and damaging property. And this comes after Governor Umo Eno announced a ban on masquerade displays on public roads, saying too many incidents had turned violent. Effiong was taken to court on Wednesday and still fully dressed in his masquerade costume. He is facing charges of public disorderliness and disturbing public peace. Now, the case has sparked arguments about whether a governor's verbal ban counts as law if it hasn't been formally documented or gazetted. Now, police say he will be prosecuted under the Masquerade Control Law of Akwa Ibom State 2022 as they continue investigations. What do you see in this?
So people don't, it's funny. So what happened here is this, that a lot of people don't know about how to go about some certain things.
Yeah.
And they tell you, oh, we don't know about it. But the law states it very clearly. Ignorance is no excuse.
It is no excuse.
You know, but having said so, the same law itself, was it properly laid out such a way that whoever it is that is, you know, apprehended, right?
Yeah.
Others will take deterrent from, you know, but give and take. If this has been causing a big problem initially before now, and they have laid it out that, look, if you are caught, you know, parading yourself as a masquerade or doing your masquerade performance,
this will happen.
Right, this will happen, right? Did the young man say that he had no idea, or he just probably wanted to get to the spotlight? Because right now he has gotten the spotlight, you know. So people do things for a lot of reasons, right? Who even know? Maybe he could be mentally deranged. Really, anything is possible. But having said so, I think at the same time we should understand that our culture, and I'm seeing from different angles, our culture, right, and then tradition is also important. That while they create laws to be able to make them not overstep the boundaries, we should also remember, consider that culture is also important. That's what makes us who we are as Africans. However, the line should be drawn, and if the line has been drawn, and this young man, you know, still wanted to go ahead, then they should take him upstairs.
All right.
And see if it was okay.
But then again, you know, this masquerading of a thing, over the years, a long time ago, when we were still growing up, this whole masquerade thing actually makes the season, a thing of joy. That's when you see things that you don't really see normally. Even here in Lagos Island, you go to Lagos Island market, and then you see some of these people. They want to scare you to make you give them some money and all that. It gives a touch of cultural value, a touch of a little reminder of that. But then again, the state is saying, okay, the governor of the state, which is the number one person, is saying that they do not want this. Now, even if it has not been enforced legally, I think we should just give him a breather because it has not been enforced legally, and just give him the last warning, the last straw of not warning.
Also,
so to speak.
There's a part that's interesting that we're not even seeing.
Yeah.
You see, there's an economic advantage for cultural and tourism display.
Yeah.
If this law is so stringent and tough, we will see a decline in cultural activities and tourism. That way, a reduction in people flocking to that state to come enjoy these activities.
Yeah.
Don't forget, right? If something continues for a long time, it will discourage people from getting part of it. What does this now mean? It means culture and tourism will experience a total downtime based on inflow of cash, and people come to spend money because they want to come and watch these activities. Foreigners want to come and watch. So it's just on the flip side.
Yeah, let's see tweets to this regard. Oh, now from Mr. Simple Louis, he said that the Ibibio and Anang culture is taking a huge blow right before our eyes.
There we go.
These masquerades were used at a Christmas village last year.
There we go.
In tradition, there's no amendment or that's the only Father Christmas we know.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. And I think 3696 says that masquerade represents the diversity of Nigerian state. Nigeria is a secular state where every citizen has the right to practice their faith.
There we go.
Now, this is a traditional worship attire, I believe. And release the masquerade and let him go. That's what he said. Now, Chukudi here said, I have lived in Akwa Ibom State for 5 years as a student. These masquerades harass, rob, and intimidate people on the road, especially the non-indigenous. So there is nothing cultural about it. Rather, it is an abuse of culture. They should be bad to all their activities monitored.
Very quickly, that person is not from Akwa Ibom State, so his contribution there is a bit biased.
Yeah.
He wouldn't say the same for the state that he's from.
Okay.
So I think he approached it from an angle of
being a visitor.
Yes, he's He has said it there. He says he has spent 5 years in the States.
Yeah, but if they actually do that to Rob, it's not part of the cultural practice.
Does he have evidence?
Now, if he had said that, it means there will be an experience or two. But then we should also tame that. If they are doing that, using the cultural thing to front, they should, stay away from such so they don't harass, especially non-indigens. Now, from VA say that this is not even Ekpo masquerade, that's what they call it. This is not even Ekpo masquerade season. Going by the BBO traditional calendar, these youths have abused the Ekpo masquerade society and turned it into armed robbery. They have declined the value for the once revered society, which played judicial roles in BBO land. Whoa.
There's hunger in the land.
There's hunger in the land, and then these people are trying to use the fact that these people are scared of them to milk them, and it is not supposed to be, the original plan, the original intent of showing an Ekpo masquerade, it's been taken away gradually because of the greed, of the masqueraders.
So my suggestion would be, the state government, instead of placing a very harsh, penalty to it or whatever, what they can do, they can regulate it such a way that
or reorientate them.
Get the traditional leaders to say, look, can we have designated places where they can go and perform at what time, and also find a way that they can redirect them. Because I tell you the truth of the matter, if we see one too many arrests of masquerades, the decline of the culture and tourism sector in that state will be very clear. We should also remember this thing. That's the reason why, that's the beauty of democracy, really. The other person just said something I liked. He said, look,
this is the beauty of the tradition.
Yes, and besides, we are a country of diverse tradition.
Ethnicity.
Look, I don't hate, because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I have any issues with Muslims. No, I love everybody in total, provided you practice.
I just think the bad eggs should be checked. The bad eggs in this whole thing, they should be extracted and taught a lesson, so they don't spoil the tradition. People like the fact that when they see colorful masquerade, it's tourism. It's something people want to see. Now, Bobonato would like to pick now this is the entertainment scene about social listening today, where things are tense around two Baba, which is a two-faced DBR legendary music star. His brother, Hyacinth DBR, has publicly begged him to let the family step in and help, saying he has been suffering for too long. Hyacinth posted their appeal on Instagram, pointing to lyrics from one of Tubaba's songs that he says are not playing out in real life, especially the line about an independent woman bought a diminishing bank account. Now, this follows claims by a former manager who accused Tubaba's wife, Natasha Osawaru, of being violent and controlling his finances. But the drama intensified when Tubaba himself posted a short message saying, "Help me," before deleting it. Fans have flooded social media with concern as the family continues to struggle with the situation publicly. Before we see tweets, I just want to register my growls here. It is painful. Now, Two-Face DB, I've been privileged to meet him so many times one-on-one, right? And the closest was when he came to visit his cousin at the University of Jos, and that was the closest. And everybody, and then knowing that things like this is happening because of the celebration, the way people celebrated him when I saw him, and now this decline. Imagine just anybody talking about Tubaba's matter, and on the lips of everybody, even people that do not have a good life, even people that his present struggling life is still better than, are still judging him by it. It's quite sad. And I just pray, this whole thing doesn't affect the legend that he is. Like, he should still be able to churn out good music for us.
Well, it is sad.
It is.
I can tell you for a fact, I've spent more than 2 decades in this media space myself, and I know very quickly. I haven't known him for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
We first started town together.
Okay.
No one is perfect.
No one.
He's not perfect either. But as a person, his character is known to be a
calm. Yeah.
I can tell you for a fact, he's kind of person who doesn't like to see other people suffer. unfortunately, once you're a superstar at that level, you are bound to have a lot of issues. The way people react to someone who is a superstar, different way they react to someone who is a superstar. You hear stories from different angles, right? That might not correlate. Some might have some element of truth otherwise. And if not checked, especially in our social media space, they can blow up something else. I mean, that's why maybe you saw the video there when he said everyone should cease fire, everyone should take it
Exactly.
because he knows that
his personality does not accept such,
he knows that it's affecting
his fans
to enjoy his marriage.
Yeah.
Look, let's be honest, okay? Even those who are busy pointing fingers at him and his marriage and everything don't have theirs.
No.
And I'm not saying this because I know him personally or because no, I'm saying this in general. Even me sitting down here, I don't have everything complete. No one has complete. So no one has the right to now say he or she is there to
or judge him in depthly to the point to put him in depression.
After all, in the Holy Book of Christians, look, he without sin cast the first stone. Unfortunately, because he's a well-known figure, his issues are out there. But also, at this point, I'm going to say this: that the fish should be able to have known better.
Exactly. Right? He shouldn't have done it the way he did it.
At some point, it's good to allow moral understanding come in, and then someone I also know too. If I'm going to tell that, I think some certain things should be left aside.
A lot of people already said. A lot of people already showed their grounds.
Just make my point.
Yeah.
I think moving forward, right? People should allow him heal.
Exactly.
Enjoy his second chance in marriage that he has chosen to. He has a right to do that.
Yeah.
As a person, right?
Yeah.
And what this now means for business, very quickly, is that people should understand that his business is in
exactly.
Enjoy his marriage so that he can be able to focus on growing his business and also giving us great music.
I miss his music. All right, let's see tweets to this effect. All right, now from Alex said, help him. Better allow him face the consequences of his actions. Tupapa is a grown man. He should man up and fix himself by himself.
Says the person who is behind the social media that will even know the name. So I think that platform, this platform that's called social media, a lot of people hide behind it and say all manner of things. I'm not here to defend, Two-Face, but it's important I say the reality because most people don't really know him personally. And I think that social media, right, we have a lot of people who are out there using it as a point of harassment and a point of bullying people. But what this person said, right, I said, man up and face it. But you've been enjoying his music. All the while you're enjoying his music, you didn't ask him to man up.
Exactly.
Now you have some challenges and people can say man up. I disagree with that person's comment. And I think for what it's worth, people
mind
very mature with their
and mild when things like this are happening.
So
okay, for real, David.
I think for what it is, allow the guy to breathe. He's handling his issue as a man.
True.
Don't say man up.
All right then. I understand you. Now, from real David, he said, family matter, no be Twitter content. Now, if they truly want to save him, they should settle it privately instead of dragging him online again. Now, this man has carried enough pressure already. Whoa. Okay, from Yana. Yana said the higher sense message reflects concern getting to Baba's ongoing personal difficulties. And from Sameli said, if marriage is not working for him, it's either he goes back to his former wife or forgets about marriage and live his life peacefully alone.
Everyone is now a marriage counselor.
Everybody's now a marriage
counselor. Let's be honest. Look, I'm very sure whoever it is, somebody will say, oh, but why are you speaking on his behalf? Everybody cannot speak against him. Let's be honest. Like I said, it's not perfect. He has good and bad side. But let's be honest. If we do enjoy great music that has actually brought huge funds to this country.
Exactly.
He was one of the pioneers that opened the door. Can we begin to see that, look, this guy's a creative sense. And creative people sometimes go through a lot.
Yeah, so sometimes he needs that space.
Yes,
if he's going through a lot now, he needs that space. He should find him peace by himself. He knows what gives him peace. And he can't find it himself because he's an adult. Because we do not have all day today, we will like to go on and on talking about our legendary Tubaba, because he's actually served us well in this country. Yes, we've enjoyed good music. We've learned so much from him, especially when he said that something like he didn't, because I don't finish school, so people want to take me for a fool. We should leave it at that today. Now that's all on social listening today. We looked at the Senate's move on the death penalty for kidnapping, the Akwa Ibom masquerade arrest, and the growing concern around Innocent Dibia, aka Tubaba's well-being. I am Destiny Momo with Valentine Onyeka. Oh my God. Join us again tomorrow on Business Day Television Breakfast Show for yet another revealing segment. We appreciate your time spent with us today, and we want you to have a great day. Good morning.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, like the next insurance. See as the boys the Allah. All the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
Good morning and welcome to Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we give a comprehensive insight into the economy as well as happenings in the capital market. So we're starting off with some of the business news making the rounds. NNPC refineries have piled around 8.5 trillion naira in debt in 2024. NNPC Limited has accumulated 8.5 trillion naira in related party balances with its refining subsidiaries, deepening concerns over the financial strain caused by the country's long idle refineries. New disclosures in NNPC's 2024 financial statements show sharp increases in intra-group debt, largely driven by Port Harcourt Refining Company that owed 4.2 trillion naira, NNPC E&P with 4 trillion naira, and Kaduna Refining and Petrochemical Company with 2.4 trillion naira. The combined figure is 35% higher than the 6.3 trillion naira that was recorded in 2023. Analysts say the rising obligations expose a circular debt crisis within the petroleum sector, where subsidiaries owe the parent company while still relying on it for capital injections. Despite owning 4 refineries with 445,000 barrel per day capacity, Nigeria still depends on imports and the Dangote refinery for all refined fuel. The Tinubu administration says that privatization remains on the table if ongoing rehabilitation efforts continue to stall. We move on to the Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board that has unveiled a $100 million equity fund to support local producers. Nigeria's oil and gas content regulator has launched a $100 million equity investment scheme to strengthen indigenous participation in the oil sector. The Nigerian Content Development and Monitoring Board announced the initiative on Thursday at the Practical Nigerian Content Forum. The Executive Secretary, Felix Ugbe, said that the fund, created in partnership with the Bank of Industry, will provide equity financing for high-growth local energy service companies. Ugbe also disclosed that beginning the 1st of January 2026, the board will introduce a compliance certificate to verify companies' adherence to the mandatory 1% remittance requirement. The certificate will become a prerequisite for securing permits and regulatory approval. He noted that Nigerian content levels in monitored projects have risen to 61% from 56% last year, driven by developments such as the NLNG Train 7, the AKK pipeline, and Total Energies Ubeta gas project. The board plans additional initiatives, including a 2026 technology challenge and expanded training for oil field skills. We move on to Africa's sovereign wealth funds that have neared $1 trillion in assets under management. African state-owned sovereign wealth funds are now managing around $1 trillion in assets, according to the monthly report from the Sovereign Wealth Fund Tracker, Global SWF. The report shows that assets controlled by public pension funds, central bank, and sovereign wealth funds have expanded sharply as African countries increasingly turn inward for investment, following declines in concessional funding and foreign aid. Global SWF said that African institutions are at an all-time high with about $1 trillion in average. Foreign accounts also experiencing a rapid rise in sovereign wealth funds created to manage state revenues and strategic assets. In 2025, 5 new sovereign wealth funds were launched in Africa, including in Botswana, Democratic Republic of Congo, Eswatini, Kenya, and in Oyo State, Nigeria. The Libya Investment Authority remains the continent's largest sovereign wealth fund, overseeing $68 billion in assets. Despite the momentum, Sub-Saharan African sovereign wealth funds still represent just 1% of the $14.3 trillion held globally. This trend comes amid volatile foreign investment flows, with FDI into Africa rebounding 75% in 2024 before sliding 42% in the first half of 2025 due to global economic uncertainty. Then we'll go to the United States of America that has announced a pause on all immigration applications from 19 non-European countries. The Trump administration has paused all immigration applications, and including green cards and U.S. citizenship processing for immigrants from 19 non-European countries, citing national security and public safety concerns. The move expands restrictions first introduced in June as part of the administration's broader immigration crackdown. The affected countries include Afghanistan, Somalia, Iran, Libya, Sudan, Yemen, and Haiti, among others. Officials say that the decision follows last week's attack on National Guard members in Washington, in which an Afghan man was arrested. One Guard member was killed and another was critically injured. Since returning to office in January, President Trump has intensified immigration enforcement, deploying federal agents to major cities and tightening rules at the US-Mexico border. His administration is now shifting focus to legal immigration, arguing the pause is necessary for enhanced security screening. The new policy halts pending applications and requires a full re-review, including potential interviews. Immigration lawyers report widespread cancellations of naturalization and residency appointment. After the break, we return with a conversation on the NGX performance, expected NGX performance in December 2025, as well as a review of the market in November. Stay with us. Welcome back to Economy and Market, and now we're moving on to the conversation around the NGX performance in November as well as projected performance in December. So November 2025 turned out to be the worst monthly performance seen in the NGX since October of 2022. The market went down by around 6%. We saw market capitalization drop by around 6 trillion naira also. It was a whitewash in a sense. It was a very bearish month. 19 gainers, 82 losers in terms of share price performance during that month. However, when you look at overall, you look at the market from January till now, market is at 40% year to date, still very greenish, still a very impressive performance. But on the other, while we have that, and we also have this sentiment of December turns out to be quite a bullish month for the market. It's a trend we've seen year after year. Year after year, December tends to be a bullish month for the market. However, there's some form of policy uncertainties, especially the capital gains tax. While some analysts say capital gains tax led us to what we had in November, some people say it was more of profit taking. So we're going to be conversing and discussing on what should we expect in December, what should we potentially expect in December, and how was November like. And on the show this morning, I have Mukhtar Mohammed, who is the CEO of Finance with Mukhtar. Good morning, Mukhtar.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Yes. So very quickly, how was your assessment of the NGX performance in November? How did you see it? Did you anticipate it, or was it a surprise?
It was a surprise. Like you said in your introduction, nobody saw that coming. We remember at that time we were already doing about 50, almost 50% in the market in terms of index. And so when that came, it came as a shock to the market, and then the panic stepped in, and then you saw what happened. Like you said in your introduction, yes, they might say profit taking came in as a result of panic. But what happened in the market was largely driven by three things. One, the capital gain tax was what you said. There was no clarity, and there's still no clarity. Then secondly, then you had the utterances in response from the utterances from President Trump. The response from our government also was more or less not investor friendly. You need to even look at that buy Eurobond. Immediately, that's utterance from President Trump calling us a nation of consign. The Eurobond also, which we're thinking of doing about 6%, went as high as 8% because of the utterances, and then our response to the utterances was also basically more of a problem than a solution. What we are doing now, or what we're supposed to do, engage them, talk to them, partner with them, and see how they can help us. That would have given foreign investors confidence to want to come to our market. That didn't happen. Then thirdly, November, if you look at the history of the stock market, November is always a bearish month. So it's where you have portfolio reshuffling, investors re-strategizing towards December, and then the anticipated year-end and also looking into 2026 or the next year on what to do. So those were majorly what happened. November indeed was one of the worst months in the history of the index. 6.5 trillion wiped out. I don't think it has happened, but again, like I said, this year is one of the best year of the index. So you could say you gain here and you lose here. But and like you said, even after that, you can still see the index has performed relatively very well. Whether you are looking at the rebase inflationary data or you are looking at the re-inflationary data before rebase, the market has really performed very well.
So basically, how do we let's look at, there's so much going on, right? A lot has been. I feel like some of the issues that you've talked about are water under the bridge. For example, Nigeria being declared as a country of particular concern. But one particular thing is still there. It's almost like a bone, it's almost like a fish bone in the throat, and that's still the CGT. Mr. Taiwo Oyedele has come, tried to clarify on one or two things, but we still have quite a bit of uncertainty around, will capital gains tax kick in from January the 1st, 2026? And then he also made mention of the fact that they are trying to reduce it to 25% in 2026, and all. What do you think? How do you think this is going to impact the market in December? Would you think it's a big enough factor to really drive sentiment in the market, or December will December like December always does?
I think it's a big factor to drive sentiment in the market. I don't think December will be December like it always does, always has been. You have to look at it this way. From a market that was not paying a capital gain tax, was exempted from that, and then you want to pay, you're talking about even whether you're talking about 30% or you're talking about 25%, then it's not clear. I mean, going forward, you have made broad clarity that that will be from 2026, no more retrogressive capital gain payment. But even with that, there's still no clarity on how that will definitely work. If in 2026 I'm holding my equity, I did not sell, I gained so much, and I decide to want to sell in 2028, will you now calculate it from 2026, or you said, okay, I've held it for 1 year, so it wipe out, the new one will start in 2027. So there need to be clarity. There are always incentives for long-term investors. We are not seeing that in the tax reform, especially in the equity market. They need to create an incentive to deepen the market or to bring liquidity. This is a market that have moved from contributing to the GDP of the economy from 10 to 20%.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Transfer School of Data, UK. Please put your hands together for him. Let him hear your hands clapping all the way in the UK. And we have the head of audit and compliance at Idile Microfinance Bank, Paul Olaloye. Please put your hands together for him. Now you can make that better. You can make that better. Now, earlier when I asked the question, what problem, what key problem, or what important problem do all businesses and SMEs face? I heard a lot of people say finance, credit line, money. This shows that money makes the world go round, but money makes businesses happen. And they are going to be speaking for the next 20 minutes on access to finance. But before we dive straight into that panel session, we have someone from the Bank of Industry, the people who transform Nigeria's industrial sector. They are here and they want to leave us with some keynotes. So for the next 3 minutes, can we have on stage Sandra Oyoro, the States Manager, Lagos State Office in Lekki here for MSME Directorate. Please put your hands together for the representative from the Bank of Industry.
You won't get more than that. Good morning, everyone. Please can we put our hands together for the entire program? Thank you. I'll be very fast. Distinguished guests, captains of industry, policymakers, development partners, and resilient entrepreneurs, good morning. It is my honor to speak on behalf of the Bank of Industry, an institution dedicated for over 6 decades to catalyze Nigerians' industrial growth, expanding access to finance and empowering SMEs to thrive. MSMEs inclusive. Today's team, driving Nigeria's economy by empowering SMEs for global competitiveness, speaks directly to the heart of our national transformation and our strategic mantras, which stands on 6 thematic transformative areas. In every economy that has risen to prosperity, SMEs have been the engine, creating jobs, building innovation, and anchoring inclusive growth. Nigeria is no different. At the Bank of Industry, we see the power of SMEs every day. We see young innovators like you turning ideas into products. We see women-led enterprises breaking barriers. We see small manufacturers competing on quality, cost, and creativity. Yet, we also see the constraints you all face. Access to finance, technology gaps, high operating costs, limited export readiness, and the need to scale sustainably. Driving Nigerians' economy forward requires that we confront these barriers, right? It requires we confront these barriers with clarity and intentionality. Sorry, 1 minute. With clarity and intentionality. This is why BOI continues to deepen its commitment through 3 core pillars: access to affordable patient capital, which our first keynote speaker spoke about. Thank you, sir, for talking about rapid glow, and there's still federal government intervention funds out there for you. Strategic funds that can help you scale up. Capacity building and productivity enhancement. So we don't just give you only access to finance. We also try to build your capacity, especially in this age of sustainability, which gives you an edge, of a competitive edge in the international markets. And also for the AFTA initiative, which he also spoke about, which every entrepreneur should get ready to take advantage of. Thirdly, we also grant you market access and global integration. But we cannot do this alone, that's the truth. Driving Nigeria's economy is a shared responsibility. Government must create an enabling environment. Financial institutions must innovate. Industry must invest in value chains. And entrepreneurs seated here must remain resilient, disciplined, and visionary. Ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria is blessed with talents, creativity, and enterprise. What our SMEs need is support, structure, and sustained investment. And BOI remains deeply committed to providing that foundation. As we look ahead, our ambition is clear: a Nigeria with small businesses, where small businesses grow into medium enterprises, where medium enterprises scale into global brands, and where our local strengths become global standards. Let us work together to build an economy where Nigerian SMEs are not just participants, but champions of global competitiveness. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I wish you the best.
Ladies and gents, put your hands together for Sandra Yora, representing the Bank of Industry. Please make that warmer and better. Thank you. It's still very early in the day. Thank you so much. Now we're talking about access to finance on this panel. And who better to have than the CEO of one of the banks that continue to sponsor and enhance the work that SMEs do. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the CEO of Keystone Bank. Please put your hands together for him. He's ably represented on this panel by Danny Adebayo, the regional head of Lagos Island. Please put your hands together as he comes on stage, joining the Access to Finance panel. Thank you so much, sir. We're very excited for all the insights you have to share. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be leaving you in the hands of Imo Anselm to take this flight to the next level for the next 20 minutes. So if you have questions, please write your questions down so that you can ask them articulately later. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel for Access to Finance begins.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's in the morning. Good morning, everyone. Please, can you smile to the next person beside you and say hello? Can you say it again? Can you tell them I trust you? Well, that's a very heavy word, and I will tell you why I said that. Once again, my name is Iman Salem, and it's a great and humble privilege to be on stage here to moderate this panel. This happens to be the first panel, and I think that is a landmark panel because of the importance of it. We'll talk about finance, not just finance, but accessing finance. And when the speaker was asking what are the biggest constraints to build in Nigeria, I said finance because in my experience, you need capital, you need funds to scale and to build, even if you start out with ideas. And I just want to say good morning to speakers who are here. Madam Comfort, welcome. Madam Comfort has done a great work with Durham NGO. She's the chief deal maker. So please congratulate her for the good work she's been doing once again. All right, and also I'm privileged to also share the stage with Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, welcome. All right, thank you, Mr. Daniel, for also coming on stage. And so we want to explore the constraint of finance to Nigerian businesses and to SMEs. The theme here says from survival to scale, right? How can Nigerian businesses decode and access not just sustainable, but affordable finances to build and also to scale? And for that, we're also going to be exploring conversations on how institutions, development partners, and fintech platforms can also design instruments, frameworks, and products that actually enable this so that it's not just all talk, but also actions as well. So please, once again, welcome and congratulate yourselves for coming here and being in the room once again. Thank you. All right, so I want to start with you, Madam Comfort, not only because of ladies first, and not only because you are the first on my left, but because in my experience, capital, mostly at the early stages of businesses, SMEs mostly comes from angel investments and, of course, family and friends before it moves into the venture capital, and we have your banks and all of that coming. So I want to ask, how can angel networks and venture capital really fund and engage SMEs better? How can they help fund and engage them better? Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, moderator. Thank you, BusinessDay, for inviting me, and thank you for being consistent in supporting SMEs in Nigeria. So from the perspective of angel investors and venture capitalists, I think we need to have more of what I call venture debts for Nigerian SMEs. Another way you could put it is you say we need more patient capital for Nigerian businesses. Now you have a lot of debt solutions from BOI, structured by DBN with so many commercial banks. We have a lot of MSMEs in Nigeria, microfinance institutions. But the requirements for SMEs to access these funds are rather difficult and tough. Yeah, there's a National Credit Guarantee Commission that has been set up. The question is, and I've asked so many of them, how many SMEs can really access it? So because we've narrowed it down to angel investors and venture capitalists, there are two things here, two types of investors. The angel investors are looking for businesses that they can support, but not necessarily SMEs. Most of them are focused on startups, and by startups we mean technology businesses or fintech, as it were, in Nigeria. So the VCs are looking for scalable businesses that can 10x their returns on investment. So if a VC is putting money in any business, the minimum you're looking at is 10x. What do I mean by 10x? 10 times their return on investment. So if they put $1 million, they are actually looking at a $10 million minimum in the next 5 to 7 years. So many SMEs cannot fit in. So we need a product or service within that nexus of the provision of funding for technology startups and fintech in Nigeria, and SMEs that are not necessarily fintech or technology companies in Nigeria. So we need venture debts, and I've been pushing for that in recent times. That MSMEs will do well with venture debts in Nigeria. That means VCs will provide debts that can actually fund SMEs, take them to a certain level, and that also includes startups. Take them to a certain stage, and then the equity conversations can come in. That, for me, is what we need to focus on at this time. And then for our institutions like BOI, thank God BOI is here, and a couple of banks are here, Keystone is here. You need to provide a set-up desk for private capital that is patient, not just debts and then the collateral requirements. Even when we have 70% collateral coverage, we had that with NISAL, and that didn't work. And so as we speak, NISAL is not providing the collateral for agribusiness any longer, I mean, to the best of my own knowledge. So I don't know to what extent the credit guarantee will do to SMEs in Nigeria, but the reality is that banks need to go away from the normal banking model that you guys are used to support SMEs in Nigeria. And that also includes the BOI. When you want to get a loan in BOI, you need collateral. It's development finance. BOI, please, remove the requirements for collateral for small businesses in Nigeria. Back then, with receivables, invoices, factor in any other thing. Asset guarantee in terms of the equipment they are bringing in, not to ask for brick and mortar houses and stuff they cannot provide. When you go to BOI today, so this is my feedback to BOI, you will realize that a lot of SMEs aren't able to access those funds, by the way. These companies that is also a subsidiary of BOI, the small businesses can't access them. It's still the medium-sized businesses with a lot of, with the capacity for collateral that are still able to. So we are being boggled down by collateral requirements, and we need to solve that. Let me rest my case.
Wow, I think Madam Comfort came with the banger. To start off the panel with such energy, thank you so much. And please, a round of applause for her once again. All right, so in my opening speech, Mr. Emmanuel, founder of Jasper School of Data UK, is also joining us online. Mr. Emmanuel, you're welcome, and we're so glad to have you in this conversation. Thank you. All right, I'll be coming to you quite soon, so please stay ready so you don't have to get ready. All right, so Mr. Paul, backing up the conversation that she just raised, which is quite powerful about removing collateral and making it really easy for small businesses to enter into the credit and funding space, I want to ask, what policies can improve credit risk assessments and reduce collateral demands for SMEs?
Thank you so much. Most of the problem that we have with SME in the recent time, in as much that I agree with the fact that an issue, but the government need to do certain things, and most of those things that they need to put in place is when you talk about, you see, information is very key, and why it is difficult for some policy to be put in place is even these so-called small medium entrepreneurs here, they are not transparent enough. No, lending will have been more easier if we are transparent. That when the bank want to accept the credit assessment criteria, they can easily get vital information which they can build on. But you know, recently there is different information which is making things difficult for the Nigerian industry to assess the performance or the credit performance of so-called small enterprises. And one of those policies that can put in place now is for government to create a new environment, make lending and finance accessible for the medium enterprises. What do I mean? They can put in place this guarantee lending, where government can come in place to secure or guarantee certain percentage of those loans, which will now elevate the problem that being faced by small entrepreneurs when it comes to scholarization. And what government need to do is to create a lot of awareness. Awareness is that says that empowering the credit bureaus. Like I said, information is very key. That analysis is very key. When we are transparent enough and we can see that you can get your financial information, it will be very easy for any commercial or any lending institution to lend. But like I said, most of the problems that we face, like we have a lot of microfinance banks that we make, for an example, they upload their data. And when they don't upload their data, it makes it very difficult for you to be able to access the financial capacity of the borrower. So these are the things I believe we can improve on for government to encourage lending and easy access to micro enterprises.
Thank you so much. With a round of applause for him. All right, so Mr. Daniel, I still want to stay on the two financial powerhouses that we have on stage, you and Mr. Paul. And Madam Corporate really powered the panel with such opening remarks. So I want to know, there's the talk of blended finance and streamlined finance and even embedded finance, which fintechs are adopting. So you see a product, it has bill payments, you can pay for rent, you can pay for power, and also your credit history can actually be used to access loans. So that's embedded finance. But for blended finance, how can blended finance bridge the gap between commercial banks and development finances, please?
Okay, good morning, everybody. You're welcome to this gathering. First, let me equally address your collateral before I go to question. You know, banking business is the most highly regulated sector in the Nigeria economy. It's your money that you give to us, that you give to the MSME or who have come to borrow money. And one of the major challenges that we have in the industry is bad debts. The level of bad debt is very high among the MSME, even the multinational. I mean, at times you have those challenges. And most times when you see a bank that is struggling, most times the problem arises from the quality of the asset they've created over a period of time. These assets were not borrowed by Spirit, they are borrowed by Nigerians. So if you don't pay the one you have borrowed from the bank, and the owner of money comes to take his money, there will be issue, there will be liquidity challenge. And we have followed in the industry is actually made by in both here. That means Banking and Other Financial Institution Act. We are not supposed to lend clean. That is what the rule says. Lending clean means that for any money we are giving out to our customer, it must be collateralized. So the first thing to do is for government to go and change the both here. It's okay from social to social number, you don't take collateral. You abide by it. If I lend clean, and I'm being inspected by NDIC, CBN, external auditors, they give me query the day that I'm not following the rules of my business. And that's the challenge. Nigerians don't support you guys, but the law must be there to equally make our job easier for us. That's for that. For the blended lending, what happens is that there are, for banks, we are to business to make profits. There are sectors that we ordinarily will not go into unless government support a particular sector. And that's why we have people like BOI, Nexim, Afghan. They are not profit-oriented like private commercial banks. So that's why most time they can afford to lend at single interest rate of 7%, of 5%, of 9%. What government have realized over a period of time is to direct fund to those sectors that commercial bank will not ordinarily go into. In terms of agriculture, like when I said by NISA, when NISA was established, they realized that commercial banks were not lending to agri sector and ready to eat at least twice in a day. So how do you fund our agriculture? Government say, okay, go into agriculture, I will bankroll 50% if there's a failure. So if you give a farmer 1 billion, if the farmer fails in paying back, NISA is supposed to take 50% of that money. One commercial bank will probably take 50%. But what do you see? Buhari government spends so much money on agriculture through Anchor Borrower. But where is the food today? It was fake. Our people, Nigerians, all of us here, collected money, they never went to agriculture. On paper, billions were spent on agriculture by the Buhari government. But in reality, there's not. The rice price in Abuja was we all know where is the rice today. Until saying that the price has crashed, the rice was just going up. We also private on television, but I think there's no private in the markets. So those are the issues. So parents need to come in, and they've been coming in through medicine, through back of industry, to begin to direct us into sectors that need to, especially in terms of women-led or woman-founded companies, in terms of youth empowerment. That will happen during COVID-19. We have intervention funds at a very ridiculous rate to jumpstart the economy. Some of them went bad, some are doing very well. So government need to play a very strategic role, and they are doing it. I mean, you could hear what the doctor said when he came on board. A lot of things happening, but if you don't look very well, you think nothing is happening. So I appeal to everybody. We need to thank God this elite environment. You need to begin to sharpen your skill, what's available in your environment, so you can leverage on government policies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. And one thing I want to say before I move to Mr. Manuel is that I'm so happy that this event is not just another event, it's not just another stakeholder organized event, but it's organized by a top media brand in BusinessDay. And so I do believe that all of the conversations that we are raising here, the accountability we are demanding for, the transparency that we are demanding from the government will also reach the top echelons of the society, and so that this is not just talk about action. Let's a round of applause for our panelists once again. So you, both of you did mention a lot about data, record keeping, and of course, making sure that the businesses you want to fund actually deserve the funds with respect to their books and record keeping. So I want to ask someone who deals a lot with data, Mr. Emmanuel. Please confirm you are still with us, Mr. Emmanuel. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you quite clearly. Thank you so much. So, Mr. Emmanuel, with respect to data and financial discipline, we want to know, how can SMEs improve their record keeping and financial discipline to attract investors, seeing that data is really king in business and in the future that we're trying to build? Thank you.
Thank you once again for having me. I will be speaking to you, Iman, just at SME Hub, because I run an SME Hub in Nigeria that supports thousands of SMEs every year. So what we call the credit pillars. This question is very relatable to what we do with the SME Hub and what we also do here in the UK. Now, in terms of right profiling of SME, startups, and MSMEs with respect to data, there is still a long way, but I must commend the effort of institutions in Nigeria who are trying to put structure in place. For someone who has lived and worked in both Nigeria and the UK, one of the fundamental differences between what we have in our country, Nigeria, and in the UK is access to the right data. I'll give you an example. If you take an individual, say Bolu, right? Bolu is an individual. You can profile Bolu by virtue of his spending habits, his mobile banking application can tell you in a way his inflow comes from, his outflow comes from, and can create a credit score for him. But there is very limited, not that there isn't, but there is very limited effort around creating adequate credit score or credit profiling for businesses, for enterprises, and mostly for SMEs, right? And that's because you as an individual, you are separate and distinct from your enterprise. So whereas you may not be able to access credit as an individual for several reasons, your business, if it meets certain requirements, should be able to access credit, should be able to access finance, and that comes from access to the right data. But I would recommend for banks, for institutions to profile businesses from day one of onboarding them as a customer, particularly banks, payments companies, fintech, to have the right data points, to capture the right data points for each of these businesses, track these data points over a period of time, and can then use this data to make decisions about their credit worthiness for access to finance. It could even be in instances where you issue a POS terminal to a small business owner, and you see that over a period of time is done X amounts of naira, say in 1 month it's turning over 10 million naira, 5 million naira. You can, by virtue of the information you gather from this business, extend credit or extend a new product or extend certain finance to this individual. So a lot has to be done around the correct profiling of business owners and businesses to be able to avail them the right facilities, the right opportunities, the right credit, and all this is down to how we capture data.
Thank you so much. Please clap for Mr. Emmanuel. All right, so as we take the last round of questions to our speakers, I just want to remind that if you do have any question in the audience, this is supposed to be very engaging and quite inspiring to you as well. So please, if you have a question, kindly, we'll take the questions at the end of this panel, just 5 minutes for questions. Please, no comments or additions, just questions so that it can be quite impactful to you as well. I want to come back to you, Madam Comfort. Right, so I wanted to ask this question to the two financial powerhouses, but I believe that as a woman, this question is also particular to you. So how can, I want to ask, how can mechanisms be built that support women-led businesses and youth-owned enterprises in accessing capital? What mechanisms need to be built, and how should they be built? So it's not just the words, but the action as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you've touched a soft spots. So I'm a woman, and I'm a youth as well. You may not want to accept, but I'm a youth. So because there was a youth grant, and I was like, I'm gonna apply for it. It's only for me to realize that you must be below 35 years. So I couldn't access it. All right. Okay, for women-led business, incidentally, in the deal room, we have what we call DIRA, the Deal Woman Investor Readiness Accelerator. And the reason for designing the DIRA program will be the answer to this question. I took time in 2023 to find out why women-led businesses, and by extension maybe young people, I'll focus more on women, do not have access to funds in Nigeria. If you check your data, banks, I don't know what you have, but the data that I have spoken to, 2020, 21, 2023, women aren't able to access as much finance as is made available to them. And one of the was that there is a peculiar challenge with women across the length and breadth of the nations of the world. And one of the things we need to do to help them is heavy hand-holding. We need heavy hand-holding. Not just teach, have conferences, accelerators, but actually help them do. I'll give you a reason why it is so, and why did I take that survey, the research. We had about 5,000 members of the deal room as of 2023, and we had about 49% were women, about the other male. And we realized that when we conduct investor readiness assessments for SMEs and startups, 90% of the time, the men did better than the women. Data from the deal room. Why? When you ask for a pitch deck to as part of the investor readiness documents for investors, and you start off on the same day on this is what you need to do to get a pitch deck, this is what you need, And you say, okay, get me your pitch deck ready in 2 weeks. Data, I don't know if there's any other data elsewhere. 90% of the time, the guys are done before the ladies. It's not because they are more smarter than the ladies or their business idea is better. They just get it done faster. And so I put myself to work as a woman first. I asked why. And I realized that by the time that woman gets home and that man gets home, they are in different rooms. The man goes straight to his dining table or his workstation or his home office and starts working. The woman heads to the kitchen. If she's single, she probably is dealing with different things that men don't deal with. It could be her week, 1 week off. And so she's not able to do anything that whole week. If she has kids, the challenges are compounded. And so she's the boss lady. Data shows that women-led businesses, if you give women-led businesses the same amount of funding to a male-led business, they return 54% higher than the male counterparts. But they get 32% less funding in Nigeria. And is so bad in venture capital that in venture capital, women get just 2% of every venture funding that comes into Nigeria, 2%. So that means if $1 million came in, they got $20,000. Is that bad? So with that figure, with those figures, I began to research. I spoke to senior women, men in banks that had dealt with loans and lending for over a period of time. And it was agreed that the women need more time between when you ask them to present 1, 2, 3, 4 compared to the male counterparts, especially in Nigeria. Number 2, the collateral requirements for businesses in Nigeria is actually male dominant. Look at it. If I built a house with my husband and he is equally a businessman, he will use the house as collateral. It's gone. I do not have the collateral in my name unless we have 2 houses. If it's my father's house in my own, not in my village, in my mother's space, for example, I don't want to mention any ethnicity. The girl child cannot access those properties. It is the male in the house that have access to them, and they are all encumbered. So when the woman comes lining up for collateral, she doesn't have. So she can't access any fund, even when her business is good. So there are quite a number of things within our culture and our system that actually has naturally made it difficult for women-led businesses not to be able to access funds in Nigeria. So I think the solution is handholding. We need a whole lot more heavy lifting. And that can be done if a BOI, for example, under its gender desk, can support women-led businesses with paid-for technical support. I mean, paid-for technical support. A business plan from them. Please pay for it. Let a technical fund be raised. I think somewhere in India they did that. Somewhere at some point in Singapore they did that. Even in the US at some point they did that. Just to ensure that the women in our communities can have the capacity. They've been trained, honestly. We've gone to a lot of training. We've gone to a lot of conferences. By the end of this year, probably a woman-led business has attended 10 conferences, but she doesn't have a business plan. And she doesn't have a pitch deck. In DIRA, our to-do is number 1, pitch deck. You go out with a pitch deck. Number 2, you go out with your 3 to 5 years financial plan done in Excel. It's no story. I personally handhold to write your Excel for you with you. And women are now beginning, at least the ones we've graduated, at least about 30 this year, and they have business plan done.
You are watching Business Day Television.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond. From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture. Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day Television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you will be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there. There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine working hard for a whole year, then one error in the grading system shatters your dreams. May 14th, JAMB admits errors. August 8th, WAEC confesses discrepancies. Two of Nigeria's biggest exam bodies caught in breaches of trust. That's the reality. And no, it isn't just a glitch. It is the rewriting of millions of destinies. It is young Nigerians robbed of certainty, parents questioning everything. Experts are calling for reforms, private sector involvement, and transparency. But the question is, will anyone listen? What happens if they don't? And if exam results can't be trusted? Then what else in Nigeria's education system is broken? You won't hear this debt anywhere else. Only on Business Day Premium. Want to know how Nigeria can fix education? Want the full story on the children left out of school? Then subscribe today to enjoy our current series on education and other sectors. Don't stay in the dark. Stay in the loop.
This is Business Week, a weekly program brought to you by Business Day Television.
for many years we've talked about the need to, essentially diversify our revenue stream away from, the huge dependence on oil revenues. It looks like that is happening now. So that means that we're better protected when, you have these wide fluctuations in oil prices and all of that. So it's
as you say, and I agree, that we should commend the government. At least revenues are not falling. There have been times in the past when we recorded drops in revenue. That's not the case today. We're seeing revenues actually going up.
Increasingly, we can see the developed countries focusing on renewable energy and so on and so forth, which means that in the long run, we must look for alternative sources to funding.
So the government says that crude oil theft has essentially come to an end.
We need to do more to ensure that we totally eliminate crude oil theft and start to think of how to boost production. But it's a good first step. I mean, by eliminating crude oil theft, it also creates an incentive for international oil companies to probably return and, start to take up more projects in the upstream industries.
Stay ahead with Business Day Mobile, your gateway to Nigeria's most trusted business news, market insights, and expert analysis. With a Business Day Mobile app, you enjoy more than just news. You gain a seamless, intuitive platform designed to keep you informed and empowered. From exclusive articles to in-depth market trends, the app delivers the stories that matter most. Why Business Day Mobile? For premium access, for a clean, responsive design, for a smarter navigation, for customizable alerts, and for all-in-one business hub. Whether you're a business leader, investor, policymaker, or enthusiast, Business Day Mobile brings you closer to the insights shaping Nigeria's business landscape. Download today and put authoritative business journalism right at your fingertips, anytime, anywhere. This is news at noon, reaching you from Business Day Television studio here in Lagos, Nigeria. I am Destiny Mama. The Central Bank of Nigeria has removed the all-cash deposit limit for bank customers while maintaining strict weekly withdrawal ceilings under a revised set of cash-related policies that take effect on January 1, 2026. The changes were announced in a circular issued on Tuesday and signed by the Director, Financial Policy and Regulation Department, Rita Shike, and stating that the new framework was introduced to reflect present-day realities after years of adjustment to cash management rules. A key provision of the circular is the full abolition of the cumulative deposit limit. And according to the statement, the cumulative deposit limit is hereby removed and the fee for excess deposits shall no longer apply, ending the requirement for customers to pay charges when depositing cash above a set threshold. In 2019, the CBN announced plans to start charging bank customers for cash deposits and withdrawals beginning September 19, while the Apex Bank, in a publicly released circular, explained that a new transaction fees policy was aimed at reducing the amount of cash in circulation and enhancing the collection of government revenues. Meanwhile, mining operators in the country have expressed strong opposition to the 6-month planned ban on mining activities announced by the 19 northern governors. The Miners Association of Nigeria warned that the decision would worsen insecurity rather than curb it, arguing that such measures have historically driven out legitimate operators and created room for bandits and illegal miners to take over mining sites. And the association's president, Dele Onyanleke, expressed a strong opposition, insisting that previous attempts by some state governments to suspend mining activities only succeeded in driving out legitimate operators and leaving mining sites in the hands of bandits and illegal miners. And northern governors and traditional rulers on Monday called for a 6-month suspension of mining activities across the region, blaming illegal mining for the worsening insecurity in many states. And this was contained in a communique issued at a joint meeting of the Northern States Governors Forum and the Northern Traditional Rulers Council held at the Sir Kashim Ibrahim House, Kaduna. Essilor, a Nigerian Exchange Limited, has introduced commercial paper listings following approval from the Securities and Exchange Commission. In a statement from the NGX on Wednesday, the new market offering will deepen Nigeria's short-term debt market. And with a new listing window for commercial papers, NGX now reportedly offers an integrated environment spanning equities, fixed income, ETFs, derivatives, and short-term debt. Commenting on the launch, Group Managing Director, Chief Executive Officer of NGX Group, Temi Popola, commended the Securities and Exchange Commission for its commitment to enabling market advancement and fostering healthy competition across the ecosystem. CEO of the Nigerian Exchange Limited, Jude Chiemeka, added that the introduction of commercial paper listings represents a major advancement in the mission to provide a full spectrum of capital-raising solutions for businesses. And coming up, AFEC approves 2026 and 2028 MTEV and 50.7 trillion naira revenue forecast and 20.1 trillion naira deficit. Decent. More after the short break. Stay with us.
Meet Monica, your all-in-one financial solution. Convert crypto to Naira at juicy rates anytime, anywhere. Enjoy fast withdrawals straight to your bank. Buy airtime, data, and pay bills in seconds. No stress, no delays, just seamless transactions. Monica, the smarter way to move your money. Download now.
Okay now, dependable insurance. After God, you are the next insurer. See as the boys the Allah, all the ladies the Allah. Insure your car protection from accidents. Unforeseen loss, you can see them. Mistakes are meant to happen. If you don't jam the car, they'll jam yours. Will you beat them? Ah yes, you will get them arrested. Your plans for that day is affected. You waste your money, you waste energy. With AXA, you can be protected.
Get the protection that pays today. Call 0700 AXA Mansa to get a motor insurance that pays.
At Stanbic IBTC, we are here to help you grow with financing that helps you expand, expert knowledge across 20 African markets, trade solutions that open doors to 195 countries globally, and an online banking platform that works hard, because with us, there's possible, then there's more. Visit www.stanbicibtcbank.com/business for more. Stanbic IBTC.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player? Or when a team comes together to win? A solo beat? Or the rhythm of many? The flair of one dancer? Or the art of a troupe? One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB.
And you're welcome back. The Federal Executive Council has approved the 2026 to 2028 medium-term expenditure framework outlining Nigeria's economic assumptions, revenue outlook, and spending priorities for the next 3 years. Minister of Budget and National Planning Atiku Bagudu briefed newsmen after Wednesday's council meeting chaired by President Bola Tinubu, saying that the document was jointly prepared by the Budget Office of the Federation and his ministry. Bagudu revealed that the council adopted an oil production benchmark of 2.06 million barrels per day for 2026, while fiscal planning will be based on a more conservative 1.8 million barrels per day. The oil price benchmark was also set at $64 per barrel, with an exchange rate assumption of 1,512 naira per dollar. And Bagudu noted that the exchange rate outlook reflects the fact that 2026 precedes a general election year, adding that the assumptions followed macroeconomic and fiscal modeling by the Budget Office and partner agencies, while inflation is projected to average 18% in 2026. And still on, an analyst at Cardinal Stone expect Nigeria's GDP to grow to 4.22% in the fourth quarter of 2025, an increase from 3.98% in the third quarter. According to reports, this signals a positive outlook for the year, as economic growth is projected to accelerate towards year-end. This was disclosed in its macro research note released on Tuesday, following the latest GDP data from the National Bureau of Statistics. Reports reveal that Nigeria's economy grew by 3.98% in the third quarter of 2025, marking a slight improvement over the 3.86% recorded in the same period of 2024, but a decline compared to the 4.23% in the second quarter of 2025. Reacting to the economic data, Cardinal Stone said the dip in the third quarter of 2025 GDP had been anticipated given softer oil output, a consequence of fading supportive base effect, while a rebound is anticipated in the last quarter of the year, which is expected to be driven by improving macroeconomic conditions. And meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu's administration has green leads 160 billion naira investment to erect 4,000 telecommunications towers in underserved rural communities aimed to bridge Nigeria's digital divide and fortify national security. The Federal Executive Council approved the reportedly comes amid a heightened security crisis, with Tinubu's parallel declaration of a nationwide emergency underscoring the towards dual role in connectivity and crime fighting. And Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, revealed the decision to State House correspondence following the FAC meeting at Asurok Villa, emphasizing the initiative's broader impact, which is to tackle insecurity and enhance commerce and economic activity amongst the people of those communities. The rollout, spearheaded by the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy, promises to transform these hard-to-reach zones into hubs of economic vitality and surveillance capability. And to end the local news, Nigeria has rolled out fresh measures to curb terrorist and violent criminal groups responsible for killings and widespread insecurity across the country. And a central plank of the new approach is the introduction of the death penalty without the option of a fine or alternative sentence for terrorist bandits, their financiers, and informants. The strategy also involves a more intelligence-driven security framework and a more rigorous recruitment process for new entrants into the armed forces. In addition, the government says it will no longer negotiate with criminals. And the Senate on Wednesday passed full second reading a bill seeking to amend the Terrorism Act, categorizing kidnapping, hostage taking, and similar crimes as acts of terrorism. Sponsored by Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele and supported by all 108 senators, the bill prescribes the death penalty for offenders, reinforcing the upper chamber's resolve to work closely with the executive to tackle Nigeria's worsening security crisis. And now coming up, Kenya to sell 15% Safaricom stake to Vodacom in $1.6 billion deal. Now, these and more after this break. Stay with us.
Attentions! Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You're welcome back to the news. Now to Africa. Safaricom revealed late Wednesday that Kenya is selling a 15% stake in the telecom operators to South Africa's Vodacom in a deal worth $1.6 billion as the government seeks to raise cash by offloading some state assets. Facing high public debt, limited room to raise taxes, and annual debt repayment that absorb 40% of government revenues, President William Ruto's administration has reportedly turned to asset sales to bolster its finances. And according to reports, Safaricom, Kenya's biggest company by market capitalization, accounts for a lion's share of daily trading volumes on the Nairobi Securities Exchange. Vodacom, which already owns 39.9% of Safaricom through Vodafone Kenya, will pay 34 shillings per share at 20% premium to the share's closing price of 28.20 shillings on Wednesday. The purchase will lift Vodacom's stake to 55%, given the South Africa Group effective control of Safaricom, widely known for its M-Pesa mobile money service. And also the African Development Bank says it is planning a $1.78 billion of financing for Namibia over the next few years, backing projects in sectors such as transport, energy, and water. According to the bank, the financing is part of the bank's strategy to support Namibia's economic growth over 2025 to 2030, while the amount of financing could change as it will be reviewed halfway through that period. The bank, through its spokesperson, revealed that the majority of the money will be in the form of loans, though there will also be a grant component. According to reports, a resource-rich Namibia has been an exploration hotspot for global energy companies in recent years, aiming for its first crude oil output by 2030, which will transform its small economy. And on the foreign scene, the White House has confirmed that U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff will meet the head of Ukraine's National Security Council, Rustem Umerov, for talks in Miami today. The meeting comes after Witkoff has spent almost 5 hours with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow on Tuesday, negotiations which the Kremlin said produced no compromise on ending the war in Ukraine. And U.S. President Trump said the talks also were attended by his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, were reasonably good, but added that it was too soon to see what would happen. And Ukrainian Foreign Minister Andriy Sybiha said Russia must end the bloodshed, accusing Putin of wasting the world's time. And still on the foreign scene, the leaders of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda are set to sign a peace deal aimed at ending the long-running conflict in the region at a summit hosted by U.S. President Donald Trump in Washington. Ahead of a summit, there has been an escalation in fighting eastern DR Congo between government forces and rebels believed to be backed by Rwanda. According to reports, Congo's army accused its rival of attempting to sabotage the peace process, while the M23 rebels said the army had launched an offensive in breach of a ceasefire. At the start of the year, M23 seized large parts of eastern DR Congo in an offensive that saw thousands killed and many more forced from their homes. And DR Congo's President Felix Tshisekedi and his Rwandan counterpart Paul Kagame have frequently exchanged insults in recent years, and each accusing the other of starting the conflict. And we will bring you the sports news after the short break. Stay with us.
They say money never sleeps. Wake up to clarity, insights, and the stories driving business in Nigeria and beyond.
From the heartbeat of small and medium enterprises to the pulse of national economic policy, this is where business meets perspective. With expert guests, real-time analysis, and stories that matter to you. We go beyond headlines to bring you the full picture.
Join us every morning as we break down the numbers, decode the policies, and spotlight the people shaping our economy. This is Business Money.
We are not just showing off businesses, but telling the stories behind them. The hustle, the art, the orders, and the wins.
Startup Spotlight, showing every Monday on Business Day television.
Welcome to the Triumph Against Odd podcast.
Most people go through their lives without knowing what their superpower is, right? But if you're lucky enough and determined enough to find your superpower before you get to a certain stage of your life, you'll be incredibly successful.
Look, the first thing is you just decide not to look at the challenges, because if you do, it's going to end you.
The closest thing I think is that I had a deeply military background, which is a bit of a never say die background.
I saw an opportunity in non-interest banking, and I felt that the demand was there, There was pent-up demand for it. People were yearning for it. And I felt that if we did it properly, if we brought in professionalism into it, and if we brought in our experiences, our various experiences from various backgrounds into it, that it could succeed.
Very few people do that because very few people explore their superpowers. They just explore bread and butter issues. I need to eat, and you know.
Yes, there will be challenges. This is a very difficult business environment. The government keeps working on how to make business easier.
The first problem to overcome is really just starting, right? We thought about this idea for over 2 years before we even took the first step.
You cannot ignore this country. No, and to be from here, I think is an incredible privilege. Nigeria will be ascendant in my lifetime.
Imagine
You're welcome back. And now to sports news. La Liga has completed the tender process for its domestic broadcasting rights, securing a total audiovisual rights value of 6.135 billion euro for the 5-season cycle from 2027 to 2028 to 2031 and 2032. Now, this represents a significant 9% increase compared to the previous cycle from 2022 to 2027. The domestic residential rights alone exceeded 5.25 billion euro, marking a 6% increase over the prior cycles of 4.95 billion euro. And Telefonica and the AZN have each been awarded rights to broadcast 5 matches per match day over the 5 seasons, solidifying their positions as strategic partners. The overall 9% growth is reportedly underpinned by strong performance across all complementary categories beyond the residential rights. And now to end the news, Germany will host the 2029 Women's European Championship. UEFA has confirmed this. And UEFA voted Wednesday for the Germany bid in a 3-candidate contest, opting for the promise of record revenue and attendances, with the national team playing in sold-out stadiums in Munich and Dortmund. And Germany's 8-city project for an expected 16-team, 31-game Women's Euro beat Poland and a co-hosting bid by Denmark and Sweden. UEFA President Alexander Kavarin, however, revealed that it was heartbreaking that any of the 3 bids should lose before he pulled Germany's name out of the envelope to announce the winner. And receiving 15 votes from UEFA and committee members, with Denmark and Sweden receiving 2 and Poland getting no votes. Now, this is where we wrap the Business Day television news at noon this afternoon. Remember to follow us across platforms and subscribe to our YouTube channel for more insight. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Good afternoon.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, Barbara. Can you please say hello?
Hi, Happiness. How are you?
Okay. So I'm aware all of our speakers have slides, right? So we're going to have 10 minutes each for the slides. Okay. I need to be sure. That look on Barbara's face. You don't have a slide?
No, I wasn't asked to make a slide. Ready?
Okay.
Mm.
Okay, so I guess we'll just deal with questions for you then.
Okay.
Okay. Founders, startup entrepreneurs joining us here, and other professionals as well joining us on today's webinar. In today's currency, we all know that visibility is literally the currency right now. In the digital world, it's no longer an option if you should harness the power of digital marketing or not. It's no longer a choice, rather. It's more like necessity for everyone, for us to harness the power of digital marketing. Okay, so my name is Happiness Godwin, and I am a digital strategist as well as a marketing expert with close to a decade experience of building digital solutions as well as harnessing digital tools and strategies to help power SMEs in Africa. And it is my greatest pleasure to welcome you once again to today's webinar. And we've got a whole lot in store for you today, so please ensure that if you have your writing materials, this is SME Clinic, organized by BusinessDay. And as the name goes, I like to say it's a well-doctored webinar for you. If you're a business owner, if you're an entrepreneur, professional, maybe you're even a digital marketing expert. I mean, this webinar is going to inform you, educate you on a whole lot. And we've got a digital powerhouse lineup for you. I mean, we're talking about people with experiential knowledge and practical insights into digital marketing and tools for small and medium enterprises. So please ensure that you grab a pen or a notebook as you'll be learning a lot on today's webinar. So once again, I'd like to welcome you specially. And this is SME Clinic, like I said, once again. So if your business is having a bit of a faint heartbeat, or you just need a bit of a juggle start at the heart of your digital marketing, we've got doctors lined up, speakers that would be diagnosing your business, giving you the right prescription. Don't worry, we're not prescribing drugs. It's literally information, inspiration, and the right education that you need for the next phase of your business. Okay, so before we dive in, I'll just like to quickly clarify some of the assumptions we have. So when most businesses or most business owners hear digital marketing, most times what comes to their mind is, oh, posting on social media, or I have to run a Facebook ad. But digital marketing is really beyond all of that, right? Social media marketing, fine, posting on social media, it's actually a very small part of digital marketing. There are over 15 aspects of digital marketing. There's social media marketing, which is the one everyone knows. There's influencer marketing, there's performance marketing, there's email marketing, there's even SMS and WhatsApp marketing. So it's the whole lot. Today, like I said, we've got lined up powerhouses. They are going to touch on this, and they would also be sharing with you the tools. Like I said earlier, we're no longer in the point of, oh, do I do digital marketing or not? No, digital marketing is compulsory for all SMEs at this point in time. Well, now the question now is that where I think most SMEs found themselves is, what works? Okay, we've tried this, it's not working. How can we adjust it? What can we do to make things better? And that's what today's webinar is going to be all about. So I'd like to head straight to introduce our lineup of digital doctors today on SME Clinic. And I'd like to start off with the amazing Felix Akinibi. Now, Felix Akinibi is an SEO expert. He is a results-driven SEO specialist with over 6 years of experience helping startups and global brands achieve measurable online growth. His expertise spans technical SEO, content strategy, keyword research, and link building, driving higher rankings and conversations across industries like fintech, health, fashion, insurance, amongst the others. Now, he has completed 100 plus SEO audits and authored 200 plus high-ranking content pieces, earning recognition across markets in Nigeria, the UK, the USA, Kenya, and Australia. He's also certified by SEMrush, Google, and Marketing Syrup Academy, as Felix is known for aligning SEO with business goals to deliver strategies that not only rank, but convert. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's give him a warm welcome, Felix Akinibi. Hello, Felix.
Yeah, thanks very much for the introduction. I think you've summarized it like very succinctly. Can you hear me? Sorry about it.
Clearly, we can hear you clearly.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Right about now, I would like to introduce our next speaker, and that is Ayani Ekundayo. Now, Ayani is the leading reputation management expert in Africa. He's passionate about solving problems and empowering others. Ekundayo is an entrepreneur, mentor, co-founder of the Business Plus Agency, and thought leader who shares his knowledge through writing, speaking, and training, helping people and businesses achieve their goals and also achieving lasting success. Now, he currently serves as the head of media and online reputation management for Alhaji Aliko Dangote, and also HRH Sanusi Lamido Sanusi, and many more. Well, he's a graduate of Federal University of Technology, Mina. He furthered his expertise at Harvard University and Lagos Business School, where he serves as alumni president of the Owner Manager Program, which is the OMP 34 program, and the Governing Council of Lagos Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, the amazing, fantastic Ayani Ekundayo.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Ayani. It's good
Thank
to have
you for
you here.
having me. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Well, moving on, we have Isaac Odubesson. Isaac Odubesson. Okay, so Isaac Odubesson is a digital marketing strategist, technology consultant, and creative entrepreneur with over a decade of experience leading innovative campaigns across Africa, United Kingdom, and Canada. Now, he currently serves as the managing director and strategy lead at Digiphoria Media Agency. Digiphoria Media Agency is a full-service creative, digital, and product innovation agency, helping brands, governments, and institutions connect with modern African audiences through storytelling, culture, and technology. Now, Isaac has directed high-impact projects, including the Lagos Singles Festival Lagos, Cultural Mission Initiative, Yellow Calories Financial Literacy Campaign, Naija Food Festival in Toronto, and Leeds International African Arts Festival, collectively driving over 25 million digital impressions, 200 million plus in brand value, and global partnerships across 17 embassies and ministries. Ladies and gentlemen, Isaac Odubesson, with expertise in digital strategy, product innovation, storytelling, growth marketing, and PR, he has built a reputation for designing campaigns that not only trend. He's also the founder of Bubblegum Health, a femtech company redefining women's healthcare in Africa by connecting women with licensed female doctors for reproductive, sexual wellness, as well as consultations, just basically creating a safe space for women to be cared for, to be loved, and to be nurtured. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's make welcome Isaac Odubesson. Hello, Isaac. It's good to have you.
Hi, it's good to have you. Thank you so much. Thank you. It's just great to be here. Apologies, I would turn on my video. No.
Okay,
But yeah, it's good to have you.
fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, up next we have, now I like to refer to her as a powerhouse. I like to refer to her as a woman who knows her onions. Several certifications in the bag. She is the head of digital and marketing strategy, Isle of Wight Council, with a whole load of years in digital strategy and marketing strategy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking about the powerhouse, Barbara Okafor. Please say hello. Hello, Barbara. So good to have you here.
Hi everyone, it's good to have everyone here. It's good to be here. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Do you want me to introduce myself further? Oh, okay, that's fine.
Okay, thank you so much for coming on today. It's such a delight to moderate today's session with such powerhouses. Thank you for making that time. Okay, so without further ado, I believe we have introduced all of our speakers for today. Yes, we have Felix Akinibi, we have Ayani Ekpedayo, we have Isaac Otubeso, we have the amazing powerhouse, Barbara Okafor, and we have Michael Onyeka Ezeadichie. Now, Michael Onyeka Ezeadichie is a digital transformational leader, the digital transformation leader, digital growth expert. He's also the founder, Hillsoft Digital and Hillsoft EdTech. Now, Michael Onyeka Ezeadichie is a visionary digital transformation leader, passionate about helping businesses scale. He has built platforms that empower African entrepreneurs, SMEs, and professionals through innovative marketing, education, and technology-driven business transformation. Now, with over a decade of experience spanning finance, e-commerce, education, and government, Michael has led impactful projects for Google Nigeria, GIZ, and the Edo State government. His expertise in digital growth, combining marketing strategy, automation, and analytics, has helped organizations achieve measurable success and scalability. Now, he has trained more than 10,000 professionals across Africa and continues to champion digital innovation, transformation, as well as youth empowerment across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the awesome Michael Onyeka Ezeadichie. Hello, Michael. It's good to have you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. So a quick one. I'd like us to quickly move further into our discussion for today. We're talking about digital marketing and tools for SMEs. Now, like I said at the beginning of the webinar, we are no longer at that point where we have to say if digital marketing is a question or a choice, right? It is more of a necessity. Now, the question is, for most business owners, for most founders, most startup entrepreneurs, what is working? What is effective? How many tools do I have to use? How can I re-strategize? What's the correct roadmap to use in digital marketing? What's the correct framework that I can use for my business? Either I have a B2B approach or a B2C approach. And we've got so many professionals connected right here, business owners that are looking out to hear some of these answers from our powerhouses. Once again, I want to thank you for joining us. So I'd like to kickstart with Ayani. So now, how much, we're talking about digital marketing, right? Now, for you to have a place for digital marketing, it literally means that you see it as not just a choice anymore, you see it as a necessity. Now, I'll just like you to give us a brief run through how important, okay, we can't even say how important, but how important is understanding the right framework for digital marketing? How important is understanding the right framework for digital marketing?
Okay, fantastic. Thank you very much, Happiness. Also, I will also crave that along the line. Maybe I see other faces of the speakers, so that they will be encouraging me. Just the same way Happiness is encouraging me now. Thank you, Felix. We'll come and learn it soon. And thank you, Barbara. Okay, so just to say how important. So I'll cast my mind back to how the business terrain has changed over the years. I'll tell you something straightforward. Some may look a bit here and there. I started my journey in 2007 thereabouts. Then they used to call it internet marketing and all of that. There were not so much of social media accounts that we do now, like real-time interactive platforms. Then set up a hub, tried a couple of things. Then we still used to run cyber cafes. And over the years, I've seen the trajectory of engagement change, which would mean that in 2010, I started out by playing out social media with a church. Which means that was when I went into the religious space. That was Daystar. I started Daystar Social Media. That's a church, Daystar Content Center. And I ran that thing for 7 years, and I saw numbers grow. I saw all the manipulations that can happen behind the scene in terms of how social media journey used to change. So that's for religious space. We did that for Itwai Gudalo. We did for Present Day House, a couple of churches all around the city then. And then we then started working with businesses, which were even some were small, some were big. I remember David Wedge was just having one center, and then we got on likes of Kamudi, Konga, and all of that. And using all the channels, we had then we built the biggest email marketing platform, which we finally sold to a university in the UK. But the whole process had gradually just grown. Smaller businesses, people that were inside their rooms, to people who then became very empowered and very rich, and who could make all kinds of connections globally. Now there's a quick shift to the AI conversation. This morning, my people were in session, and now we're delivering a particular training for a bank, and they want us to train about 1,000 of their people. And what that also means is that some part of their processes are going to go off the table. So there is a big change that is happening in the process, in the models, in the engagement space there. And you need to know the tools that you need to align with as a business owner. If it's 10 years ago, that you do email marketing. Now things have changed drastically. I was not really interested in becoming an influencer, although I have an influencer agency. And I've seen also how influencing had changed people's behavior drastically. We handle all the influencer for Chivita, Hollandia, all of that, and a part for some other fast-moving consumer goods here and there. And I've seen the numbers change because of the level to which influencers engage in the market. Take Kiki, for example. She did a campaign for us last year where we did Hollandia stuff and all of that. And just by that campaign, I saw the numbers at the back and the engagements they are moving. So fast-moving consumer goods now, you'll see that they now have accounts on Konga, on Jumia, selling what they have to sell. So if you're in the product space, that will work for you. But if you're in the service space, storytelling then becomes the norm for you. You no longer just list your place, or maybe if you run an Airbnb, just listing on Airbnb and you're satisfied and you get your numbers. People will then come tell stories about the place. The best way to pick a cafe or a restaurant now is by what an influencer says about the location. And that's how businesses, decision making for the customer or the consumer has changed over the years. So you need to understand that all these things I just touched now are different manipulations that have happened over the years, and the technology that will be changing over the next 5 to 10 years will be more than what you've ever experienced in the past 300 years. As we speak now, we're hiring and we're also cutting down on numbers. So we're hiring some kind of talent and we're cutting down on some kind of talent. Our team has grown very large, over 100 people on the team across different 7 countries. I'm beginning to ask myself, okay, do I need to keep 100 people, or maybe so about 170? Do I need to keep 170 people on the team, or we should just shrink up to 10 and then we're able to do the things we're doing? Example, we wanted to set up LMS, working on something. The next thing, somebody came up with something this morning, and when I saw, I was the one speaking in the LMS and was delivering like my voice and everything. I said, since that guy wants to hire for the LMS training, we would get the guy off, just deliver this. A guy got a PO from a multinational here. I mean, he got a contract, like, okay, written, not gotten his PO yet. And a core member just arrived there, and that week he solved the problem he was supposed to get $70,000 for. So technology tools are moving very fast. And as a digital marketer, you also need to be on your feet and move very fast. For example, we talk about SEO, which is what Felix does, right? The first thing that shows up now on your search is the AI suggested search before you find Google search. So how do you then move your business to AI selected search, voice search, video search, and all of that? Those are the new integrations that every business needs to start looking at. And there are multiple of such that we're dealing with. I deal somehow in the reputation space, very deep. I handle a couple of reputation across the country. And I see a lot of AI manipulated videos that are also affecting us as compared to before, that people do something, say it's Photoshop, photo shoot and all of those things, or maybe Photoshop, I change something. Now you can get exact voice, you can get exact imaging, maybe smoother. Very soon it will be difficult to get the smooth edges because you no longer know when the real person or the fake person is dealing. And loads of those transformations are going to happen to both small, big, and medium businesses. And your rate of acceleration of change is very essential. So for every businesses, embrace. Some don't need to be in some places. You don't need to be in some places, but you must register that name and own the name from now, because the thing that will make you blue, like for example, talk about horrible bosses. When we talk about negative news, the handle that tweeted the first horrible bosses story only had about 128 followers at the time the story started. But by the time the thing went viral, you would realize that that person you think don't have up to 200 followers can change the entire landscape of every conversation you're having. So you have to take everything seriously. If a staff today start something like that in our organization, it can bring something down. It can also make you. So it can make you or mar you. So that's just a simple summary of my introduction into this conversation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ione. I mean, this is so fantastic. Okay, I think you spoke a bit about SEO, and we all know how very important it is to obviously optimize your online platforms, from websites to landing pages. And not just that, we're seeing the event of content marketing, right? So optimizing content now is very much important. I mean, even with content on the social media platforms, you can still show up very much with very good SEO. So I'd like to move on to Felix Akin maybe right now, since he's the SEO specialist amongst us today, and he's going to tell us a bit. I want to hear from the data aspect. I want SMEs to understand where to show up based on data, based on your business analytics. So my question to you, Felix, is please share with us which platforms actually deliver the best return on investment when it comes to investment in digital marketing. I mean, several businesses may have tried one or two platforms, but I want you to tell us from two approaches, right? From the B2B aspect and also from the B2C aspect. From your experience, from your insight, based on showing up data-wise, which of these platforms do you think actually drives the highest ROI? Please, Felix, kindly share with us. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Happiness. So there's actually a slide I prepared, just a very brief slide. I don't know if you want me to still present that, or you want me to just like answer the question, or do you want me to walk through the slide and
okay.
Like that?
I think you could. Yeah, I think you could answer the question, then walk us through the slide. Thank you.
Okay. So let me share my screen. Please confirm you can see my screen. This
We
slide.
can, we can see.
Okay, yeah, okay. So just before I enter the slide, to answer your question about tools that work for maybe B2C or B2B. So for small and medium businesses, I would say there's no particular tool that I would say, okay, this one works best for B2B or B2C. I mean, they are basic tools, they are fundamental tools, right, that you should know about, right, as a business owner when you're trying to do SEO. You know, we are doing digital marketing. From your introduction, you said there are different aspects of digital marketing. You can do social media marketing, that's part of it. You can do affiliate, you can do email marketing, you can do video, you know, things like that. You can run ads, that's part of digital marketing. But if you as a business owner, you are trying to look into the SEO side of digital marketing, there are fundamental tools, or let's see it from activity aspects, right? There are key activities you need to do, which of course will now inform the tool that you will use to achieve those activities. So I would say the tools are pretty much the same, right? But the scale at which you now use each tool will determine, you know, maybe the size of your business. So if your business is maybe just like a size of 5 to 10 employees, or you only serve like maybe a couple hundred people, then there's a scale at which you can use those tools, right? But if you're a much bigger business and enterprise, then yes, those tools we need you to maybe, of course, sign up to more of their higher tiers to be able to get more benefits. So it's still pretty much the same tools, but you know, that now depends on the scaling, all right? Yeah, so that would answer your question. So yeah.
Okay, so you can just take it to your slide.
Okay, yeah, so very briefly, Gavin. So I just wanted to come from the angle of from SEO angle towards digital marketing and helping SMEs. And in this slide, I'll be walking through like some key tools. You know, I highlighted just 5 key tools here, and like a practical, you know, like thing you can do like just in the next 1 month, right, as a business owner, you know, trying to try out SEO. So why SEO matters? I mean, SEO, of course, is a key part of digital marketing, as Eileen mentioned. But SEO matters because it's about organic search, right? If we want to compare it to ads, there's this, should I say, like age-long like battle between PPC and SEO. Like it's PPC, should you just run ads and all that? Of course, if you run ads, it works. But the thing with ads is that is when you stop, the leads stop, right? But for SEO, sure, you would spend money. SEO is not cheap. You would spend money, but it doesn't mean that it's every time you spend money that you get results. Once you spend money and you're there, you're where you should be, you're ranking on first page, you're being shown to your, you know, to the people searching for you, then that position you are just keeps bringing returns, right? So it keeps bringing returns organically. That's what people now call like free traffic or organic traffic, right? So that's why SEO matters. And for small and medium businesses, you might not have that like running cost or that budget to keep, you know, putting in ads or running this. But you know, with SEO, you can make a quality or maybe a limited time, you know, like budgeting or like investment, and you can see that investment bring returns for you even like 1 year after, 2 years after, right? I mean, there was a time I was doing this arts when I was drawing and everything a few years back. So I had like my page on Google Business, right? Oh, I'm like a pencil artist. I put my pictures of things I drew and everything on that business. And do you believe that right now I'm no longer drawing? I don't have time for that. But even years after, I get messages like from my Google Business that like someone wants to like, are you available for drawing or things like that, right? So it just shows that I don't even remember last time I opened my business profile or even spent money there. So that's why SEO does for you. You once you optimize like your online presence and everything, and you're where you should be, when the business comes and they find you, they will always reach out to you, even without you spending. So that's one key thing why SEO matters for SMEs. And I just put a screenshot here on, for instance, if you're searching for maybe a nail tech studio in Bagada, for instance, like you always see like results. Of course, besides the AI overviews that show up, but there are some searches that AI overviews is not even like, I mean, they don't really matter for that, or they don't show first. Like for this kind of searches now, you won't see AI overviews, or you say you likely see maybe Instagram pages or business owner, then you see their local pages like this. So this is where you also want to be as a business owner, having your Google business profile like sorted. I think that's like the basic, cheapest first step you should get to. When someone is, maybe for instance, it's an area they want to get, like maybe a salon or the nearest cake, maybe they want to buy cake or bakery, whatever, they can search and they can find you, right? So moving on, so just moving on straight to the tool. The first key tool is Google Search Console. It's a free tool, right? It's by Google, and this is where you could get like a direct data from Google, actually, right, about people getting to your website, the pages that are performing well, the most on your website, the top queries, right, the top keywords that are bringing people to those top pages, right? So that helps you to know that, okay, these are my best performing pages on my website. These are the keywords that people are searching for to get there. So you can know, okay, do you need to refine those keywords, right? Do you need to now own more on those pages and even build them further, because these are your top pages? So you having Search Console, it's easy to set up, just a Google search. You can know how to connect your website to Search Console. It's pretty much straightforward, right? But yeah, this is one key tool you need to have. Whether you're a small business or big business, the data here accommodates that, right? And you always see like your growth month on month. So this is a key tool for business owners in SEO. Second is Google Analytics, right? This also is a free tool from Google. Also, it helps you to measure not just organic traffic like the Search Console. This one is overall traffic. So you can know, okay, even traffic coming from your social media, from maybe a campaign you did, things like that. You can measure your overall traffic. You can also set up some conversions. Maybe on your home page, you have a submit form button, or maybe call button, or, some things you want to measure, right? You can measure how that also like converts. Okay, how many people are getting to my page? Number one, you can see that. But how many people are actually clicking this to maybe contact me or things like that? So there's a whole lot one can also do on Google Analytics. If you happen to be a business owner, you have the capacity to hire an SEO, that's fine. All these, they already have the idea on how to do it. But if not, like as I said, there's so much information everywhere now. You can also even go on YouTube and just see how analytics work and set things up yourself from there. So a third key tool, I mentioned that some tools, you first have to know the activities that you do before you know the tool that matches that. And one key activity in SEO is keyword research, right? So that's why the tools that match that, SEMrush, there's Uber Suggest, there are also other tools, but I mostly use SEMrush, right? So this just helps you to research keywords that matter to your business. As a business owner, you first, one thing I used to tell people, that if you're doing a business, right, try to sit and imagine yourself, if I don't know about my business at all, right, but I'm looking for my business, what would I search for? Like, what is the thing I would type, right? So if you're a business owner, what do you think people would type to find you, what you do? So if you can, you can articulate those phrases, or those are your keywords, your key phrases, then you can now build further keywords that relate to that. You can also pick your services. If you have like 3 key services within your business, you can also find keywords that people might search to find those services. So that will help you to and these tools, you can just put maybe a phrase in these tools, and they will generate like multiple keywords for you, keyword ideas for you to know, okay, let me now write about these keywords, or build pages that relate to this keyword, or build like an FAQ page, that answers questions to this keyword. So the fourth tool is around backlinks. This is a little bit more technical, but doing audits and getting backlinks is also a key activity in SEO, and these tools also help you for that. Ahrefs is a good one. The SEMrush also gets backlinks. And the key reason for backlinks is that you are just like getting a vote of trust or something from other websites, that, oh, this website is good in doing this, like other websites are vouching for you. because you're getting links from them that you're good in doing this, you're good in doing that, and that helps people to, you know, to rank you higher, right? Instead, I'm just trying to simplify the terms, right, as much as possible. So lastly, the fifth tool is around you creating content. I think this is something basic you can do yourself. There's Canva, there's ChatGPT. If you need to maybe create a blog draft, like ChatGPT can help you, you know, create an outline on doing that. If you need to like run a campaign, you need some ideas for a creative, you can ask ChatGPT, you can get ideas on how to design that on Canva. So these are just basic tools you can start with, like as a business owner on that. And yeah, to the plan. So for instance, if you're trying to look at, okay, I want to start something SEO in the next 1 month, what do you need to do? So first of all, you need to run an audit on your site. And yeah, so through these tools, I mentioned the SEMrush, you can put in your domain there, run an audit, you see what issues you have on your site, how to solve that, right? You can do the keyword research, pick like 5 to 10 keywords that you want to own on, right? And optimize your home page so that if for instance, let me pick a business, maybe you have like a fashion business, or let me put that, maybe you make shoes and you happen to have a website, but on your home page, you don't really mention a lot about shoes in your, you know, your H1, your headings, or your services don't really show so much. Maybe you're just, you know, writing generic words. Okay, look good to the world. Okay, be your best. You know, that's the copies on your page. Like, those are the generic words, right? You're not saying that, okay, maybe the best shoemaker in Lagos, something like that, that people will actually put it. So you need to have the right keywords featured on your page, and this will be, you know, will be inspired by the keywords you see in keyword research. And content creation is also something you can look into. Then lastly is maybe trying to build links gather. This links is pretty much like the last thing at least, but make sure that your website can be ranked and indexed on Google. That's where the technical part is. Then having the right keywords and building content that match those keywords. Those are the key things. So just trying to rush here. I think those are the just running down the key things that business owners should be able to know when they're incorporating SEO into their business. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Felix Akinebi. I mean, that was really touchdown. I mean, definitely bread and butter for you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. So right now, I'd like to welcome those of our guests who are just joining in. Are you a business owner, a founder, a startup entrepreneur? Welcome to the SME Clinic. And today we are discussing on digital marketing and tools for SMEs. And right now we just finished a session featuring SEO specialist Felix Akinebi. So if you have questions you'd like us to touch on, I doubt if we'll have enough time, but we'll surely touch on some questions. So please kindly drop your questions in the chat box so we can take on some questions. Thank you so much for sharing, Felix. Now I'd like to move straight ahead to Barbara. Do we still have Barbara on here? So Barbara has long spanning years in digital operations, and she's head of digital marketing and strategy at the Isle of Wight Council, right? So I'd just like her to touch on one of the major things that happens is most SMEs just do not know where they are at. You know, you've got to know where you are to know where you are headed, even in marketing, even in digital marketing, it's very important. You know, there are different stages. There's the visibility stage where you're just you're trying to make people know your brand. You're trying to make people aware of your brand. So I'd like to have Barbara touch on, from your experience, what's the roadmap? From your experience, what are the roadmaps you have utilized, to help SMEs move from, oh, this is where I'm at, and this is where I want to be when it comes to execution? Please share with us. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Did you get my question?
I did. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. We can hear you clearly.
Okay, so for visibility is very important for marketing and just content in general. And we need to think of visibility from 2 points of view. So when people are marketing, generally they think about selling their product. And the first thing you should be thinking about when you think about marketing and advertising and just getting your name out there is that with visibility, it's not just about marketing, it's about building your community and getting people to know you and understand who you are and just setting those things traditionally as well as on social media and the rest of them. And for brand, doing your research, market research, and understanding who knows you and who doesn't know you. And the way to go about that is basically your audience research from the get-go. A lot of people don't take advantage of analytics that they have provided to them. They're like very cheap, free, basic analytics like Google Analytics, Facebook Analytics, Instagram Analytics, etc., that you can take advantage of and understand, are people coming to your page? What's your bounce rate? Are people aware of who you are to start with before you start pumping money on advertising? A lot of people need to do that. A lot of businesses need to take a step back and do research first. Every time in my teams or every time I lead a new team, from leading Trace to leading teams at TikTok, the first thing I tell them to do is take a step back. Let's analyze who is speaking to us, who is aware that we exist, especially in emerging markets, for example. You could be a big brand name, you could be a small business trying to scale, but nobody knows who you are, and you think that you have a reputation already online because maybe one ad did well. And it's possible that the people who saw that ad are people who are not even in your niche to start with. So research is the first thing. How do you go about doing research? There are different ways to do that. There are free ways like, putting polls on your social media pages, etc. But there are paid ways that you could put some money and invest some money into things like, SurveyMonkey, user interviews and things like that to get people to give you actual feedback that would help with your content strategy. So when you go about doing your audience research, you can move from that to understand the data that you've gotten back. So make inferences, do quick A/B testing, test as much as you can, fall fast. That's why I tell everyone you have to fall. You're not going to, as Felix said, sometimes you spend money on ads and you're not going to get any returns. But a lot of times those ads you're spending money on are for research purposes. You're trying to see how people are responding to the message you're putting out there. So yeah, fall fast, do A/B testings, and when you start putting out ads. So when you get that first initial data, what you need to do as a business is sit back, analyze the result you got initially, analyze the new result you got from doing your actual research, then also move to a second level, which is competitor analysis. So understanding visibility is also from a point of view of how people, based on the data you've come across or you've gotten, you need to also understand if business B, who does the exact same thing as you, is as visible based on the metrics you've set for yourself. Are they doing better? What are they doing different? Are they making more sales based on the ads they're putting out? Those information or things like that is what is going to take your content strategy from basic to, very well tailored and very strategic. So for businesses, research is your best friend. Just going back and looking at the data is your best friend. If you need to invest money in something, it's investing money in doing your research and maybe paying for advanced tools that might help you with better social listening. I could recommend some tools on here that I use. I personally use BrandWatch, which I don't know if BrandWatch is available in, Africa, but there are a lot of other CRMs that you could use to get data, which some of them are free, some of them are part of your business. So for visibility, yes, do your research, understand where you are at, and try to go from point A to point B. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Barbara. I mean, a whole lot of times, most business owners and SMEs, entrepreneurs usually overlook the importance of research. I mean, majorly a good part of your job, I call it a job because I believe firsthand that every business owner, every entrepreneur, every startup founder should first be the #1 marketer of your service or product. So whether or not you like it, you've officially become a marketer once you are selling a product or a service, right? And a whole lot of times they overlook the importance of the sit down to actually research, use the different tools. There are different tools available there. There are social listening tools to tell. I had a client once, right, who had a bit of a PR issue, right? And we had to step in there, correct things, re-strategize her business, and do a total rebranding. Now, the very minute she just wanted to go straight to, oh, we just need to rebrand the business and, you know, we can start making sales again. But it was a major blow on her reputation, the business reputation and all of that. So we had to do a major social research. We had to use social listening tools. I think some of the major ones, AnswerThePublic.com. We had to use a whole lot of tools, you know, just to pick up data. And then we sat down, analyzed this data, and we're able to build up from there the perfect strategy to move her, not just setting out to rebranding. You know, everything is not just about, oh, we need to reinvent, or we need to rebrand. Very important that as business owners, you actually sit down to do the research work, right? And talking about, I need to confirm that everyone can still hear me, because
yes, I can hear you.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so Michael, I think I'm going to be moving straight on to you right now, because I wanted you to touch on something very important, being a digital transformation leader. You know, you've had experience in moving businesses from one point of a digital stage to another. So I want you to share with us, it's very important. Now, a whole lot of SMEs, okay, now they have the clarity of knowing that visibility is important. They know the tools to use. Now, how much do you think that an SME should invest in digital marketing? We all know that the game end, right, is to make sales, right? So in making sales, how much do you think an SME should invest? Either they are making sales or not, because sometimes in Nigeria will say, can you hear me, Michael?
Yes, I can hear
Okay,
you. Yeah.
Please go ahead. So how much do you think an SME should budget for digital marketing, you know, as a percentage of their revenue? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. So when it comes to budgeting in terms of digital marketing, I personally always look at the business. Is it a startup? What is like their value in the market? You understand? So based on that, I can decide, okay, I can tell them to invest $1,000 in the advertising, or $5,000 in the advertising, or $10,000, depending on the business. But one thing I always go through before I jump into that conclusion is, one, looking at the industry that particular brand is playing. I look at the data, I do my keyword research, and when I see the brand has a lot of competition in the market, then I will decide, okay, this is the way to go. But the first strategy I would advise the brand to do is investing in search engine optimization. I've been into search engine optimization for the past 12, 13 years. I tell them invest in search engine optimization, because do you know what? When anyone wants to make any business decision or want to search anything online, that particular individual goes straight to Google to search for that particular information. And when that particular individual goes to Google to search for that particular information and your website is not there, then that means you have lost that customer. So the first strategy is to ensure that they have a solid SEO plan, building a website for them, ensuring that their domain authority is very strong. And to achieve that, I always tell them, do you know what? Do a publication on BusinessDay, do a publication on Daily Post, do a publication on Punch, do a publication on LinkedIn KG, Nairametrics, polls. And why I'm doing that, I'm intentional because in the first 3 months, they can spend up to at least 1.5 million in terms of their budget, in terms of SEO. Because a story published on Business Day must show on first page on Google. A story published on Daily Post must show on first page on Google. So when I've achieved that for them, and I will ensure that the keyword that they want to compete for is integrated in the title and meta description of the article that we publish on all these different platforms. When that is achieved, then I will now start seeing the website growing gradually, maybe from 3rd page on Google to 2nd page on Google, then to 1st page on Google. Then when they have balanced on 1st page on Google, like 3rd position or 2nd position, then I will bring in Google Ads. When it comes to Google Ads, it's pay per click. You only pay when somebody clicks on your ad. But you have to look at some specific aspect of Google Ads. Recently, Google introduced some fantastic features: performance max, demand gen. When you look at this performance max and demand gen, with a little amount of $5, $10, you can at least get at least 2,000 visits to your website on a daily basis. So when the client wants to spend money on Google Ads, I can tell them, okay, do you know what? You can budget $150 for the next 30 days. So that means you're going to be spending at least $5 daily. So 5 times 30, that is $150. And that $150 can generate for you at least 40,000 traffic to your business. So when that is done, then I will now move to YouTube advertising. Video is very powerful. People want to know about the brand. People want to see the people behind the brand, the CEO, trust. Because when you just show up in the industry that you have set up a business and you want to go into business, people want to Google to find out who is this business. Which platform mentioned them? Are they on Business Day? Are they on this day? Are they on Punch? You understand? Because what is going on right now in the industry, it's very dangerous in terms of trust. People buy things online and they never get the product that they have bought. So people are very careful. So they'll first of all do a research to find out that, are you a reputable organization? Have you been mentioned on this big platform? Can I trust you to do transaction with your brand? So that is where online reputation management comes in. Like, I think Felix talked about it, and Ayini talked about it too. Online reputation management is very powerful because when you combine online reputation, combine your PR, combine your SEO, then combine your PPC, then you are good. So you have to look at spending at least between 1.5 million to at least 3 million in your first 6 months in running a very strategic digital marketing campaign to drive traffic, sales to your business. Because one thing, again, you have to consider is this. One thing I've experienced about working with SMEs is when they notice that the campaign that you are running for them, that they're getting traffic from that campaign, they're getting sales from that campaign, they're getting conversion, they are ready to invest more in what you are doing. Then when you tell them, let us do this, they are ready to do it because they can see the result. And another thing you have to look at very well is that digital marketing, it's measurable. You have to look at your analytics, Google Analytics. You have to see where the traffic is coming from and also which channel is bringing the best traffic to you. Is it your SEO organic search? Is it your paid search? Is it social media? Social media is very powerful. I know you all might be surprised, why have I not mentioned social media? Social media is very powerful, especially Instagram and also Google. And more importantly, when you have connected the 2 platforms together. Then another thing, again, you have to look at very well as an SME is what? Data. For example, on all these technology platforms, you can do remarketing. Sometimes I have data of Nigerians in different industries that I can easily upload on Facebook or on Google and retarget those particular individuals. You understand? Because when you retarget them, you can cross-sell to them. You understand? Though when you look at if it's the moral aspect of it, it's not that fine. However, you want your client to succeed. So you have to use every important information you have to ensure that they achieve that success. Then finally, you have to look at CRM, customer relationship management system. The best CRM I always use for my clients is HubSpot CRM. HubSpot is very powerful because recently they've updated their system. You can be able to see the search term that brought people to the website. You can collect all kinds of information from them. And you can easily connect your HubSpot CRM to your Google Ads, to your LinkedIn, to your Facebook, and to different advertising platforms. So in general, the success of every SMEs in the industry is one, utilizing your budget and ensuring that you use the right tools in executing your campaign. And finally, content. Content is extremely very powerful in everything we do. I have, throughout my career in terms of SEO, digital, my team and I, we have created more than 5,000 articles for different brands because the foundation of everything is content. Ensuring that the searcher's intent is satisfied. And if you look very well right now, AI is taking off everywhere. Answer engine optimization. The first result that comes up is AI related. So why will Google or any of this system ensure that your content is showing as number 1 or number 2 position in the answer engine optimization result? It's because the content that you have developed is relevant. The quality is high quality. You understand now? And also, you have to look at ChatGPT. Like, there was a time working on SEO project where I would just sit down, I would see different content. Maybe I'm optimizing the website right now. I would just pick the content. I will use my hand to just think about it, come up with the title, the meta description. But right now, all I need to do is to copy the URL of the website, put it inside ChatGPT. I'll tell ChatGPT, hi, my friend, please help me with title and meta description for this brand. And I need 5 focus keywords for this brand. And ChatGPT will tell me, hi, Michael, thank you. This is your title. This is your meta description. This is your focus keyword. And I will copy it, review it, then I will paste. You understand? So with all these technologies available for for small and medium businesses, I don't think they have to spend much again to get result. The main thing is one, strategically position yourself via implementing different PR strategies for your brand on top brands, on top platforms. Like what Mr. Felix talked about in SEO, there's what is called domain authority, link building, where you publish an article on BusinessDay and you put your link on BusinessDay pointing to your website. What that shows is one, you are telling the search engine, BusinessDay is saying, I'm endorsing this new small and medium business website for this particular product, for this particular content, for this particular article, service, you understand? So imagine having 15 top Nigerian websites with your article point to you. You just need to go and sleep because the amount you're going to spend in terms of PPC can reduce to at least 80% because you can sit down for the next 2-3 years and you'll be getting organic traffic to your brand and you'll just be happy and going to church and be giving thanks. A lot of people are enjoying going to church, praying, and people will be saying, what are you? But they didn't know that what they are doing is just this simple technology implementation. So thank you very much. And if there's any other question, I can answer that later. Thank you.
Yes, Hillsoft. Thank you so much, sir, for this beautiful analysis of that question. We'll come back to you shortly, but I'd like to, since you touched on content and you touched on, posting on several platforms as well. So I'd just like to take it on to Isaac Odugbeso, who is strategy lead at Digiforia Media. He's had a whole lot of experience, with storytelling, digital content. So Isaac, I'd just like you to share with us, how often should an SME post, on each platform to stay visible? Now, are you of the opinion that that consistency, is more powerful than frequency for small businesses, for the visibility of their business. Is consistency more powerful than frequency? And if it is, how often? What is consistency for you? Please share with us.
Hi, Happiness. Thank you so much. So I probably had a slide, but I just keep that right now and just go straight into the question because of time. I think that one of the most important things is that speakers have been amazing. I've heard like pretty good stuff that I myself want to implement in my business as I continue to grow. But one of the most important things about the question that you asked now is that I have it in my slide. Consistency is key for me. Because one of the speakers has spoken about A/B testing, and even when you're running an ad or you're trying to push a content, I don't know that there's any business that I have been involved with that I don't know what is working for it. And it's not because I'm a magician, it's that I have been able to put out content over and over again. And I see that, oh, for this content, motion graphics works. For this business, videos work. For this business, this works, right? Or for this particular, space that we are in. So like you said, it would also trickle down into different tranches, like you saying awareness, consideration, and conversion. What are you pushing first? There's some conversations that you go for that you probably have to spark up reactions. Maybe you're trying to say that spark up reaction for a particular product, and then from there, and that's graphics, on Twitter or something. So consistency for me, I would rank higher than frequency, but the frequency in this part for me is that we cannot throw away the bait and the baby and the bathwater away. It's also important to be strategically understand what you're putting out and not just put it out blindly, right? There's something we call in tech to say you can build in public, which is to keep up posting. But I always tell people, businesses, my team, anybody that I work with, that strategy is bigger than implementation. And unfortunately, in the digital marketing agency world, implementation is paid more for. You would struggle to get maybe 2-3 million from a client to do XYZ, but maybe the same client will spend maybe 100 million on billboards. But it's important to know where you are going even before you hit that road. So, and that's what I would take with frequency. So it's important that you strategically, don't just, I tell people when they come and say, let's do something, and so, let's do this today. So can we just make some videos? What are we trying to achieve? At what phase are we trying to achieve? Which is some of the speakers have also spoke of that. It's also important to take data when you push. Take data. So my advice is consistency over frequency. Don't throw away frequency also, because frequency for me is strategy, right? Then also listen to the advice of gathering data. Like there's free data everywhere where you're posting. There's free. If you don't have data for the business you're posting, take data in that industry. Look at what your sizable addressable market is. And I think that I always see it as, even before you create what you're creating, there's something called a mom's test, right? It's also important to know what real pain and consistent behavior is in that particular field. And so that you can also, because I feel like the real problem sometimes is to niche down what your product is so that people can actually get it, right? And know what your beachhead is, regardless. So yes, consistency. Then consistency would mean that just keep posting, right? Change the idea. Today do videos, see what it's doing, engage people, push out email. In digital marketing, there's push and pull. There are people that you pull and people that you push to, like emails, SMS, and the rest of it. So it depends on what you're doing, but consistency is key for me. So especially for a small business, is really important for me. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Isaac Odubeso. But I'd just like to touch down on something else, since you also major in storytelling. So now for businesses, how can they scale video production? I mean, we're talking about now in the era where to create scroll-stopping videos, it needs to be of really good quality. Although there have been disparate cases where we've seen videos that are not up to the quality, still going viral, like having viral moments. But I always tell people, social media strategy is not about any viral moment. It goes beyond that. We're talking about conversions, we're talking about visibility, and of course, but it's beyond the viral moment. So how can they scale video production, to produce post-stopping videos for content marketing? Please share with us briefly. Thank you.
Okay, so the concept about the kind of video and the quality of video is always very important to me, Sha, right? I know there are a lot of biases that probably go against that. You can see, permit me to mention, maybe a very dark man's video doing it numbers, and you can be in a proper studio with fine face and your videos are not doing numbers. Now, the reason for that is not because you're not selling the right thing, it's because the niche that you're operating is different, right? Number one, that niche doesn't necessarily need, he's building an influencer brand and not you understand, a business brand that you're trying to build for yourself or a client, right? But it's also a place you have to be careful. Now, what I use is, as a person, I have had to learn and update my skill to push for business. For example, I've had to learn how to, I did one of the best standing head videos ever. I tell people, like, and I'm not a video editor. It's something I just took my time to really understand. I can share with you videos. And my concept is that I'm always also looking at who are the people that you're selling to, right? Who is your customers? For example, I have a business that does reproductive health for women, and I have doctors and almost 1,000 pharmacies that are integrated. One of the most important things for me is, if I'm trying to sell to women of the middle class, I cannot be doing any other video. The women that I'm pushing to do that need to see, oh, we are safe here. Oh, this makes sense to me, right? And with strategy, it makes sense. But I'll tell you for a fact that if you're running a business, fail forward, right? If you don't have the means to do the best video and edit the best way, start it, right? But learn. Don't keep it there. Don't be intentional about it. Also, don't start, crazily. There are two things that are important. There are hooks that make more sense. You can just say, I always tell people that one of the most people that bully people on Instagram, people that sell fish and meat, oh my God, they bully people a lot, because it feels like they are trying to tell you that if you don't buy that fish or meat, you're going to lose out on life. I had to make a video recently say, okay, I will buy. I will not lose out on your Benue yam. But these guys just get a mic and shout,
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So that's it. Yeah, that's it for me. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you so much. I mean, I wish we to really take on this topic. I think would need a whole week of webinars to really take on this topic, because it's a whole lot. And like I said, we've got powerhouses, a whole lot. It feels like the more I try to draw from your wells of knowledge, it seems like there's so much more for you to give. So I really just want to say special thank you to every one of our speakers that has joined us today. Thank you, Barbara. Thank you for sharing your insight with us. In such a short time. Thank you, Isaac Odubeson. Thank you, Ione. Thank you, Mr. Hillsoft. Thank you so much for sharing with us your insights today. And also thank you, Michael Ezeadiche. Means a whole lot for you to share your professional insights with us today. So I'd just like to run through our speakers, just one word. I mean, for a business owner, one word for a founder out there. So I'd like to start with Felix Akin, maybe. Please, just one word, or let's just say phrase.
Okay. Be there when your customers are searching.
Absolutely. I love that. Thank you so much, Felix. Thank you for keeping it short. Well doctored. Okay, next. Okay, so let's have Isaac back. Well, let's have Isaac. Just one word, please.
Well, he said 4, but that's okay. He said 4 words.
Okay,
but that's okay.
it's fine.
I think my digital marketing is the most powerful equalizer for small businesses.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love that a lot. So which means as a small business, you can decide not to play small with digital marketing. That's beautiful. Okay, is Barbara here? Please, Barbara, a sentence, a word. to sign out?
I would say marketing is not advertising. It's building your community, it's listening to people, and it's customer service online or traditionally. So let's stop thinking in silos and expand our view of how we see marketing.
So super fantastic. I love it. Thank you so much, Barbara. Okay, next up, Michael Ezadichie.
What I can say, just build trust. Build trust. Every small and medium business to build trust online. When that happens, your customers feel free to do business with you and can recommend you. Just build trust.
Fantastic. Okay, I think we'll have one more of our speaker, Sayani Ekundayo.
Okay. Very simple and primary. After listening to everybody, I don't know what to say again because it seems these people are wiser than Solomon. Don't do everything that they tell you should do, but I will always tell you that explore, post, and do as much as you can. That's where you can find results. Explore and post, and collaborate a lot. You will find a lot of results doing that. And I would like to connect with all the speakers so that I can learn from them. It seems all these people are wiser than Solomon, and we are still learning in the chambers.
Please. These are masters of their fields. Most definitely. So please kindly connect with our speakers. You can learn more from them. Most of them share articles, writings, and speaking, on their fields. I mean, a webinar of 1 hour, 30 minutes can never be enough to draw from these powerhouses. So you could connect with them on LinkedIn, follow some of their materials. Please ensure that you do that. And you can also drop your questions. It could inspire the next topic we'll be having on the SME Clinic. Well, this has been the SME Clinic organized by BusinessDay. I'd like to especially thank all our speakers once again for joining us today discussing on the topic, digital marketing and tools for SMEs. So if you're a business owner, you're a founder, it's not about having all the information that you need. It's about taking the action points that you've heard, going to check out the tools that you have heard. I mean, there's a whole lot of marketing dimensions out there for you for social media marketing. If you're looking for engagement and visibility, let's say you're a Nigerian fashion brand, you could use your Instagram reels, your Instagram contents, to build, because you need face value. You need a brand that can be trusted by human beings. You can do that. It's very important that you don't just chase followers and likes. I mean, those are not measurable metrics. You need to chase conversions, very important, and use data, use insights to track whatever you're doing. Also, we talked on search engine optimization. It's very important that you optimize your website, your landing pages, and your content, even on Instagram. It can now appear on Google when it's well optimized. Very, very important. Then also, we touched on influencer marketing. Ensure that the influencers you are choosing are not just the one with the big numbers, but the ones with the big numbers of your target audience, or the ones already creating content on your niches. It's very, very important. And then also take advantage of the SEM tools available, like SEM Rush, pay-per-click ads, and all of those things. Very, very important. Then also Google My Business. I would really, really recommend that. One of the speakers touched on it today, because your local SEO is very, very important. And then email marketing. You heard one of the speakers. You cannot but do without it in this time. Very important that you build your mailing list. I mean, one of the most foundational tools is MailChimp. So just focus on giving value with your newsletters, and then you can build your mailing list. Also, I think another point where people overlook is SMS and WhatsApp marketing. Ensure that you this is instant messaging for you. So ensure that you harness this. So, we can't touch on everything, but that'll be all for today on the SME Clinic. So you can drop thank yous for your doctors. We had Dr. Barbara, we had Dr. Ayani, Dr. Hillsoft, we had Dr. Michael, Dr. Felix. Thank you so much for coming on SME Clinic. And to all our viewers and participants, I want to especially thank you. Happiness Godwin, digital strategist and marketing communications expert. Until next time, I'll see you again on the SME Clinic. But in this meantime, you can call me Dr. Digital Doctor, something like that. Bye, everyone. See you all next time.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to another session of our Millennial Hangout. And today I'll be your moderator for today. My name is Esther Owari. Okay. My name is Esther Owari. To all our speakers, we're sorry we're starting a little bit late. We needed to work on some things. So we're live now and we're starting shortly. So just say hello if you can hear me.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Bamidele.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, Abraham.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Can you hear me? Please just say hello so we can quickly start. We're already running out of time.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, Mr. Asha. Okay, we're starting shortly. And today's topic is personal finance for millennials. Personal finance is actually a very interesting topic because most times it's very difficult for us to keep our finances because a lot of us feel like, okay, we're working, but at the end of the day, we don't even have something to show for it. And it's all about managing our finances and having financial stability, which we have come to realize that it's very difficult for millennials. Which we have come to realize that it's very difficult for millennials to maintain financial stability and security for their personal finance. So that is why today we have come to bring you speakers because we believe you all are experienced in this field and to help our millennials know how to manage their personal finances. So in no particular order, I would just want you all to briefly introduce yourself before we dive into the topic. So I'm just going to start with Ms. Bamidele. Can you please introduce yourself? Hello, Ms. Bamidele, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. How are you? My name is Bamdele Faitolua Esther, and I'm a regional manager for, and I work with Momo PSB. And have an 8 years experience in fintech industry, specializing in business development and strategic growth. And I'm happy to be here today. Thank you.
It's nice having you on this platform today, Ms. Bamidele. Mr. Asher, can you please introduce yourself?
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Asha Deni, and I lead the Work and Prosper and my EasyPay team here in Lagos. We work with small businesses to manage, their human resource and HR. While our Work and Prosper business helps particularly millennials to manage their finance and build wealth for the long term.
Thank you, Mr. Asha. It's nice to have you on this platform today. Mr. Abraham, can you please introduce yourself?
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Abraham Duroshawo. I am Vice President at the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. It is Nigeria Sovereign Wealth Fund. So what I do is managing the wealth of the entire nation, and I have worked in investments and investment banking and management now for almost 2 decades, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abraham. It's nice to have you on our platform today. We hope to learn a lot from you all today. Mr. Silvanus, are you online? Hello, Mr. Silvanus, are you online?
No.
Okay, I think they will join us. So, because we've already wasted much time, so let's just dive into the topic because I know our millennials are itching to hear what personal finance is all about and how they can keep their personal finances. Thank you so much. So I'll be calling on Mr. Abraham to tell us what you have for us. The floor is yours for 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity once again. to Business Day. I'm also a millennial, so I can relate with everyone joining this afternoon. So I would just like to put things as simple as possible and just establish certain foundations. Firstly, I'll talk about your earnings before you start to talk about investments. Every investment consideration starts from where there is resource on ground. And I believe a lot of us as millennials, ideally, we've went through school, we've been working for many years, depending on how long, but averagely, if I look at millennials, it will be somewhere within the 10-year circumference and above. And I also believe that there are also younger people who are joining this morning. So it is important to establish how your investment future is going to be funded. And ideally, it's either you find people in jobs or two, you find them in entrepreneurship. So I'm going to speak to that first.
Can you please increase your volume a little bit because we can barely hear you?
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent. So just to recap what I've said, I am focusing firstly on how to generate income so that you're able to invest, because without income, you will not be able to invest. And I believe that if we classify the two main sources of people's sources of revenue or income, it's either they're in jobs or they run businesses. So I will just take a step back to speak about that. I think the number one principle I would like to share first is to find what you love. Whether you find that in a job or you find that in business, what that translates to is that you are then able to add the most value, because the foundation of income is value add, right? So the question you should ask yourself, if you're currently in a job or you currently run a business, is what value are you adding and what value are you creating? So for myself, that I work for the Sovereign Wealth Fund, my job is to determine where to invest the fund under management across sectors, from healthcare to power to gas to agriculture, etc. Now, because of the years of experience I've built in investment banking and investment management, I'm able to create that value for the organization I work for, which then translates into income for me on a monthly basis if you're in salary jobs or in different structures for those who own businesses. So what value are you adding to your organization? What value are you adding to your customers? So I think that is the first foundation. And I even want you to do an exercise today. The fact that you've been adding a certain degree of value doesn't mean you cannot upscale the degree of value you can add, because that then translates into more money for you. All right. And talking about personal finance, I always use the analogy of a table. Ideally, a table should have 4 legs, and I think I learned that from reading from several billionaires from around the world who try to use us as a principle. For you to have a successful financial life, relating this to personal finance, think about a table that is supported by 4 legs. Ideally, you should target at having, as you move into the future, average of 4 sources of income. One could be from your salary, one could be from passive investments. Maybe you own shares or you buy financial instruments like bonds or treasury bills that give you a return for putting your money in those investments. 3 could be 3 or 4 could be different businesses. Or let me say 4 could be in you monetizing what you have in you. So for example, you might want to write a book if you are very good in some specific areas and you want to share. So You can monetize your intellectual property. You can monetize how to speak. You can monetize how to bake. You can monetize how to, teach people different things, So if you think about personal finance, always bear in mind the idea of a table that is supported by 4 legs. One could be your salary. The other could be a business you are invested in. The third could be financial instruments. The fourth could be many other things, including monetizing things you can do. And then in terms of intellectual property, right? Now, still talking about the value add, there is no limit to how much value you can actually add to your organization or to your customers. So if you currently maybe sell digital services, maybe banking services, you take an example like a Stanbic now. They also provide insurance services. They provide pension management. They provide asset management. So you see many services for the same customers, and they're able to make difference, generate different revenue from all those services. So the question I want to ask you today is, how much more value can you create in your organization? How much more value can you create with your business that will translate into more income for you? So, and the reason why that is important is because the foundation of investment, like I said earlier, starts from the income you make for yourselves. So if you're in a job, how much do you currently earn? And in the next 1 year, as we begin to end the year, by 2026, how much value do you want to be creating by then, so that that translates into how much more income you can generate by adding incremental value? So I think it's important to establish that the origin of wealth is value creation, and you can create that value in many ways. I want to challenge everybody on this call today. Think of writing a book in the next 1 year. Most of the things you do, you might take for granted, because you know how to do it. But imagine putting it in a form where you can share it with 6 billion people all over the world because of the advantage of digital. That might be a source of income for you in the next 12 months, and I would like to drop that challenge. Now, in terms of personal finance from an investment point of view, I will just things from the finance point of view. There are 2 ways you can invest. It's either you invest debt in a company, or you invest equity in terms of financial instruments. And largely people do debt, and let me just speak to that. You can invest in treasury bills. They will give you back your money in less than 1 year with return. I think right now it's around 16% based on the ones in the market. Or you can invest in bonds. Bonds are longer term instruments, 2, 3, 4, 5 years, 10 years. Lagos State has just issued a 10-year bond. I think it's about 16%. What that means is that every year they'll pay you 16% return, and at the end, they'll give you back your money in year 10 with 16% return. So if you invest 1 million, it means every year they will give you 160,000 naira. Okay, so go online, Google about treasury bills, Google about commercial papers, Google about bonds, and start from there. Those are very minimal risk investments that you can start with, and over time, you can consider many, many other options. And lastly, just to wrap up what I'm saying, seek good financial advice. A lot of us don't have financial background. I believe maybe somebody on this call might have invested in things that maybe you lost your money. Before you invest in any opportunity, make sure you do your research, seek professional counsel. Some of you might think that is expensive. If you check your list of contacts, you have a lot of friends who work in finance and investment houses. Seek for their advice, read online about different opportunities, so that you make informed decisions when you're investing. To summarize all I have said, the foundation of wealth is value add. What value are you adding in your job? And 2, what value are you adding with your business? Because people only pay for value. Then 2, you can increase the amount of value you create so that you can earn more, because without earnings, you cannot invest. Then number 3, I talked about the analogy of a table. Aspire to have at least 4 sources of income. 1 might be from your job, 2 can be from investing in different opportunities like treasury bills, 3 can be a side business, and 4 can be monetizing what you know how to do. So that, why is that important? If any of the legs gets taken away, you lose your job, your financial life does not come crashing down. And then 4th, I talked about investment opportunity like treasury bills, which has minimal risk, and government bonds, which right now is returning 16%. So consider that if you're looking at investing. And lastly, I did mention seek professional counsel when you are looking to invest your money so that you do not lose it. My last word is what I learned from Warren Buffett, the 3 rules of investing. Number 1, never lose money. Number 2, never lose money. And then number 3, never forget the number 1 and number 1 rule, being do not lose money. Thank you for listening.
So much, Mr. Abraham. We've learned a lot from you. I personally have learned a lot from you. You said that we should add more value and we should earn more so that we can be able to invest. Thank you for that word. I also like the fact that you talked about people losing money. I could remember in January, I lost over 7 million trying to invest. And that was my first time to trying to invest. And I lost a lot. I was like, oh, I'm never investing again. But that's why this topic is actually created, so that we millennials, a lot of us that has lost, can actually learn on what to invest, treasury bills, and the other. Thank you so much. I have a lot of questions for you, but I'll come back to you. So Ms. Bamidele, you're next in line. Please, 10 minutes, the floor is yours. Just tell us about the topic, what you have for us today. Thank you.
I would love to share my screen, even though Mr. Abraham has said a lot, So please just let me know if you can see my screen.
Share your screen.
So kindly let me know if you can see my screen, please.
We can see your screen.
All right, thank you so much. So today, Mr. Abraham, just like I said a whole lot about personal finances for millennia. And I will be speaking more on the essential tips and strategy for managing money wisely. And this is coming from my own fintech background. Well, as we all know, millennials in Nigeria, born between 1981 to 1996, face a lot of financial realities shaped by high inflation, currency volatility, rise in unemployment, and rapid technological adoption. And these are what has forced Nigerian millennials to adapt, to also be resilient and also be strategic in planning. From this, we can go to the angle of the fintech opportunity, which is rapid technology, technological adoption, and fintech innovation provided to access to savings and investment platform. Then also building financial resilience. We'll see that a whole lot of Nigerian millennials right now, it's a bit stiff-necked for them and to do a lot of financial investments, except they have quite a lot of knowledge about it. The Nigerian economic context, you see that you have high inflation impacting over 20% of the purchasing power, requiring a cost of living adjustment for household. Then also we talk about the currency depreciation. These are things that affect Nigerian millennials and their finances. Naira depreciation against major currency takes foreign investment and dollar assets more attractive. Then also we realize that youth unemployment is also a challenge. As you see, the high youth are unemployed, it drives the need for multiple income streams and side hustle. Just like he has earlier said, he mentioned that as a Nigerian, you're supposed to have 4 different incomes, right? You have different means of income that is bringing money for you, either weekly, monthly, or yearly. Then financial growth opportunity, boom fintech sector empowers Nigeria to save, invest and manage money wisely digitally with innovative platform. They would want to move to the core pillars of finance, personal finance, which is the budgeting strategy. I have a budgeting rule, which is the 50, 30, and 20% rule. 50% of your income to essentials, 30% to wants, and 20% to savings and debt repayment for balanced budgeting. We all know that as millennials, we have the power of when put right, we have the power of actually actualizing this budgeting rule. Then also the zero-based budgeting. The zero-based budgeting helps manage an irregular income. So for instance, for those that do not have regular income, you have the mama lodgers, the baba lodgers, you have the business entrepreneurs. The zero-based budgeting can help in regulating this and minimize wastage. Then you pay yourself first principle. You automate saving before spending. You have to always save. As a millennial, try as much as possible to save and spending to ensure steady progress towards financial goals despite inflation changes. Then the use of fintech app. Leverage on local Nigerian fintechs app to simplify your budgeting and maintain financial discipline effectively. One of the topics that most millennials really shy away from is debt management. And debt management is something that it's more of a challenge for us, because you see millennials borrowing money and not being able to pay the money back, or going for high interest loan challenges. When you hear, oh, we are going to give you this certain percent, and you get money, at the end of the day, the borrower starts coming after them. Then the avalanche repayment method. The avalanche method prioritizes repaying highest interest debt first to minimize total interest paid over time. This is just telling you that if you have a loan that is a lot, if you have multiple loans, the one that is highest, start by paying that one first. Then over time, the small one, you start gaining momentum to also start paying them. Then the slow ball repayment method. This slow ball method focuses on paying off smaller debts first to build momentum and maintain motivation. So whichever one pays you, it's a good one for you to have a debt management challenge. Also, loan negotiation and consolidation. Negotiating terms, you go and meet your loan facilitators and you tell them, you negotiate on terms and consolidation loans through cooperative can reduce, going to the IM, the banks and the likes, but you have the cooperatives that their interest is low and there's also a bit of ease of payment. Then I would also want to say that while building our finances as millennials, we also need to build our credit score. Although in Nigeria, it's a bit, it's not something that we really do here, but it's something that we can actually also adopt, which is the bank account management. You have to have all your bank linked to a BVN, your BVN, the responsible digital lending. You have to be responsible in lending money on different platforms. You see millennials collecting money from here, collecting money from different places, and at the end of the day, it becomes very cumbersome for them to pay back. Then timely bill payments. You pay your utility bills on time. Some fintechs actually track this and they submit it at the Bureau of Credit Bureau to improve credit worthiness. So when you want to go for bigger loans, they know that over time you've actually been doing what is right. Then you have the debt management, avoid loan defaults and maintain low debit levels. This creates credit worthiness in Nigeria. Then also for us as millennials, it would be good for us to also create the habits of having emergency funds. A lot of us do not have this, and this is something that this is a culture we need to imbibe. The purpose, you don't know what's going to happen as you go out, but it's very good to have that separate fund for emergency. Emergency funds provide financial protection against unexpected funding. this is actually very, very important. Then saving targets, you need to save as a millennial at least 3 to 6 months of your salary. You need to have that money as that can be easily accessed in case of emergency. Then we have economic context. You know, our economy is very volatile right now. There's hike in prices of different things. You know, we have to also have that money that in case there's something happens now, I can have this money handy. Then also, excuse me, role of fintech platform. You can also use the fintech platforms to lend, to borrow money, and with discipline, pay the money back. Then I will also briefly want to talk about investing. It's also very good for us to diversify investments. There are different options of investment in Nigeria. You have the stock, you have the fixed income instruments, you have the dollar-dominated platform for different portfolio. You have the long-term investment, you have the short-term investment. Excuse me. Also, for us as millennials, we should also try thinking about our retirement plan. It is not too late or it's not too early for us to start our retirement planning. The early start for compound interest. Begin your retirement planning early to maximize profit from a compound interest growth over time. Then also utilize your PFAs. You know, if you are working with government, if you're working with a very good structured environment, companies and all, it's also good for you to do voluntary and involuntary, you know, contribution. Then apply the 25x rule. Just estimate retirement saving and multiply it by your annual expense by 25 for a comprehensive financial growth. Then for every year, I always also advise sit down, review, adjust, and do contributions. You know, this is also very good. You know, we have some fallacies, some bias, common financial biases. They're saying, oh, the herd mentality causes following investment trend towards research, leading to poor financial choices. If you are too overconfident, overconfidence sometimes can kill. That's why it is good for you to check in with your brokers, check in with your financial investors, check in with your bank managers, you know, just to mitigate any shortfall that is coming when you want to invest. Then the practical tips I just want to give practical tips for financial success. Automate savings and bills. It's good for you to have an automated savings that every time picks up money from your account and is saving money from you. It can be monthly, it can be quarterly, it can be yearly. Then use the 24 hours rule. Before you do anything, think about it for 24 hours. You want to buy clothes, you want to buy shoes, you want to buy a car, think about it for 24 hours. Think about the pros and the cons. Is this going to add value to me? Is it not going to add value to me? Then just like the earlier speaker said, build multiple streams of income. It is very good. Now, it doesn't have to even be, your money can be talking for you, can be working for you, you know, do a mutual fund, do treasury bills. You know, these are things that can work for you while you're asleep. Then review your financial goals every year. While we are also doing this, you leverage on the technologies that we have right now. The technologies that we have right now gives you security, builds wealth strategies for you, then gives you savings and investment. In summary, effective budgeting and debt management is very essential for us millennials. Also, building credit and emergency fund is something that we should not take lightly. It is something we have to prioritize. Then investing and our retirement planning, it is not too early for us to be thinking about our old age. It is very, very okay for us to start now. Then leveraging on fintech and practical ability. There are some fintechs that help you invest. So these are things that we need to think about, and we also need to put into consideration. So thank you so much.
Much, Miss Bamidele. We've really learned a lot from you today. The fact that you said Nigerians should try to build their credit score. I hear that often, and I'm like, is it really going to work in this country, Nigeria? And also the fact that you said emergency fund. Yeah, we did not want to keep emergency fund too, but with the things going on in this country, whereby you're buying something today, the next moment is higher, and our salaries are not increasing. We always go back to our emergency fund. But millennials, you've heard, you should try to prioritize your emergency fund and invest, diversify. Thank you so much, Ms. Badminton. I have a lot of questions for you, but I'll come back to you later. So, Mr. Asha, the floor is yours for 10 minutes. Let's hear what you have for us today.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I hope you can hear me clearly. The last two speakers have spoken a lot and a lot of things that I would also like to share, but I would just kind of make it a bit more practical, and I'm hoping that when I share my screen that we can see my screen when I share it. So let me try. Just 1 minute, please. All right, so I'm sharing now, and I'll just make it practical, taking a cue from what the former speakers have said. But I'll begin with this story. So one of my friends' dad passed some months ago, and he passed, at the it was over 90 when he passed. But he was very, very much contrarian. He did things that most people frown at. He did things that most people would not approve of. For instance, he had 6 wives. So, and he also had over 20 children, But when he passed, and one thing was he didn't have any formal education, so no formal education. He had a business throughout his lifetime. So he started this business when he was kind of about 19. And that was the only business, that was sort of like the only formal structured business that he had till he died. And so he had a business for over 70 years, and but some of the things I would share today were some of the things that he did, because when he died, he gave a lot of assets to his children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. In fact, I recollect that, to his drivers, he gave 2 houses and a salary for life, and all did the same thing for his secretary. And so you wonder, how much more he gave to his children and his children's children and great-grandchildren and all that, And some of the things that the speakers have said, or all the things they said earlier, we need to kind of practicalize it. And the thing for millennials, especially millennials, are already thinking about is either I continue my life as it is right now, which is I just foot the bill and I don't worry about tomorrow. So a lot of millennials' retirement plan are their children. Like my children will take care of me, just like our parents too. Some of our parents, we are their retirement plan. So nothing should happen to us, and that's why they keep praying for us. But we can change that thought process a little bit, and I'm saying this because this is something like I did, and that's why I'm helping more people to do that. And it was when I learned the power of compound interest, and I realized that what I should have learned earlier in the day, the most important skill is the ability to control my spending. That's the most important skill. There is nothing else. It's just my ability to control my spending, because as you go high, as you earn more, you tend to like spend more. And so the important skill that most wealthy people have on time is that even when they become wealthy, you most likely would not know on time until they are able to afford 10 times what they're already spending on. And I remember, I mean, this is a public story. We all know Davido, and Davido shared that story that he never knew his dad was rich because he would just come home and, you know, it's the regular home until one day he just discovered that, oh, they're actually rich. I mean, this was a long time ago. And it's very striking because I've seen a lot of people when they grow, especially rich people, they grow with this, you know, mentality. And it's important that we have that. So just making it practical. So just coming to the practical, let me see if my screen will show. Can we see my screen? If it's not showing, I can just leave it. Can we see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay, awesome. So if you are earning, so I just want to practicalize it. So start early, and what should you start? So if you are earning monthly, say you are earning 80,000, Bamidele said you should spend 40,000. So I just increased it a bit because I want to be very practical, because I know a lot of us are already spending 80,000, or some of us are already spending 100,000, and we're earning 80,000. So I just want to make it practical. So and also brought down what you should be saving or investing. I also brought it down a bit. Ideally, you should be saving or investing 20% of your income, you know. But the truth is, I will show you how compounding works, especially if you put your money in very good, in a fund manager or a savings account, good savings account, not just your regular savings account. And I will explain now that, you know, down the line. So if you're earning 80,000, you should be spending 50,000, and you should be saving greater or equals to 8,000. If you are earning 250K monthly, you should be spending nothing more than 150K, so that you can have something for emergency. Your emergency savings is different from what you are saving and investing for your future. Also, your savings and investment is different from what you are saving for your rent, for school fees, for all these things. It's very different, because that's one of the things that I realized. You know, we have a lot of these offers and solutions in the market, but they focus on short-term savings, short-term needs, and not long-term. So we have to think long-term. You know, we have to think long-term. I know a lot of us do pension and all that, but this is not the time to talk about a highly regulated market like that. But if you are, I mean, the simplest thing that you can do, which I would also share later on, is just to get a simple savings account that right now, at this moment in Nigeria, offers you a minimum of 20% per annum. That's the simplest thing you can do. And there are so many. That's the simplest, one of the safest thing you can do. And just put your money there, and put it there every month. It can be 1,000, it can be 2,000, and I will tell you how much 8,000 would be in 50 years if you do it every month. Okay, you know what? If you're listening, before I go to the next slide, just imagine how much will 8,000, a contribution of 8,000 be in 50 years if it's at 20% per annum. Just think about it as I go on. So if you are earning 450K every month, you shouldn't be spending more than 300K. So again, I've slightly increased it. It's more than 50%. I know that because of realities, right? Prices have increased and all that. But you shouldn't, because you are earning very well according to Nigerian standard. Most of the time, the major thing that you need to reduce are your rent and your children's school fees. Those are the major things that you need to reduce. Every other thing, you already know that you can work around it, like feeding, which is also one of the major bills, you know, for a household. And if you're single, you're so lucky. You don't need to you don't need to start comparing yourself with others and go and live in a place where you know that it's taking all of your salary for the year. That's not a wise decision as a single, you know. So you should, as a single, you're so lucky because you can just save and invest as much as maybe 50% or 70% of your income, depending on where you are, you know, and depending on the friends that you move with, so that you guys can collaborate and maybe rent an apartment and do a lot of things together, you know. So remember the question I said earlier, and this is what it becomes. I know that it's very tiny, it's very deliberate, but because I want to talk through it. So that 8,000 at 20% in 50 years, it becomes 4 billion naira in 50 years if you don't spend out of it. But just imagine what you have now consumed in the last maybe 10 years or 20 years. Do you get? In 10 years, the 8,000 naira you contribute monthly is 2 million naira, 2.7 million naira. You don't see that this will become 4 billion. You don't see that because just 8,000, how much is that? But it's actually a lot. And when you stay consistent like that, and that's what I'm saying, this is some of the secrets that the wealthy use, and it goes like that. I did the projection for these are things that you can do yourself. I mean, this is just simple math. It's not, I'm not using anything. You can have an account that yields 9.5% per annum and do it yourself and say, oh, if I put if I consistently put my money in this particular account, how much will I get in the next 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years? And this is what the rich do. You know, I've listened to like a lot of rich people say they negotiate. I mean, if you're putting your money in a bank because it's safe for you, or you are putting your money in a pension account because it's safe for you, and you know that you are doing the bank a favor by putting your money there, so you should negotiate. You should sit down. This is something I do. I do it for every investment that I do, because if I'm going to do this consistently, you are banking on my money to invest with it. So I negotiate. And this is something that you can do yourself. Another analysis I did to make it practical for you is that if you just say you put 1 million naira in an account today and you don't touch it, in that same 20% account, you know, and 20%, I mean, you can get, there are some fintech solutions where you can get as high as 21, 22, even 25% per annum. And when you get 25% per annum for some time, but the word of caution here, just before I go on, is that you must regularly check, because interest rates changes. It's not fixed. You know, what is fixed is what the investment firm is giving you for that particular tenure. After that tenure, you have to renegotiate it. It's the same thing with banks, same thing with investment firms. You have to renegotiate it, especially if you're using a savings account or a mutual funds management account. You need to check, you need to be aware, especially mutual funds that is very dynamic. You need to check. You need to always check your quarterly report and find out, are they paying me what they should be paying me, or what I think they said they would pay me. That is very essential. So again, coming to this, do your analysis. If I put 20 million in a pause for 50 years, which means in practical terms, you are coming back every year for 50 years to say, okay, what is the percentage now? Oh, the percentage is less than 20%. Oh, is there any other place that is safe I can put my money for 20% because I have this projection? And you take your money from there and put it there. And before you take your money, the bank will start begging you, okay, we'll give it to your 20% now. Do you understand? So it's very, very important that you think about it from that point of view. So the lessons we've learned today is just start today. No matter where you are as a millennial, you're 30, you're 35, you're 40, you're 41, start today. And that's why I showed us this previous slide. You can even just put some money. I know our host was saying that, oh, she lost some money, 7 million earlier in the year. And one of the things that I've made that mistake before, because I just think, you know, when I hear something like this, I feel like, let me go and do it. But it doesn't happen tomorrow. You can see that in the first 5 years, 10 years, you don't know that something is happening, but then it starts compounding. You know, is it Albert Einstein or somebody that said compounding is the eighth wonder of the world? The power of compounding is the eighth wonder of the world, because when something compounds, you don't know first year, the first 2 years, it looks like you're doing nothing. But by the time you get to 20, 30, 40, 50, that's when everything blows up, And then the second lesson is select a good savings or fund manager account with an annual yield of over 20%. I know that as inflation reduces, which it is in Nigeria, this interest rates will go down, but you can quickly take advantage of it for the next 1 year. Just take advantage of it for the next 1 year. Hopefully your fund manager would not, or your savings account, the company, the bank will not reduce it in the next 1 year. So just quickly take advantage of it while the savings is low. So, and you can see that this is a little bit higher than mutual bonds, commercial papers, and all that. So you can just take advantage of it and just select a good savings. And then obviously the third one is control your spending. As you see, what a lot of us what I used to do is I used to spend my interest. There's no gain in spending your interest right now. So you need to know which interest you're spending, which interest you are saving and building for the future. That's very important. That's very, very important, because if you are spending all the interest you are earning, there's really nothing. You're saving, but you're not maximizing what you could have achieved. Then budget. Live within your means. There's no exception for not budgeting. Budget. Continue to think, because by the time you're used to budgeting, you're actually maximizing your brain power to live well financially. Nothing will happen to you by chance. You can make sound financial decisions. You can make, if you have a budget and you say, this is the budget I want to have, then you can go find out how you want to live within that budget. That's what budget forces you to do. It will force you to negotiate, it will force you to research, it will force you to do so many things because you want to live within that budget. If you start budgeting today, it doesn't mean that you would achieve 100% of the budget, but you will get there. That's the purpose of the budget. You will get there if you stick to the habit of budgeting. And the other thing is, please have good friends that inspire your wealth journey. This is also very important, because you need to have people that think together, that understands what you're trying to do, and then you guys will do it together. It's very, very important that you have good friends that inspire your wealth journey.
Hello, Mr. Asha. You've got over 10 minutes. We have other speakers. We'll have to cut you now.
Okay.
Thank you so much. You can just share what you have with us, and we'll share it to our millennials. So you can share it to Ganiat's email, and we'll share it to others when they ask for it. Right. Thank you very much. Mr. Silvanus, are you online now?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. Please kindly introduce yourself and tell us what you have for 10 minutes.
All right, so my name is Silvanus. I'm a tax analyst in Barclays. I'm also the CEO of New Days. So today I'll be speaking on how to actually improve your finance. So first, I would want to go out from the generic, which is the fact that we would need to do things differently if we want to see a different result. Okay. So I'll start by, for some reasons, I'm not able to share my screen right now, but since there's an option of sharing the document, I would basically do that after the presentation. Yeah. So I would want to start from today. I would want to first explain to us that yes, there are a lot of things that you would hear online about what the economy is, how the economy is not working, how you need to understand that you're in a bad economy and these are the impacts to you. But what I have to say to everyone today, the millennials, the ones above them, is now is the time. Forgive yourself of the past, forgive the environment about everything that is happening and will happen, but see the big opportunity. The opportunity is completely massive at this point, right? Now, in order to do that, first you need to tell yourself, where do I start from? And what I usually tell people is understand that you're planning for a future and you're not planning for today. Now, in order for you to understand that, you need to first, don't see your salary just as an income. You need to see yourself as a business. Before you're able to even create a business, if you want to go through the line of creating a business or whatever it is you want to do, see yourself first as a business. Now, if you're seeing yourself as a business, what that entails is, first, you would understand that every business requires growth. What I usually also tell people is, begin from today, audit whatever skills and knowledge it is you already have, and understand how this can be improved for better, how you can grow on this, how this can actually make people around you enjoy what you have as value to present to them. Okay? So audit your skills, audit your portfolio of skills. Think of how you can compoundly increase your skills, right? Then the next thing you also need to do is, after understanding that these are the skills you have, and for you to move to the next step, these are the skills you feel you need to acquire. I would also tell people, while building or budgeting for the skills you need to acquire, try as much as possible to have at least more than one high income generating skills, even if you're a business owner, even if you're a 9-to-5er, whatever it is, try and have at least one or more high income paying skills, right? Now, when you have done that, ask yourself, the skills I already have, who can it help? What can be changed with those skills? What stress would I be able to ease people off with my skills? Now, I use the word, what stress would I be able to ease people off with my skills? Because the truth remains that for every innovation, for every technology you're seeing today, they are built on easing you a certain amount of stress. The fact that today you go and book Uber and move to a certain location is actually easing you the stress of going to stand at a junction or trying to drive your own car. If you think it's easier, you wouldn't have ventured into that. That's on one part. And another example I would also say is, think of the technology of AI today, with the most of which we use is generative AI. Generative AI just eases you the stress of going on Google, reading what you actually don't need and finding out you don't need it and have to dump it. Yes, it might expand your knowledge, but also you've spent more than enough time that you need to do that certain research. So if you're thinking it's difficult for you to get what it is you need to work on as a skill, think of stress that you can ease people around you from. It mustn't be around you because we're already in a digital world. So what that means is you can be in whatever location you are and serve other locations that you're not at. When you know those skills, own it. Own it completely, understand it completely, master it to the best of yourself, master it to the point you can say, I am the best at doing this, all right? Secondly, I would tell people, when you're thinking about finance, think about the future. I'll give an example. So while I was still working in the bank in Nigeria, once upon a time, a certain elderly man came up to me that he needed to take his funds, and this was his pension funds. And I looked up to this pension funds, and he was paid 2,500 naira as pension for a whole month. So when I asked, so you've been in the queue, this withdrawal you're wanting to make is a pension fund of 2,500. Is that what you're being paid regularly? Because I intentionally did not want to backlook into his account. He said yes. And what he's told me changed a whole lot of things for me. So he said, as at when I was promised this pension, 2,500 could buy you a Mercedes Benz, which was the highest car as at then. So I look at it this, if you take that into today's world, is somebody telling you that in the next 30 years, for example, I am going to pay you an amount that would be enough to get you a Rolls Royce. Absolutely good investment. Not until you get to 30 years and realize that that might have just been what shouldn't have been sold to you, or what shouldn't have been sold to your future. It's been sold to you today as the right product, but it shouldn't have been sold to your future. So what I'm telling people would be, invest in a future that is proven, invest in a future that is working, invest in a future where there's a track record. Also, while you're thinking of investment, cut your expense, like the other speakers have said before. Cut your expense as best as you can. Clear interest lendings that are coming up around you. Any lending that's coming to you that is highly interest, cut as much as you can, right? As much as the today's fintech, which I am part of, is making it easy for you to access funds. We are not saying at the same point that you should be consumed by the funds you have access to, right? So what it means is we are making it easy for you to have fundings to make a better life. Do not let the better life consume the funding that you're being made available with. Now, while I push forward with saying that you should invest in the future that is proven, I'll give a simple example. I guess we've once heard our parents say that once upon a time, $1 was equals to 1 naira. Very common saying, right? And very correct, very accurate. Now, I take the mathematics that it would mean that 1,000 naira then is equals to $1,000. Now, without doing any extra work, $1,000 that was invested in a certain ETF, an example, S&P 500, would be $13,000 as at today, without doing any extra work. So what that would mean in today would be $1,000, 1,000 naira, about 30 years ago, is much more than at least 17 million naira without any work. So while you're choosing to invest, choose wisely. While you're choosing to invest, go beyond the border of the knowledge you have around you. Do your research on what works even beyond where you are, right? And a simple example is Elon Musk is from South Africa. If he wouldn't be who he is today if he decides to trade solely on South Africa, if he decides to keep all his mindset around South Africa, right? We also, as Nigerian, one of the people who are well noted in Nigerian is the guy who is said to own Gatwick Airport in London, right? Now, he is not the owner yet, but he's one of the highest shareholders of Gatwick Airport. What I'm basically trying to say is you have to think beyond the borders to be able to help the border you come from, to be able to be able to help the young ones coming after you, even in the border you come from. So think beyond, plan beyond, invest in and out and even beyond. And I would also say compound interest that has been mentioned is actually a math that we should not just see as mathematics. It is basically a way of life. And both starting from the youth to the millennials and even the old ones should understand this, that it is a way of life. What I mean by that is, if I want to lose weight, for example, I need to continuously put in the work, not expecting to see the difference tomorrow. If I want to become an influential person, I need to put in the work today, not expecting to see the result just tomorrow. If I want to also build finance, I need to put in the works today, not expecting to see result just tomorrow. So when you're making out a plan, take it easy with yourself and make a long plan. Be it a skill that you're learning, be it your finance, be it everything that nature throws at you, give it a long plan. You know, that word that time heals everything. Time heals everything, and time can also create everything, right? So if you're in debt today, time would heal everything. Just have a plan for it and follow the timeline. If you're wanting to grow, time would heal everything. Time would create everything. Have a plan and work with it. But if you don't have a plan and feel it's not possible, you're never going to achieve it. If we use history to judge the future, it would mean that with proper investment, everybody would escape being able to just depend on their kids, like my brother said earlier, to just depend on their kids as a means of livelihood at old age. If we're able to invest today in your skills, in your personality, in your everyday life, I'll use a simple example. So Tony Elumelu, for example.
Mr. Silvanus, your time is up. We would have to cut you short now. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We've really learned a lot from all our speakers today. It's been an amazing session. I for one, have learned a whole lot, and I hope to start using them. So we'll just quickly go into the questions and answers session because we have limited time. We're running out of time. So the first question would be, what are the most common financial mistakes people make and how can they avoid them? Because everyone makes mistakes. So what are the most common financial mistakes millennials make and how can millennials avoid these mistakes? In no particular order, I'm going to be starting with Mr. Asha. Can you please answer the question for us?
All right, thanks. I think the most common mistake is something that we've said, which is not budgeting. That's the first one. That's like the most common one. So I'll just leave it at that. I think people should be consistent with budgeting, and let's talk about habits like consistency and all that. That's but when it comes to action, is not budgeting and staying on budget consistently for that period of time. And I like what last speaker said about starting little by little. Again, the emphasis is maybe you're spending already 100% of your income. You want to start little by budgeting maybe 95% of your income or 90% of your income, so you don't put a lot of pressure on you. And then you start by budgeting until you get to maybe 60% or 70% where you feel comfortable, where you can then begin to save and invest. Yeah, so that's my answer to that.
Mr. Asha. Ms. Bamidele, can you quickly answer the question?
Okay, so just like Mr. Asha said, budgeting, very, very important. And I would also like to say investing. One of the mistakes that millennials make is we do not invest and we spend beyond our budget. I'm saying it because, of course, I'm also millennial, so we spend beyond our budget. We should have a budget and we should also invest, be it a 9 to 5 or worker or a business a person. It is always good for you to budget on every income that is coming into your account or into your coming your way. Thank you.
Do you have anything to add to the question? Mr. Silvanus, do you have anything to add?
Oh, sorry, I didn't get my name called out. So for me, I would say yes, budgeting very absolutely correct, but have a plan. Think history. So think backwards, what has happened, understand how it has brought us to where we are today, and also have a plan that would work for the next history that is about to be created, right? So if you think what has happened to our parents and what has happened 30 years behind, and we would use that as an assumption and analyze what we expect to happen in the next 30 years.
So my next question will be, since we've talked about budgeting, how can millennials create a budget that actually works for them? And what are the best investment options for someone that just wants to start investing? Like, I don't know anything about investment. What is the best investment option for a millennial that just wants to start investing? Mr. Silvanus, please start. Please give us an answer to this question.
So for me, I would say for someone that just wants to start, take it easy with yourself. If as at now, you're taking away the whole of what you earn as an income out as you're spending, cut gradually, take it a simple step at a time to accrue what you intend to save. Now, while you are planning to invest, I would always say, diversify in your investment, right? I am not going to say stick to a local investment alone. Yes, there are treasury bills, there are bonds locally. They are all beautiful options, but also understand what the inflation has told us in the past. Example, in the past 3 years, what your 1 million of 3 years ago is absolutely less than what your 400,000 would do, right? So having that in mind, that 1 million naira, which is still going to appear to you as 1 million, is losing value to as small as 400,000, you should also know that no matter the amount of percentage you've been told, you might be losing out on that. So have an investment that also diversify into other economies. And when you're building other economy investment, think ETF. Don't think a single company because it could fail you. Think ETF, where there are a group of companies, about 500 companies, for example, put together into one pocket. Example of such is a Vanguard. Example of such is S&P 500, NASDAQ, different amount of them. You just do your research. The one you feel confident about, they are all beautiful. As long as they are ETFs, they are all beautiful. Think of it as a way to have a shock absorber just in case whatever you do locally fails you, because you never can tell. That's looking at it from the analytical part, yeah.
Mr. Silvanus, I'm just going to ask this last question. And as you're answering this question, please just give us your parting word because we have less than 4 minutes to round up the session. So the question would be, and I'm going to start with you, Ms. Bamidele, because you talked about emergency fund. So what are some strategies for building an emergency fund? Knowing the kind of country we have now and how things are going up by the day, what are the strategies for building an emergency fund? And how can millennials stay motivated and disciplined in their financial journey? Because definitely we all know it is not easy. Staying committed, staying motivated, staying disciplined in the financial journey. Thinking whether we have a lot of things to do, we have hair to buy, we have clothes, we have things to do. How do we stay motivated and disciplined in this financial journey?
Okay, so I think, thanks for the question. But the simplest budgeting rule or how to stay motivated, so to say, is that have a budget that works for you, which is, I would recommend a 50, 30, and 20% rule. I would say 50% for essentials, you know, your rent, your food, your transport, and your utilities, while 30% for spending, your miscellaneous, you know, entertainment, lifestyle. I'll say 20% for savings and debt repayment for anyone that has debt. And also, given the inflation and rising costs, it will be good for millennials to prioritize emergency savings and investments. You know, this is very, very good. it is also is really good. The last speaker spoke about ETFs, buying global ETFs, also investing. I just want to add, investing in Nigerian stocks. Get to know the Nigerian stocks that we have, do a lot of fixed income, then also do alternative assets like, real estate. You have the agri investment platforms that you can also benefit from. I would say with my parting word is to say, start now. It might be small, it might be low, but start. As a millennial, you don't want to use all your hands, all the amount, all the money that you make. You don't want to just spend it on something that at the end of the year, at the end of, in the coming years, you look back and you regret it. Thank you.
Mr. Asha, please can you just answer the question and give us a parting words to millennials?
Thanks for that, and thanks for inviting me. I really appreciate the opportunity. I think for what I would say as parting word is that choose your investment wisely, and the first step that you can do is, number one, check what the inflation rate is. Then number two, check for possible investment opportunities and what the returns are. Then number three, check if these institutions that are propositioning these investment opportunities are regulated by SEC. So if they are regulated by SEC, then go ahead and invest your money in with those institutions. Please do not invest in institutions that are not regulated or in instruments that are not regulated by SEC. Either SEC of Nigeria or SEC of wherever you are investing in. It is very, very important, please. All right, thank you.
Mr. Abraham, are you here? So if Mr. Abraham is not here, Mr. Silvanus, can you please answer the question and give us your parting words to millennials while we try to round up?
So for me, I would say, so first, cut down on every belonging expense, right? Every expense that is just going to make you feel a monk, cut it down, and also work towards projecting yourself for a future that works, right? That can be you building on your skills. That can be you working on things that has had proven records of working out, right? Completely, everybody's direction could be different, but the end goal is be a better version of yourself of today and work towards how best you can be of tomorrow. There's an endless opportunity out there for you, and you can always excel in them. So when it comes to expenses, keep it low, keep it simple. There's no trophy for actually trying to look expensive, right? So while you're keeping it low and simple, project the future you want and need. Thank you.
So much, Mr. Silvanus. Thank you so much, our esteemed speakers. It was really, really nice having you on this platform today. We've learned a lot from you. And please just drop your hand so in case our speakers, our millennials want to reach out to you and they have other questions to ask, they can reach out to you. And on this note, we would like to say on behalf of BusinessDay, the entire BusinessDay team, thank you so much for joining this platform. We really, really enjoy it, and we hope next time to see you on board. And once again, my name is Esther Owari. Do have a pleasant afternoon. Thank you.